pretty bad, Marcus.
Except his racist opinions.
I do not have racist
You have
opinions.
some pretty racist opinions.
I do not.
You have some pretty insanely racist opinions.
I love everyone.
No matter if they're black, Chinese, or normal.
Yeah. Normal.
Yeah.
Marcus, when are you going live?
I'm literally live right now.
Marcus, can you go live, please? I'm
I've been live for a while now.
Okay, I'll be literally.
I don't like this punishment, Marcus. Go live. Okay, bye-bye.
This punishment is yeah, my punishment is like the new stream, Mellingooners. True. True. Wait, let me double check and see if the stream did end on 11:55:59. Or 59:59. Oh, it ended exactly on 12. Fuck! Dude, I missed it by a fucking second! It might never process! I ended it exactly at 12! Fuck my stupid, incredible ability at stopping things at perfect times! Why do I have to be so good? God, why do I have to be so good at everything? Fuck! I'm such a chud. Such a fucking chud. Okay, let's continue. Actually, before we continue, I gotta fucking piss. What's Koopla dodging? What's Koopla dodging? Why is Koopla dodging? Can you change the 150 gold to sing airplanes with Mrao? I'd have to get Mrao on board with singing airplanes with me. I don't know if Mrao wants to do that.
In the early years, it started getting harder as time went on. Then came the trolls. I dealt with quite a few.
Oh,
Some
the
would drag me into
trolls.
Twitter conversations I had nothing to do with. They'd tag me and other random people just to stir things up and harass me.
I just realized I've been live for 12 hours and I still got a lot of content to cover. Holy fuck, dude. I thought I'd run out of shit to talk about today. And I'd end up having to like game with you guys for a minute, but like low key, we still got a lot to cover, bro. We still got a lot to go.
One person in particular, they were relentless. I ended up having to block them. What made it worse was that people tried to blame me. I was being harassed for something I wasn't even involved in. And then people turned around and tried to make me feel like I had brought it on myself. Eventually, I had to take a break. Actually, I took a lot of breaks for my mental health. I took so many hiatuses from this campaign that I lost count. It was exhausting. It got to a point where I physically and emotionally couldn't do it anymore, not without stepping away. And every time I left, I felt like I was letting people down. That was the worst part, the guilt. Because the last thing I ever wanted to do was disappoint anyone. There was another troll in the very last year that I was doing this campaign who was obsessed with the Timmy and Cindy pairing from the Power Hour specials. Not the real show, just the crossover stuff. And that person wouldn't let it go. He harassed me for months. I
Yeah,
had to block
Copeland. Did you even ever think about America and how they felt? And did you ever think to wish us a happy birthday? What the hell, man? Inconsiderate.
him on every platform. My personal Facebook, my fan page, my personal Twitter, my Revival Twitter, even YouTube. This very YouTube channel that I'm posting this video to is the same one I used for my campaign. I made a few videos back in 2012, but they were mostly slideshows, and they didn't get much traction. I eventually stopped making them. They weren't worth the energy. This kid even started harassing me there, and eventually I had to reach out to one of his parents. It took almost a year to get him off my back. It was awful.
I told it to
it
Trump,
wasn't
go
just
ask him.
There were others. People who were cruel just to be cruel. People who didn't like me or didn't like what I was doing. I still don't fully understand why. The truth is, this campaign drained me. It wore me down. There were days when I couldn't bring myself to post anything. Days when I felt like I had nothing left. But I always came back because something always pulled me back. Some moment, some comment, some hope that it still mattered. That I still mattered. Whenever a voice actor would retweet something, whenever someone left a heartfelt comment, those were the things that made me think, if I just push a little harder, maybe it'll work. There was one time in 2017 where Channel Frederator did a 107 Facts video about Jimmy Neutron, and my campaign actually made the list. It was a small mention, but it meant everything. And it ended up being the only real exposure my work ever got. Just a tiny spotlight, but it gave me hope. Moments like that,
Okay.
when a cast member would retweet something, these little things kept me going.
Well,
They made me believe that if I just kept working, if I pushed a little harder, spent a little more time, I could make this happen. I believed that for a very long time. But the truth is, hard work doesn't always pay off.
Marcus, what's your favorite
At least not for
SpongeBob
everyone.
game? Here, let me show you. Let's see. Let me show you, bruh. This one. I love this SpongeBob, bruh. This is one of my favorite SpongeBob game. I love this SpongeBob game, bruh. It's my favorite one.
And unfortunately not for me. So I'm going to go into like 2017 because that is when
She's not, by the way, she's not giving me enough details here to really work with. How did somebody find this? It has 200 views. How did Rezi find this? What? How do you people dig around and find this shit?
some people affiliated with the show started to take notice. I had some people who worked on the show in many capacities, like a couple, like one or two people who directed it, some writers, some animators who were following my Facebook page. And then a voice actor from the show started.
Is there is there phone what is that alarm, the baby, the fucking bum 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 ba ba bum ba da da na 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 goo goo gaga goo goo
started
gaga.
following me on Twitter, which was totally unexpected. I wasn't expecting it, but it made me feel very good. And this person at the time was very active. They were like retweeting my stuff all the time, quote tweeting things that they agreed with. They wanted Jimmy and Cindy to get together, and they would share
What?
everything, like Tumblr blog things, a whole lot of stuff. It meant a lot, knowing that there was somebody there that seemed to actually care. And that year was a very good year for me. Like, I felt like I was finally gaining some traction. And it gave me hope that I would be able to get this accomplished. Because if I had with the people that I had backing me, I felt like I could do anything. It gave me a self-esteem boost that I really, really needed.
I fucking hated Cindy's
So
bitch
now,
ass.
We're going to shift from that.
I hated that dumb bitch Cindy. I hated her, bruh. she was such a bitch. Like, honestly, like, I'm not trying to, like, dampen on this woman's parade, you know? I don't want to be, like, mean, you know? I don't want to be, like, mean. But, like, man, fuck Cindy, bro. That bitch was annoying. I hope she never found love. I hope she, like, died alone. I hope that's her fate.
To 2018.
A more gassy
time
voice
that
would
felt
fit
like
her.
momentum.
What?
But underneath it, some things were a little off. I didn't see it then, but now it feels really clear. Things started to shift a little more in 2018. I'd been running the campaign for years at that point, including running my Facebook page, my petition, my Twitter, my Tumblr blog, posting and sharing all kinds of stuff. I was exhausted, but I kept going. But some more little glimmers started to show up. A like here, a retweet there, someone followed me, a few more people who were actually part of the show that I admired for years, like the person who started following me in 2017. And it started to feel like maybe they were watching. And after being in the dark for so long, that mattered to me. And at the time, I took all of that as progress, like maybe my campaign was finally breaking through.
Marcus woke
like this was the part
anti-shipping
where
mindset
they
is getting
finally start-
extreme. Man, I fucking hated that dumb bitch. She was annoying. Stupid dumb bitch. Cindy's a... I fucking hated her, bro. It's like, Who else did I hate? Who else did I hate as a kid, bro? Who was I sitting there, like, rubbing my hands going, like, I pray on your downfall? Who was I hating back in my young years? Don't call them bitches, bro. They were the two jewels. It's a star, Fox. Thank you. Star Fox. Oh, that's actually fitting.
Start taking me seriously. This is the part where it would start to get real. What I didn't realize was that this kind of attention came with strings, and that I would pay for that hope later. But for the moment, I felt grateful. For the first time in years, I didn't feel invisible. And when you poured years of your life into something, into keeping a fandom alive, that feeling of being seen means everything. Later on in the summer of 2018, I got a message in my email inbox from LinkedIn with the word hello on it. There was no message, no context, no follow-up. And it was somebody I recognized, someone from the cast. And I think it was somebody who was following me on Twitter. But I didn't respond. I wasn't sure what to make of it. And then fans
Wait,
started
why?
tagging me at random saying they thought this person wanted to talk to me about the petition.
Wait,
That felt
why?
really kind of strange. It didn't really feel like an invitation. It felt more like a performance. Like they wanted it to look like outreach, but not actually be outreach. And honestly, looking back, I feel like not responding was the right call.
Oh, dude, I did some research, chat. I did some research. You know who I as a kid, someone I hated a lot. This isn't even a kid show. This is Family Guy. I hated Brian. I hated that fuck-ass dog, Brian Griffin. Every time there was some stupid episode about him getting with some girl, I was praying on that stupid, dumbass dog's downfall every single time. Because he fucking sucked. When the day he got hit by a car in that one episode, I was cheering. I was cheering. Tears left my eyes. Not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. Because the stupid fuck-ass dog was dead. Fucking hated that dumb, stupid dog. Man, fuck.
And the reason I say that is because I didn't know if that message was really for me. It didn't feel like it was. It felt like it was for optics so that someone could say later, we tried. But it wasn't a conversation. It was a gesture, a signal, and a check mark. It wasn't really a door opening. And the thing is, if like this person was trying to reach out to me.
Yo, wait! I just thought about it. You know who I low-key hated? Oh my god. I low-key hated Lumpy Space Princess and Princess Bubblegum, bro. There's no way you guys can't back me up on this. There's no way you guys can't back me up on this, bro. I hated them so much, bro. They pissed me off so much. I hated them. I hate them. You know what I hate? You know what I actually really hate? That is this is controversial. This one is very controversial of a hate. I hate Marceline and Bubblegum's relationship because I just don't like Bubblegum. I just don't like her. She's the most like she's so bitchy. She's so bitchy. And then there's Marceline, and she's like nice and awesome, and I love Marceline. And it's like, oh, I love Marceline. Marceline's so cool. I love Marceline. And then there's this nagging whore, Bubblegum. And I gotta sit and watch this shit unfold. Then I gotta sit here and watch this unfold. I gotta watch their fucking relationship develop or some shit. I gotta watch how they used to be a fucking thing or an item or whatever. I don't care. I hate Bubblegum. Naggy little bitch. That's what she is, bro. But Flame Princess was chill, though. I like Flame Princess.
They could have sent me an email. They could have sent me a direct message on Twitter. And, you know, they could have also typed a longer opening for their LinkedIn request to let me know that they were really interested in my petition and what I was doing, and they really wanted to discuss it. And I didn't really get that. I just had all these people tweeting me saying, you know, this person wanted to talk to me. And I was on another hiatus anyway because I was dealing with a whole lot more crap again. So I took some time off to figure it out, gave it some thought. And when I got back, I kind of felt like, well, it just didn't feel right. If it had felt right, I would have known it.
I'm at 1.75.
In a better way, other than having other people try to reach out for them, like send me an email or sending me a direct message or something would have went a long way. It would have told me that they really were interested, and we could have maybe had a conversation about it. But because they didn't do that, I don't know. It didn't feel right to me, and so I didn't do it.
Wait, but then that would be your fault. I keep forgetting Marcus has terrible taste in media. Adventure Time is good. What are you talking about? Adventure Time is good. I'd rather watch Johnny Bravo. That's worse. Johnny Bravo sucked. Johnny Bravo fucking sucked. The whole show was just a macho white guy going around going, hey, mama, hey. That was it. That's the whole show. What? Adventure Time had flavor. It had character development. It was deep. It had world building. What do you mean?
Not long after that, there was a panel. It was a small event at a convention. The cast got together and talked about the show, reminisced about it, and during it, they mentioned my petition. And the only thing is, they didn't mention my name. They didn't mention my story. They just mentioned the petition. At first, I was thrilled. I was in tears. I thought they brought it up. They see it. They see me. But the more I thought about it, the more hollow it felt. Because if I really mattered, if the campaign meant something, why couldn't they say my name? Why not credit the person who started it all? Why did I have to be invisible again? And I started noticing something. A pattern. Where my work was retweeted, but my name wasn't said. Where the campaign was praised, but the person behind it was
Well,
never
but
brought up.
that's but like that's no one's fault but yourself. Dude, now all this cartoon talk is making me want to do a tier list. Should we do that? Should we do that? Like, should that be a thing? Should we? I don't think I've ever done that before. The cartoon slander is evil. It would break people. Someone send me a good tier list. I don't know where the good cartoon tier lists are. Oh, Dookie? You didn't like Dookie? Yeah, low-key Dookie was a dick, bruh. Looking back at it, I realized Johnny Test was fucking dog shit. That show was terrible. But my brain as a kid was like, as a kid, I liked one of the sisters, so I fucked with the show. But looking back at it, I was like, man, this shit is dog ass. Like, it's actually terrible. Then we have reasons to crucify Marcus.
where I was good for optics, but not for credit. I
Why?
didn't see it as an exclusion at the time. I saw it as a maybe. Maybe they were waiting for the right time. Maybe they didn't want to make it about me. Maybe I just needed to be patient. So I kept on going. I kept pushing the petition, updating my fan page, interacting with fans, promoting the same revival I'd been promoting for years, all because I still believed. I thought if I just keep showing up every day,
Holy
eventually they'll
fuck.
welcome me in.
There's this one. This one's a Cartoon Network one, though. This is just Cartoon Network. It doesn't have, like, all of it. It's just Cartoon Network. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've watched... Actually, have I watched, like, a good chunk of these? It's the best one I'm going to find, bro. This is the best one I'm going to find. The sisters were cool. I like the one with the curly hair. I had like a childhood crush on the one with the curly hair. Okay. See, I didn't grow up with all of these, though. I didn't watch all of these. Oh, okay. Well, wait. Hold up. Okay, so regular show's gonna... Okay, I didn't mean to hit the mic. Regular show's gonna go up immediately to the top. Regular show was the best Cartoon Network show ever. You're gonna argue with the wall. That was the best one. Never watched this one. This Ben 10 one looks evil. Is this just basic Scooby-Doo, or is this a different kind of Scooby-Doo? I'll put it here for now, because I don't know.
Shopping for your next car?
What the fuck?
What about a sunroof?
Shut the fuck up! It says it's muted! Man. Oh, dude, it's this show. Have you guys ever heard of this one? Oh, this says never watched, don't remember. Oh, I'll put it this here. This one was really bad. That show was, like, terrible. I never watched this black person show. I don't know what that is. Anything involving black people, just put it in the, what is this? I've never heard of it. I don't know what this one is. Get U-Block, stupid dog? Okay, you can chill out, bro. You can chill out. Let me try to get all the ones that I've never watched. Let me just, like... I know what the Apple one is. I've just never watched it. Oh, wait, this is the Naked Animals. Yeah, that one was, like, okay. Oh, the Baby Looney Tunes one. That one was, like, okay. I didn't watch any of the Batman ones. I don't know how to rank the Ben 10 ones because I don't remember which one's which. I didn't realize Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs had a cartoon. This one looks familiar, but I'm going to put it in don't remember. I'm too old for...
Shopping for your next car?
Man, shut the fuck
What about
up!
third row seats?
Shut up! I already hate Marcus. I'm too old for this one. Craig of the Creek. I'm too old for that one. That one started way later than... what the fuck is that one? I didn't know How to Train Your Dragon had a cartoon, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch Green Lantern. I don't remember I Am Weasel, but I do and I don't. I don't know what some of these are. I'm not gonna lie, I just can't see it. Is this George of the Jungle? I think so. I don't know. Shopping for a new car? Chat, you know, hang me, kill me. I didn't watch any of the superhero ones growing up. I just didn't do that. I wasn't a superhero kid. What's a Mixel? What the fuck is Mixels? Actually, wait, I know this one! But I don't remember it. I know what that one is, though. Like, I'm being so dead ass. I never watched the Justice League. I just didn't watch any of these. I never watched this one either, but I know what it is. I don't know what this one is. or this cat one is. I can't read this one, so I'm just going to put this one in here. This one looks freaky. I don't know what the Moxie show is. Don't know that one. I wasn't much. I'm a dude. I wasn't much of a Powerpuff Girl. This one goes in. This one goes in the D. That one's terrible. What is this one? Royals? I never watched. Never watched this one. Some of these are fuck. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. No, I didn't watch you. No, I didn't watch you. No, I didn't watch you. I didn't watch you either. I didn't watch Young Justice either. I didn't watch the... I can't see it very well, so how am I supposed to know? I don't know what this is. What? Victor Valentine? I never watched Unikitty. That was way past my time. I never watched Total Spies. That was, like, too old. I never watched the Total Drama Rama one. I don't know what this one is. I can't read this one. I didn't watch this one. You put Powerpuff Girls at B right now. I never watched it. How am I supposed to put Powerpuff Girls at B? I have to be fair. I can't rank ones that I haven't watched. Yeah, there is a regular Scooby-Doo one. So the one that I was talking about is fine. Never watched this one. Never watched this one. Oh, this is that one that talks about, like, yeah, but I've never watched it, though. Never watched this one. Never watched this one. Never watched this one. Never watched this one. Never. No, I did. Never watched Thundercats. Never watched this one, I think. There might be some in here that I have seen, but I just can't see it close enough. Like, I can't read what it says close enough to know what it says. Okay. Oh, I never watched Star Wars stuff. I was not a Star Wars guy. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay, what do we have going on here? Okay. 16. 16 was I'll put it at the top of no, it'll be in the bottom of B. It was good. It was fun. Adventure Time S. Oh, but I can't load S up, you know? Cuz Gumball's going to load up S2. I don't know if I can load S up like that, you know? I might have to distribute. I don't think I know anything about this Ben 10. This one doesn't look like one I know. The one that I grew up on was this one. This one right here is the one I grew up on. That Ben 10 is the one I grew up on. I'll put the rest in the others because I honestly don't know which ones are which. Camp Lazlo is like... Camp Lazlo is fine. Chowder. Chowder's like an A. I fuck with Chowder. Clarence is like the definition of like, it's fine. It's mediocre. Oh, damn. This one's a fire one, bro. See, I can't load S up, though. I don't want to load S up with too much. But Codename Kids Next Door, let's go at top of A. Oh, but maybe Courage should be at top of A. Courage, top of A. Codename Kids Next Door next to it, bruh. You don't know? Well, no. I'm saying I don't know which ones I remember watching. I'm going to be honest. I'm just basing it off of the one that I grew up on the most, which was this one. Because I can't rank it all the Ben 10s when I don't really remember which ones are which. This Cow and Chicken show, bruh. I watched like maybe like a few episodes of this shit when I was a kid. And I don't know. I didn't really care for it. I only watched like a few episodes of Dexter's Laboratory. It was too old for me. It just never played when I was watching TV. Same with this the Daffy Duck one. Oh, Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Ed, Ed, and Eddie is top of B. Top of B. Ooh. Ooh. Garfield show low-key kind of... It was okay. I'm not going to put it in the same tier as the fucking actual dog shit shows that I watched.
Shopping for your next car?
Motherfucker, I'm going
What
to...
about third row?
I swear to God. Billy and Mandy. That's another A right there. Wait, what is this one then? Is this the one afterwards? I never watched it. Wait, I don't think I've ever watched this one either. I don't know this one. Johnny Bravo. Let's see. Johnny Test. D. Ooh, Looney Tunes. I thought Looney Tunes was fine. Wasn't like that good. Mad was good for like a short period of time, and then it kind of got old, and it wasn't really that funny anymore. Flapjack, that's like a top of B tier. It's like a top of B tier right there. And then we got Mucha Lucha. That's like bottom of B tier right there. My Gym Partner's a Monkey. That's like C. That's like a C tier. It's okay. Oh, Lego Ninjago. Oh, don't get me salivating. Don't get me salivating for Lego Ninjago. I only watched OKKO like a little bit. Over the Garden Wall. That's a really good one. Should I put it in S? Yeah, we'll go ahead and put that one in S. I remember these two, but I don't remember it enough to rank it. This one I haven't watched. I actually deadass have not watched Samurai Jack yet. Because when it came out, it was on Adult Swim for me, and I never got a chance to watch Adult Swim. So I never got a chance to actually watch Samurai Jack. But I've heard great things about it. Scooby-Doo, that's always a good one. We'll put Scooby-Doo in A because I love Scooby-Doo. I don't know what the sheep in the big city is. Sonic Boom was fire too. But that one's more like top of B, bruh. Nah, not top of B. Put it behind Flapjack, bro. Put it behind Flapjack. This is another Adult Swim show that I didn't get a chance to watch. Steven Universe, bottom of C, bruh. Same. I don't remember that one, but I remember watching it. Teen Titans Go is like C. It's okay. The original Teen Titans is A. We'll go right there. I don't know this one.
Shopping for your next car?
Motherfucker! I loved Total Drama Island as a kid. I was a huge Total Drama Island fan. I loved Total Drama Island. That shit was my shit. I loved it. And all of it. I loved all of it. I loved everything about Total Drama Island. I don't know why. Uncle Grandpa, yeah, man, that one. It's not that good. We Bare Bears was good. We Bare Bears was a good one. We'll go.
Shopping for your next car?
You better fucking stop, bro. I'm gonna start fucking tweaking. I don't know this one. What is this one? Oh, a different Scooby-Doo one? Since I already ranked Scooby-Doo, I'll just lump it in with the same. Oh, this one's another D tier. Hero 101. I liked Hero 101. We'll go top of C, though. It wasn't like that great. This is like the Little Bear ones. I never watched that one. I never watched this one. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is the future Steven Universe one. Never watched that one because I couldn't stand Steven Universe. Shopping for your next car? I wish we had Cartoon Network and Adult Swim here. So this is my personal rankings. I think maybe it can... Oh, the naked ones should go at the back. I'm not going to put that one in the front. I'll give Steven Universe credit. Steven Universe could be at top of C. Clarence next to it. Looney Tune. Oh, this is the baby Looney Tunes one. No, that one wasn't nearly as good. I'll even give Teen Titans Go a bit of a benefit of the doubt. They should be at like top of C tier. Mad, Looney Tunes, Camp Lazlo 16, Eddie Ed and Eddie. Yeah, this one checks out. This one checks out. And then this one checks out. Yeah. I'm not as disappointed as I thought I'd be. The only one you're probably upset about is Steven Universe, but I just did not like Steven Universe. Love from Tel Aviv. How is this horrible ranking? This is good ranking. This is literally the most W ranking ever.
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
This is literally the most W ranking ever.
I got next movie for movie night. https://youtube.be/z_hongkong0q?.
Stop
telling me to shop for my next car.
X-J6-.
Bro wants me to watch fucking...
Jack's life is pretty normal. But that's about to change.
Thank you for the $5 scripted.
University of Tennessee Research Hospital.
Not good, Jack. We gotta get you out of here.
Now, this
Oh,
amazing
what
chimp
is
headed
this?
off for one incredible adventure where he's making friends.
Mom's not gonna let you keep him.
Oh my goodness.
And putting his future on ice.
Trying to teach a chimp to skate like that's gonna happen.
Wow.
From the producers of Air Bud comes the story of a rookie player.
Wait a minute. It's a monkey.
Who skates a little faster.
For punishment, you should watch a musical. Dude, I fucking hate musicals. That actually is a good one.
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
Shopping for your next car?
Shopping for your next car.
Thank you for the 5 mint grenade. Are you guys gonna just fucking spam the shopping for your next car on me, bro? Chill.
All the way to the top.
Oh, dude, I hate Airspray.
This place rocks.
Oh, I hate
They
Airspray.
have a championship season.
Shopping for your next car?
Don't you mean a championship, sir?
I guess I could.
MVP.
I guess I could put MVP in the rotation, bro. I guess I could put MVP in the rotation. This will go into my horror movie rankings. This one's like fucking scary. Yeah, I'd like to think my ranking is I have a W ranking system for the cartoons, bro. What are you talking about? The only one that I understand why people would be upset about is Samurai Jack, because I just never watched it. But that was because I have a good reasoning for why I never watched it. I actually have a good reason for why I never watched it. All right? No. Dude, don't make me watch Cats, bro. That shit is so bad. That shit is actually so bad. Cats is basically just like porn. It's basically just like furry porn. The tits jiggle. Did you guys know the cat tits jiggle? It's like fucking evil. You were a lame ass baby? The fuck you mean? I didn't have time to fit 90% of those shows on rotation, first of all. And second of all, half of the rotation down there weren't even good cartoons. When I got peak in front of me, I'm not going to replace my peak with mid. How can they show corn in the movie theaters? Oh, they show that all the time, Koopla. Don't you worry. MVP made every kid in my school want a monkey. This kid, Trevor, had a birthday and rented a monkey. It was cool at first, and he was doing tricks. Then the monkey lost his shit when someone lit off a what? A firework or something? They lit off a party popper and it started screaming about throwing shit. No one wanted one after. Yeah, probably because primates are not, like, good pets. When it's... And it's Adventure Time. Yes, Adventure Time was peak. Adventure Time's one of the best fucking cartoons ever made. Bro does not understand what true peak is. Bro does not understand what good storytelling is. Bro doesn't understand good anything.
But unfortunately, they didn't. And I didn't realize it then, but the door was already closed. And the more visible I became, I kept pushing the petition, updating my fan page, interacting with fans, promoting the same revival I'd been promoting for years, all because I still believed. I thought if I just keep showing up every day, eventually they'll welcome me in. But unfortunately, they didn't. And I didn't realize it then, but the door was already closed.
When we playing peak?
And the more visible I
If
became...
we run out of content today, I wouldn't mind getting on today.
Hello, princess.
Shopping for a new car.
Thank you for the memberships.
Y'all gotta
Welcome at
chill
the
out.
Mountain.
Y'all gotta chill out on the shopping for a new car thing, bro.
The more I realized...
Y'all are gonna make me crash out.
I was being used for appearance. There was one tweet in particular, but this was from 2022, a few years later, probably one of the last years I was doing it. It was a post rallying the fandom for the show's 20th anniversary. This person was part of the inner circle. They tweeted about how they wanted the revival to trend. They tagged cast members, content creators, and a few game developers, and they tagged my revival handle too as well. They said that everyone's efforts don't go unnoticed, but they didn't really say my name. They didn't link the petition. They didn't thank the person who carried the whole thing for 12 years. They lumped me in
Honestly,
with my background.
bro, I get that though. That's not fair to my girl here, bro. If she's the one carrying the whole thing, her name's got to be on that shit, bro. They got to put her name on there. Put some respect on my girl's name. I don't even know what her name is, but put some respect on it though. I do love that she's like making a video about how they didn't put her name and they weren't like showing her name. Meanwhile, I don't know what her name is. She hasn't made it clear once in this entire video. Her thing is literally Jane Revival. Like, I don't know what her name is. I don't know what her name is.
But even then, I was flattered. I thought that, yeah, wow, they included me. But now when I look at that tweet, I see it for what it was. It was a moment that I should have known. They wanted me visible, but silent. Praised, but never present. Acknowledged, but never included. Just a name to tag, not someone to thank. And the truth is, that hurts more than being flat out rejected because I wasn't told no. I was just kept dangling, kept in the wings, used for momentum, and then discarded.
So this woman is
2018 was
Rose's
the
mother and Matthew is her father.
Not
Explains a
my big
lot.
moment,
That
but it was
actually
very quiet
could
dismissal
explain
that
a
I didn't
lot.
see coming.
That could.
I actually thought I was
That would
getting
make a lot of
closer
sense,
in
actually.
2018. But in reality, I was watching the party through the glass. And the further down this rabbit hole we go, you guys are going to see exactly what I'm talking about. I think it was around 2019 when I started to feel like maybe things were finally turning around. People were tagging me more.
Dude, I'm scared this video is gonna take a crazy turn for the worst. Cause Rezi watched this. I'm scared this is gonna take like some stupid turn. It's gonna go from being like nobody wanted to show support to my thing to somebody raped me. Like I'm scared.
Telling me I should reach out, that I should be involved. And at the time, I believed them. I just wanted to feel like all the years I'd spent building this campaign, all the work, all the hours meant something to someone. And for a little while, it did feel that way. In 2020, I received a tweet about my work that sounded encouraging. Just 4 words, bring us back. It was small, but to me it meant everything. And for the first time, I didn't feel invisible. And around 2018 through about 2022, something I've been fighting for nearly a decade finally got noticed.
I hate when that
My petition.
happens.
Someone connected to the show, shared it publicly many times over the last 4 years. One tweet said something like, if you love America, sign this. And near Christmas in 2021, they tagged me again. They were trying to make the show trend, and they included me in the post. And for a second, it almost felt like a thank you. Like maybe the tide was changing. But that was it. No message, no invite, no real inclusion. And slowly I started to realize something. My work was being shared. My JN Revival handle was being used, but I wasn't actually being brought in. They liked what I built, but they didn't seem to want the person behind it. And that was the first time it really hit me. Was I being welcomed in, or was I just being kept nearby? Close enough to use, but never close enough to keep. And while this was a little unsettling, I didn't know just how bad it would get until 2022.
I do find it like, I do kind of find it a little funny that all she really did was just say, we should get a Jimmy Neutron revival. And she wants like full credit for it because the fan base was like, yeah, we should get a revival. And she wants full credit for it. But it's like, realistically, it's like, you're not the one making the show. Like, you're just asking for the revival.
Now, before we get into this next section, I just want to say something up front. What I'm about to talk about, this next part, It's not easy for me. 2022 and 2023 were very difficult years for me, both emotionally and mentally. And reliving this again, having to go back and walk through it, is going to be really hard. Some of the things I'll be discussing in this section are things that honestly re-traumatize me. This is the part of the story where things started to unravel, where the hope I was holding onto started to crumble, and I didn't even realize it at the time. So please just bear with me. I'll try to stay as composed as I can.
Why is she in such an
If I sound a
empty
little sad,
room?
or a little angry, or just tired, please understand where that's coming from. Because these 2 years really dragged me through the mud. they
And
hurt
like,
me
is
in
what
ways I'm still trying
in
to
that
process.
behind her? Is that a whiteboard? Is this like a fucking whiteboard? I don't. This doesn't look like a window. This doesn't even look like a window. Hoopla, what are you saying? I saw this woman eating tomatoes from the ground. Bro, Jimmy Neutron wasn't even that good. Jimmy Neutron, that's kind of true, though. Jimmy Neutron really wasn't all that good, though. Jimmy Neutron was like, it was good, but it wasn't like, Carl carried the show. Carl was carrying that shit.
We're going to start at the beginning of 2022. On February 7th, a cast member tweeted out a message to fans, asking if we still wanted to see Jimmy Neutron come back. The message said, "It's not impossible. Not if enough of you care. All it takes is for each of you to start writing letters to the network." They followed that with encouragement. The address is online. It's just a stamp. If enough people chip in, there might actually be a chance. They also made sure to say that they couldn't confirm anything. No promises, nothing official. But the message was clear. You love this show. You care about it. So if you want it back, now's the time to speak up. The tweet ended on a personal, nostalgic
What do you
note
mean,
about how Jimmy
Koopla?
Neutron had inspired a generation of online creators, and how maybe one day, those fans would get to sit down with their own kids and watch it together. It felt honest. It felt emotional. It felt like something was happening. I remember thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe they're finally listening. Why would they say that if something wasn't going on behind the scenes? But the very next day, February 8th, a fan interview dropped with the creator of Jimmy Neutron. And when he was asked directly about the possibility of a revival, he didn't dodge it. He told the truth. There were talks.
She wants
It
like
happened back in
credit for
2020,
that?
But a network executive
Dude,
shut it down.
wait, this is
And that
awesome.
was it. The project was dead. And it had been for 2 years. No, maybe. No, wait
Oh,
and see.
no, she's
No, we're
upset
working
because
on
it.
Just, it's over. And here's the part that still hits hard. If the revival died in 2020, and that interview dropped on February 8th, 2022, then why were fans being encouraged to write letters just the day before? Why were we still being told to keep the faith throughout that year? Now, that interview didn't just drop out of nowhere. That truth didn't appear overnight. Somebody, maybe even more than one person, already knew the revival was dead. And still, we were told to fight, to push, to believe, to keep the momentum going.
Oh,
But
fuck
we were
with
never given
Planet
the truth.
Sheen.
And in the
I
end,
fuck
the
with
only
Planet
person-
Sheen, bruh. People hated Planet Sheen. Like, I'm not joking. I remember people hating on Planet Sheen. Goddamn. I liked Planet Sheen. Sheen was the right kind of goofy. Was the animation really bad? Yes. But like, it is what it is. He had that fuck ass monkey that always followed him around. It was that stupid fucking monkey. It was that dumb fucking monkey. Charlie Sheen. No. Sheen. No, not the pothead. Sheen from Jimmy Neutron, Koopla.
who gave us transparency was the creator. He didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't tease us. He didn't pretend there was hope when there wasn't. He just said it. The show was gone. The talks had ended. And they had been for a long time. Everyone else stayed quiet, let fans keep believing, let me keep believing. Even if it was unintentional, we were sold false hope. Looking back now, this was the moment I should have walked away. This was the warning sign, the red flag, the point where I should have said enough. But I didn't. I stayed another year.
You should have said enough from the beginning, man. Jimmy Neutron was not a good enough show to get a revival, bruh. You should have known that from the start. Plus, it's 2022. The show was aired in like 2001 or something. When did this come out? This aired in 2002. 20 years from the original like episode being aired is, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Shit's not gonna happen. I don't think Jimmy Neutron like sucked or anything, but it was just like not my kind of, it was just not really like the best show. Like it was good, but it wasn't good. I don't want to like hate on it too much because I do think Jimmy Neutron was like, it was fun and I watched it. But I don't know. There was other cartoons that I just liked more than Jimmy Neutron, so I just kind of picked the other ones over Jimmy.
There was a reason to keep going. Still believing I might be included. Still believing that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't too late. But I shouldn't have. And the things that happened after this, the silence, the erasure, the way I was pushed out, will show you exactly why I should have left much sooner than I did. By the spring of 2022, I was feeling discouraged, burned out. I had been mulling over the idea of leaving the campaign after the news broke in February that the revival talks in 2020 had fallen through. I'd been running this campaign for over a decade, and I was starting to wonder if it was even still worth it. In April, I reached out to some collaborators, people who had been working closely with the cast and the crew, and I asked if there was still a reason to keep going. And surprisingly, what I got back was encouragement. They told me my work was outstanding, that they had followed my campaign for years, that it had made a difference.
How does she have
and that they'd be happy
connections
help if
to
they
these
could.
people?
I told them they had my full permission to use my revival materials to help promote my effort however they saw fit. It felt good, once again, to be seen, to be valued, to think that maybe all of this still had a purpose.
How does she have these kind of
And so I stayed.
connections?
Even though I had every reason to step back, I stayed.
This
because I
video's
believed
quality
the
is
people I trusted
terrible.
were telling the truth.
It is a
Looking back now-
window. It is a window. What the fuck? Why did I think it was a whiteboard?
I'm not sure why I stayed. Because the revival talks had already failed. And as you'll see a little later on, what came next wasn't a revival. It was something else entirely. Okay, I'm going to move ahead to the spring and summer of 2022.
It was
I
something
swear-
completely different entirely. It was something just completely different. I'm scared. What if this is just a Planet Sheen hate video? What if this is just some fucking video where she's like, it was all of it was just for Planet Sheen.
Still have a lot of ground to cover before I get to the fall and eventually the main event that happened at the end of the year. In the meantime, my petition was still getting shared. Signatures started climbing again. A couple of live streams actually gave me a little hope, like maybe something was stirring behind the scenes after all. Some cast members and influencers continued to discuss the revival efforts on social media. Then came the tweets. Not just from fans or cast members, but from the network themselves. One of them literally said, "Got a blast," with rocket emojis surrounding the tweet. And of course, that got people talking. There were others too. Random screenshot prompts or nostalgia posts, all timed around the 20th anniversary. And then we did it. We got Jimmy Neutron trending for its 20th anniversary. It wasn't easy. It took hours of effort, organizing, retweeting, and pushing hashtags. But as a community and a team, we made it happen. We made the algorithm care. And for just one day, on July 20th, 2022, it felt like the fandom had power again. Like I had power again. But looking back, it was apparent that whole summer felt like emotional bait. Every time something almost happened, it didn't. Every time the door cracked open, it slammed shut again. And the hardest part, I was still pushing the petition, still promoting the show, still doing everything I could to earn my seat at the table, while the inner circle gave me just enough to keep hoping. But it didn't feel like progress. And I didn't realize it at the time, but while I was busy keeping the campaign alive, some other social media influencers on the inside were quietly taking my place. In October of 2022, I discovered some petition signatures I received from several cast members, which brought me great hope. This hope gave me the courage to send an email to one of them, someone who followed all of my pages, someone I truly believed cared. I wasn't writing fan mail. I was reaching out as the person who had been running the Jimmy Neutron Revival campaign by myself for over a decade.
It's gonna be some fuck ass shit like she wasn't actually working with higher ups on the show and it was people scamming her. Like, wow, big surprise, big surprise. They were never reviving Jimmy Neutron, bruh. It wasn't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, bruh.
Since 2011. I built it from the ground up, and I was still at it, even after all those
Someone
years.
tell this boy
Even though I was
SpongeBob
exhausted,
will always be better.
physically,
True.
emotionally, mentally. In that email, I poured everything out. I explained that I was nearly 40 now, that I'd spent most of my 20s and 30s keeping this campaign alive for a show that never got the ending it deserved,
That's
especially
fucking
not for the two lead characters who needed it most. And I was still holding on, still fighting for it. Even though, by that point, I was struggling just to function. I told them about the fatigue I'd been dealing with since April, how it left me drained, barely able to get through the day. I told them about...
That's all your choice. That is completely your choice. You just said what? I just wasted my 20s and 30s trying to get this show revived. And all you could give me is just a little tiddlywink of hope. Give up. Just give up. Why?
About the depression, about how hard it had become to interact with people. And I apologized for not being more present. Not
What
because
a
I wanted
waste
pity,
of life.
but
I'm like, unironically, she wasted her life away for Jimmy Neutron. And she's like talking about how they deserved it. They deserved a better end. It's a kid's show. Man, Jimmy, fuck, I don't even know what happened on the last episode. He probably blasted off. He probably blasted off into space. Got a blast. He probably said that. He probably said his signature, got a blast. And that's it. Awesome stuff. That's all he needed.
But because I still believed they deserved honesty, I still believed we were on the same side. And more than that, I offered help. I literally said, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I gave them my phone number, my email, my LinkedIn, my Facebook, everything. I gave them access. I gave them trust. Because even
This
after
is
everything,
yeah,
I still
you're
wanted to be
right.
part
This
of
is
it. Any of it.
genuinely insane autism.
That was the email I sent. Now let me tell you about the email I got back.
Uh-oh.
It was cold, short, about a paragraph. It vaguely thanked me for the lovely email and for all my efforts to bring the show back. Then it said that the network was still considering it, but that there was no new information. That's it. Not a single word about my health, not a word about the depression, not a word about the 10 years I had poured into this.
She's expecting the execs at Nickelodeon to be like, we're so sorry you wasted your 20s and 30s on trying to reboot a dead show. How can we accommodate you? Like, what? Come on. This is evil. This is like some shit Rice Milk would do.
Not even a thank you for offering to help. No acknowledgement, no compassion, no substance. It was distant. It was dismissive. It felt like a form letter. And then came the line that broke me. It casually mentioned that a reunion was already happening in December at a comic convention with filming, and that trailers were being made to pitch the cast to other conventions. That was the first I'd heard of it. No heads up, no invite, no, we'd love to include your campaign materials. Just one sentence, slipped in like it didn't matter, like I didn't matter. And here's the thing. I don't believe the person I emailed even wrote that reply. The tone was off. It didn't even sound like them. It felt filtered, sanitized, controlled, like someone else was answering for them. Someone managing the optics. Someone deciding who got access and who didn't. And that was the moment the truth hit me. I wasn't just being left out of the loop. I was being kept out. This wasn't an oversight. It wasn't a miscommunication. It seemed to be intentional. It didn't matter how long I'd been doing this. It didn't matter
Oh
that I carried the
my
Bible
god.
campaign alone for over 10 years. It didn't matter that I'd spent thousands of hours, dollars, and emotional energy
She talks like
trying to bring the show back.
AI. Dude.
Because behind the scenes, it appeared that a decision had already been made. I had been written out, and that email made it perfectly clear. I was never going to be invited in. Even after that
I was
reply,
never going to be righted in. And it just pans out. What do you... Lady, I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, just because you spearheaded the campaign to revive the show doesn't mean that they're going to make you a part of the team. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Fan bases usually petition for a show to be brought back, but that doesn't mean the person who made the petition just gets a free seat at the table, bruh. That's not how that works. That's how it is. It didn't work out. You just call it a day. You give up.
I didn't quit. Even after realizing the panel was happening without me, even after not being invited, even after being brushed off in a single sentence, I still believed I could contribute. Because I thought, if I can't be there physically, maybe I can still leave a part of me behind. So in late November, just before the panel, I threw myself into the final stretch of petition cleanup. I let my followers know that I was prepping this for inclusion at the LA Comic Con panel and for submission to the network at some point. I stayed up for 3 nights in a row, editing, cross-checking, fixing duplicates, removing spam. It was exhausting, but I did it. I brought the petition down to a verified total of 10,194 legitimate signatures after scrubbing out nearly 1,000 fake names and duplicates. I cleaned and formatted over 1,500 real comments.
Why would you
Personal
do
thoughtful
that to
messages from
yourself?
fans who still believed
This
too.
is, dude, this is
wasn't
not
copy-paste
primo
job. This was-
autism. This is like extreme mega. This is like the most extreme level of autism. What do you mean? What do you mean you sat up for 3 nights straight, whiting out repeat names and getting rid of all the fucking fake names and shit? Why? Why are you putting so much dedication into this? I mean, I respect it, I guess, a little bit. I guess I can kind of understand the grind a little bit, I guess.
It was real work.
But
hours
holy
of it.
fuck.
And I did it knowing full well I wouldn't even be there to see it presented. I then posted publicly on my Revival Campaign's Facebook and Twitter accounts that I couldn't attend. I told my followers the truth. I was between jobs. I couldn't afford the travel. It broke my heart to say it, but I was honest. Because I still wanted to show up for the fandom, even if I couldn't show up for the cameras. And I thought, maybe the petition could still be included somehow. I emailed everything to the panel organizer who was also close to the cast. I said, I've got binders, I've got ink, I'll print it, mail it, do whatever it takes if there's a way to display it. I was still trying, still holding out hope, still believing in the people I thought were on my side. And their response? They told me I was a dedicated worker and that my work was incredible. They said, your hard work won't be for nothing. They promised to forward it to the cast. They told me to watch the live stream, where I would see my efforts pay off. And for a moment, I felt hope.
Dude, we're just back to
Now, going
square
ahead
one.
After Thanksgiving,
We're just back to square one. You just self-admitted like 5 minutes ago that, dude, you just self-admitted 5 minutes ago that in a moment you realize that you're not a part of it and that you're getting left out. And then you didn't think to just say, hey, I should probably just give up. It's not going to happen. You just keep going. And now you're back at square one where now you're just saying, oh, one thing happened. Now I have a little bit of hope. You keep saying that. Every single time this woman speaks, it's this person gave me a little bit of hope that maybe one day this show could be brought back. And then the next part is, and then the worst thing happened. I was left out. And then I lost all hope, and I knew from that point on that I would never get my show. and then the next part is, but then this happened, and I got hope. It's just the same thing.
November 29th, 2022, just 4 days before the panel. I want to read you guys something I received that day, word for word, in a direct message I got on social media from someone in the cast. It was framed like a warm invite, like a reward for everything I'd done. But let's take a look at what it actually said. Did you hear the news?
I have to revive it and cancel it again so she goes
swing by the Prime area
insane.
after the reunion panel and introduce yourself in person. I have a signed photo for you. Also, if you can help us get the word out about our improv show to your loyal followers, that would be a big help. Here's the promo image we're using. Thanks. Let me give you a quick geography lesson.
I deadass really want to try to spearhead a Jimmy Neutron revival. Just to literally be the one that says, yeah, no, never mind, I don't want to do this, and then cancel it immediately right before the day of the first episode. I want it to just be like, no, I don't think I can do this. It's not gonna pop off. I'm just canceling. She's gonna fucking freak. She'd freak. She'd go ape shit. Like, she'd actually like freak out.
I live in Louisville, Kentucky. LA is over 2,000 miles away. That's not just swing by if you're in the area. That's a cross-country trip. I didn't have a couple grand in my back pocket. I didn't have money for flights, hotels, badges, food, or transportation just to show up and say hi. So let's be honest. That message was never about seeing me. The real ask wasn't about inviting me to the panel.
But you wanted that. I'm so confused. But you said you wanted to be included, and now you're finally included. And now she's like, do you really think I have the money to come here? What? She wants, like, every time she gets inches closer to genuinely being part of the actual team that she keeps saying she wants to be a part of, there's a new problem. There's a new problem that she needs fixing. The first problem is, no, her name's not being called. Well, then the next problem is, oh, my name's being called, but nobody's talking to me. Then the next one is, I'm going to these events, but I'm not the one on stage. Now it's, I'm getting to be on stage, but I'm not being accommodated, and I'm only saying hi. Like, bro, what do you want?
Honoring my work. It was about using my platform, again, for free. They wanted me to promote their comedy improv show, the one that happened after the reunion panel later on that evening. That's why they reached out. Not to include me, not to thank me, but to ask for something. One more thing from the person that was already being left behind. And
But
when I
you left
responded,
yourself
I
behind.
told them the truth, that I couldn't afford
She
to go.
wanted an all
That I was
expenses
heartbroken
paid
about it.
vacation,
They didn't give me
literally.
one. No follow-up, no offer to send the photo, no we'll miss you, no acknowledgement at all.
Gotta love this
Just
woman's
silence.
dedication. You gotta love this woman's dedication to the grind to keep this show alive. Just for the one opportunity she gets to finally be part of a panel in LA. And she's just like, that's hard.
I was ghosted. And then, a few days later, it was Saturday, December 3rd, 2022, a date that should have meant something. I woke up that morning feeling heavy before my feet even hit the floor. My inbox was quiet.
It's
My
called a
phone was quiet.
period.
My feeds were quiet, but I wasn't quiet. My heart was pounding like a warning sign in a room no one else could hear. I kept thinking, maybe the stream hasn't started yet. Maybe it'll pop up any minute. Maybe someone will go live from the audience. Maybe I'll see my work on the screen behind them, like they said. I kept giving the world one more maybe. But after every refresh, gave me the same answer. Nothing. No live stream. No shaky fan footage. No grainy cell phone clips uploaded in excitement. No hashtag crowd moment where someone said, hey, look at this. Just silence. And that silence destroyed me. I cried in waves that day.
But you didn't go
Not
to
the
the
loud kind, the
panel.
quiet kind. The kind where your face
What if
burns
that
and
would have
your chest
made the
caves in and you're trying
difference?
not to make sound because you're still holding on to dignity even while your heart is disintegrating. I kept thinking about all the people who had cheered the campaign on over the years. The fans who signed, the ones who commented, the ones who told me not to quit when it got hard. And I felt like I'd let them down. Not the cast, not the organizers, not the insiders, the fans, the real ones. I felt sick with guilt. I felt like a fraud for hoping. I felt like a coward for not being able to afford a plane ticket. I felt like someone who had failed a mission she never should have been on alone to begin with. It ate me alive. I paced the room between crying spells like a ghost haunting her own house. I kept whispering to myself, you idiot, you really thought you mattered? Then I'd stop and think, no, I mattered to the fans. Then I'd crumble again. It was like a slow DuPont chart of my soul, dividing and subdividing all the way.
If nothing happened, then this is where it should end. This is where you should have been like, hey, I guess I can cry about it, you know. I tried my best, but you know what? It's time to move on. I guess I got bigger fish to fry, you know. I guess I'm never getting my show back. And you know what? I think I can grow and live to see another day. That's where it should be right now, right? There should not be any more.
Days I hurt. I kept checking every hour, every app, every post, every corner of the internet I could think of, because I thought I'd see the moment live. I thought the payoff would be public. But the payoff never came. What came was a day of grieving something that wasn't even dead yet. A funeral for my own hope. And then I had to wait. Not hours, not days, weeks. 2 full weeks before the panel video dropped on YouTube. And when it finally aired, what I saw and what I didn't, that's when I finally learned the truth. I'll be honest, I really thought they were going to say my name. Even just once. I thought I'd hear it in the thank yous at the end. I thought maybe they'd show the petition. Just a slide, maybe a sentence. I thought I'd get 5 seconds of acknowledgement. Because after everything, after the years, the outreach, the effort,
She
the electronic copy of
she
my
reminds me
petition
of that Foyd that cried on Dicker's stream during the Roblox drama. Actually, you know what? That's true. She kind of does remind me of that one girl.
the version I cleaned up at 3 a.m., I thought there was still room for gratitude. I didn't expect a parade. I wasn't waiting for some confetti drop and a medal. I just thought, maybe they'd say something. Something like, hey, there's a fan who kept this alive when no one else did. Here's a petition that got 10,000 people to raise their hands. Here's someone who believed in this enough to never let it die. That's all I wanted. To know I hadn't done it for nothing. To feel like the work mattered. To feel like I mattered. But what I thought I'd see was not what I saw.
Okay.
Now, before I say anything else about
Every single transition, man. But what comes next is never what I thought I would see. And it's just what are the bets that she's gonna say the same thing she said the last time? Why did Rezzy watch this? Did Rezzy just want to fucking torture himself? What is this? But what I thought came next, I never thought would ever come. And then it's just her saying the same thing. It's just the same thing. Finally, some hope. But yet, they won't acknowledge me. And then my hopes fell flat again. Like, I don't know.
the panel itself, I want to pause for a moment. Because one of the cast members who appeared there, someone whose voice meant so much to this show and to this fandom, is no longer with us. And
What?
This panel was one of the last times we ever saw him alive on camera.
What?
I need you to know that I see that. I feel that, and I don't take it lightly. Let's take a moment of silence to honor this beloved voice actor. I will watch the time. Now, what this panel did,
That frown
and
is
what it
crazy,
didn't do
bro.
still matters. Because what happened on that stage didn't just reflect.
I joined in on the silence. I don't know who passed away. Who's the voice actor from Jimmy Neutron that passed away? Which one is dead? Let's see. Seems like everybody's alive. Oh, shit. Sheen's voice actor. Oh, that's right. Sheen's voice actor did die. I forgot that he did. I completely forgot that Sheen's voice actor died. I forgot. He died last year in December. What did he die from again? He had a stroke, yeah. I remember that. That's fucked up. That's sad.
Who was in the room. It reflected who was erased from the room. Here's what actually happened.
Dude.
At the LA.
In fact, he was erased from the room. Maybe not an appropriate thing to say, man. Let's read the room a little bit here.
Comic-Con Jimmy Neutron Anniversary Panel on December 3rd, 2022. It opened with cast and crew introductions. Fans were invited up to audition as characters for fun. They read a retro episode script live on stage. Then they held a short Q&A. There was no official announcement, no revival reveal, no forward momentum.
Whoa.
It was billed as a reunion.
Whoa.
And maybe for some people it was. I watched the video, start to
My
finish.
wife just made me
And
something.
here's what I didn't see. There was no mention of the fans who kept it alive. There was no mention of my campaign that brought tens of thousands of people together in 2011, long before anyone else got in the game. And despite promises, my petition with over 10,000 signatures was never shown. Not on a screen, not on a banner, not even as a footnote. My name wasn't said, my work wasn't honored, and the revival movement I built, the one that helped to make this panel possible,
Thank you,
was
wife.
treated like it never existed. Now, for the record, I didn't grow up with Jimmy Neutron. I watched it in college. I was already an adult when I fell in love with this show.
No!
But it's art,
Wait!
It's humor. It's potential.
That's worse! No! Wait a minute! Oh. Chat. We gotta hyperanalyze this a little bit more now. Because you gotta understand something. She likes this show because of one thing and one thing only. Jimmy and fucking blonde bitch Cindy's relationship. She liked two children's like romantic relationship. I thought she watched this as a kid. She wasn't a grown-ass adult. She's 42. She started watching this show when she was in college, and she fell in love with not because of the show, not because of the goofiness and the silly little goofs and gaffs and laughs and everything. She fell in love with the show because of two children kissing at the final episode. Oh. She wanted the show to continue because of their little romance scene at the end of the show. That's not a good look. That's a weird thing to say. What? Okay. Well, I guess it can't get any, I guess it can't really get worse than this.
Potential. I gave more than a decade of my life trying to help it get the closure it deserved, and in total, I gave the fandom itself almost 20 years of my life. This wasn't just a cartoon to me, it was my identity, it was my passion project, and I was the one who kept going when nobody else did. So when that panel happened, and it skipped over all of that, and it rewrote...
Okay, maybe I'm missing something. When she says passion project, I'm assuming she wrote like a whole ass like revival script that she'd been trying to pass to the not the devs. She's not devs. The people who made the show. She has not clarified that yet, by the way. I can't tell if she's just asking for a revival of the show or if she's actually created a script that she wants to be made into a show, which I don't even, if it's a script, I'm scared. If it's a script, I'm scared because, again, she's basing this purely off of their little romantic connection. So I don't even want to know what the new revival season's going to be like, bruh.
the narrative without any mention of what came before. I didn't just feel left out, I felt erased. And the strangest part is, the audience was mostly in their 20s. They didn't know the history, they couldn't have known what was missing, but at least a couple of the people on that stage did, including the few that signed my petition. They knew. They saw what I built, and they let it disappear. That's what still keeps me up sometimes, not the silence.
I'm starting to notice the problem here. I think I'm starting to understand the problem here. Yeah, she did create a miniature, like a kind of like a revival script that probably was let's maybe it was tame, maybe it was a little tame, but I'm going to be honest, this was probably some fanfic writing of Jimmy and Cindy for the new season that she wrote for it, and that's probably why it got rejected or stopped copious amounts of times. So she's like self-admitting that the 20-year-olds that grew up on the show when they were kids, she's like, they didn't fully understand the vision, the ending that the show needed. Yeah, because when they were kids, they weren't fantasizing about Jimmy and Cindy's future relationship, and now that they're adults, they probably don't want a Jimmy and Cindy spin-off series where they probably, fuck. No, there's already a script they had in mind. Okay. Because I don't know how the way she's wording this makes it sound like she made the script. Plus, Master Mark, the reason she likes the show is because of the relationship. She only fell in love with the show because of the relationship. Keep in mind, she started watching it when she was like in college, which is kind of weird. Like watching a kid, like starting a kid's show because of the child relationship stuff is, I don't know, that's weird to me. But I mean, it's fine, I guess. I don't know. She seems pretty, I'm not going to lie, she seems pretty autistic. So I guess it's not really that big of a deal.
But the choice. While this was called a reunion, they didn't quite say who it was for. They didn't say a word about the decade that came before. Didn't name the fans who carried it through the silence. Didn't even hint that a revival campaign ever existed. There were no mentions, no nods, no thank you for keeping this alive. Not even a single sentence that acknowledged the people who never stopped fighting for this show. They had the spotlight.
20 years of her
stage.
life, by the way. I know, dude. This 20 years is so crazy. 20 years is crazy.
It wasn't just a missed opportunity. It felt like a deliberate erasure, because most of them knew. They saw it, they were tagged in it, and a few of them shared in it. They watched it happen in real time. But when the lights came up that day, they acted like none of it ever happened. That's not a reunion, that's a rewrite. And I just sat there watching, waiting for one word, one nod, one thread that tied it all back, but it never came. And when the panel ended, I wasn't just heartbroken, I was invisible. I tried to convince myself it wasn't that bad, told myself maybe they just ran out of time, maybe the cast had no say in what made the panel, maybe someone else handled the planning, and it just slipped through the cracks. But when the footage went up online, I realized...
I did put her on 2 times. She talks... This is 2 times, and she sounds like she's talking normal. She talks so fucking slow. She's 100% just getting trolled from how she explains some interactions she's had with people. See, like, I'm starting to think that... I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to think that these friends or execs are not actually execs. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking shot this woman was able to communicate with people in the higher up position that genuinely were like, yeah, we'll take what you're, we'll take it into consideration. We'll definitely revive the show for you. Like, I don't think some of these interactions were real.
No, this wasn't an oversight. It was exactly what it looked like. A reunion that left out the people who actually held the show together. A celebration that never once acknowledged the revival efforts that kept the flame alive. Not even in passing. Not even in the smallest way. Let's talk about something I haven't really said out loud until now. By the time the panel happened, something had become painfully clear. This revival wasn't about passion anymore. It had become pay to play. Pay to play, by definition, means access isn't earned through time, effort, or impact. It's bought with money, connections, clout.
Pay to
You're either invited
play?
because you know the right people, or you're allowed in because you paid. If you were in the right chats and the right circles, you were included. If you weren't, you paid. Literally. Autograph bundles, raffle prices, paid cameos, panel tickets, travel costs, $500 here, $1,000 there. Even the fan experiences had price tags. Meanwhile,
That's She could have some interaction since she had like a petition and stuff, but not anything substantial. No, yeah. But the funniest part to me is that the fact that it's not, her story is like it's just revolving in a circle. It's constantly like her going like, this gave me a glimmer of hope. And then she's like, and then they didn't recognize me. And then that's when I knew I was being used. And then she just does it again. And she just does it again. It's fucking awesome. It's so fucking awesome. Fuck. What was I gonna say? Fuck. Hold up.
Raffle prizes. Paid.
Oh, yeah, paid. Okay. I don't know if she understands how this works, but typically, now to be fair, this is hi Lex, by the way, hi Master Mark. I never really even said hi. Typically, I know this is Nickelodeon most likely, but I don't know if this is Nickelodeon. I could be wrong. But typically, if you want a show to be revived, or like if a show's trying to get revived, you kind of need to, like, you know, you need a fan base that is willing to donate or willing to keep the project afloat with money. I think she just like genuinely has this concept or mindset that if she runs like this little campaign to promote it, and if she gets enough signatures, it just gets greenlit. Like, it just immediately gets greenlit, and it's just all good. I feel so bad because it's obvious. It's like I said, I feel kind of bad because it's obvious that she's like autistic or something. Like, this is definitely like autism. But it's just like, she's literally saying like it's pay to win. They just want you to fork over some cash. And I'm not doing that.
Panel tickets, travel costs, $500 here, $1,000 there. Even the fan experiences had price tags. Meanwhile, some people got comped, got invited, got backstage access. Not because they built something, but because they belonged to someone. And I want to be very clear about something. I wasn't mad that I couldn't go to LA. I was sad that it had become something I had to buy my way into. After more than a decade of building this project from scratch, I wasn't asking for money.
I look-y kind of feel bad, bruh. I look-y kind of feel bad, but like, again, she's got this like mindset that like because she ran the petition and ran the little fan base thing, that means that she needs to be like a part of the new like group or something because she led the charge or something. Oh my god, man.
I was just hoping that the people I supported might say, "You're a part of this, we want you there." But instead, it felt like there was a velvet rope. And on the other side,
Fox was like on the money, bro. She wants a paid, fully paid
standing outside. Not because
vacation.
I didn't enough, but because I didn't pay enough.
Thank you for the 700 jewels, Master Mark. 700 jewels. That's huge. That's not just 1 penny. That's not just 1 cent. That's like, let me count with my mind. That's like $7. That's pretty huge.
And after everything I had already given, my time, my heart, my voice, my grief, I didn't think I should have to pay just to be seen. So when the panel finally happened, it didn't feel like a celebration. It felt like a premiere I wasn't invited to. Because by then,
$9.99. It costs $9.99 for 700 jewels?
And I was never on it.
What the fuck they charging for that shit?
I'm now going to discuss something people don't like to admit happens in fan spaces, especially ones that claim to be for everyone. Let's talk about ageism. Ageism in fandom isn't always direct or obvious. It's the quiet, systemic way older fans are sidelined.
Thank you for the private island. Like, it's like my own little Epstein Island. No, I can't say that, bro. That's fucked up.
And I was never on it. I'm now going to discuss something people don't like to admit happens in fan spaces, especially ones that claim to be for everyone. Let's talk about ageism. Ageism in fandom isn't always direct or obvious. It's the quiet, systemic way older fans are sidelined. Not because their work isn't valuable, but because their presence doesn't fit the aesthetic. It's being overlooked, dismissed.
No. No. It's because it's weird. It's because it's weird. like I'm 23 and I'm not like deeply invested in fan bases anymore that involving like kids related stuff. I'm not even like super old. I just don't get involved deeply in fan bases anymore unless it's like something that's a little bit more like for an adult audience, like certain video games that are more for like an adult audience. That's just like kind of how it works. You kind of grow out of the kid fan base and you move on to the adult fan base. That's like kind of usually how it works. You're not supposed to stay with the kid show fan base. That's like these jewel things kind of suck. Dude, it doesn't even. What I don't like about the jewels is it doesn't tell you how many jewels it doesn't tell me how many I get. There's no like thing that tells me how many I have in total. You guys could donate like 1,000,000 jewels. I don't know I got 1,000,000 jewels. Like, I don't understand.
Or excluded in favor of someone newer, trendier, or younger, even when you've done the heavy lifting. In fan spaces that thrive on youth culture and fast-moving trends, ageism shows up as silence, erasure, and a subtle message. You don't belong here anymore. Ageism in fandom isn't always loud. It doesn't always show up as an insult or a comment.
YouTube is stealing the jewels. That's possible, bro. What if they're stealing my jewels? Like, okay. I agree that I do think that there are a lot of people in the world who think that being a part of a fandom automatically makes you like weird. But in me personally, I don't think that's like the case. I do agree that like just because you're part of a fandom or just because you want to be a part of a fandom doesn't make you like a freak or a weirdo or anything. But it depends on the fandom. Like if you're a grown-ass adult and you're like a My Little Pony fan, yeah, you're a fucking weirdo. If you're a grown-ass adult and you're still, you know, fantasizing about your childhood TV shows and, you know, plastering your walls with everything, you know, Jimmy Neutron or, you know, constantly, you know, sitting on forums for 20 years trying to revive Jimmy Neutron. Like, yeah, I mean, that's fucking weird. Like, eventually you got to just like pack it up and just, you know, move on, you know, find something new, you know, like just find something new. Find a different hobby, you know? You gotta know when to cut your losses kind of thing. It doesn't mean the new show that you like has to be better than the one you had enjoyed, but like you gotta move on, man. It depends on how you interact with it. Yeah, I mean, that is true too. But I still think like, I don't know. I still think there's even if you interact with it like normally, I feel as an adult, you probably shouldn't be like deeply invested in like kids show fandoms, you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be following up on like forums with like, it's like I said, I bring up My Little Pony as an example. Like even if you are like tame or whatnot, it's like you're a grown adult, man. Like, you know, I get it if you really liked My Little Pony as a kid, but like eventually you got to learn to be like, hey, I'm a grown ass man. Like I'm a grown ass man or even women. I'll even say it to women's sides. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you for the 2 jewels box. Like even as like a grown ass woman, like I feel like there's better things to enjoy. Not just better things to enjoy, but more like adult level things that you can lean into. You know what I mean? Like stuff that you can kind of start watching because you're, you know, more mature, you're older, you know, you can start watching like, you know, more mature stuff. Just don't talk to kids about My Little Pony and I don't care. God, these adults who get into a hobby are insufferable. I say as I sip on my tea in a World Eaters mug, Black Legion socks, and building corn demons. I mean, yeah, but Cryptid, that's like adult shit. You know what I mean? Like, what child is getting deeply invested in Warhammer? You know what I mean? Like, that's like a fucking adult hobby. You know what I mean? Marcus would definitely be Rarity Pony. What the fuck does that even mean? I said deeply invested, Mark. I'm talking about deeply invested. Like, you can play like games and stuff that are like childhood favorite games and stuff. You can like rewatch old shows that you used to love rewatching. Like I rewatch regular show. I rewatch like old shows that I used to love watching and stuff. But like, I don't know, like getting deeply invested into a fan base at the age of 42 that's like a kid show to me just feels really weird. You know what I mean? Like getting deeply invested in a show that's been dead for 20 years at the age of 42 just feels like weird. Especially since you've been at it for 20 years. Like, especially since you've been trying to revive it for 20 years and you just can't seem to accept the fact that it's just not going to happen. Like, it just kind of makes me, like, feel bad for her. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, I don't know. There's got to be bigger fish to fry. Like if some of my childhood shit just like straight up it just stopped existing, which luckily my childhood favorite shows literally did get new stuff, so I guess I can't really complain. I guess I can't really complain because like Adventure Time got extra stuff. Regular show got extra stuff. Yeah, damn, maybe I can't really complain. I really did get blessed with, like, good shit. I got blessed with, like, good shit, bruh. The best thing would be they revive it after she gives up. That would be fire. She became invested while the show was on. That's true. I just don't know, like, you know, but that's what I mean though, Big Aaron, is like you watched the show, you got invested, you know. Is it weird you got invested into the kids show at the age of like, I'm assuming like 19, 20? Yeah, probably. Like it's a little weird, but it's not that big of a deal. But like after 20 years, you would think you'd moved on. You know what I mean? Like after 20 years, you would think eventually you're just like, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just going to, you know, I'm going to reminisce and, you know, still enjoy it once in a while, reboot it, watch the episodes again once in a while just to enjoy the nostalgia and go maybe find a new fan base to rummage around in, you know. But instead, like, being the spearheader of, like, the revival thing for 20 years is just, like, sad, I guess. It feels like a waste of 20 years. She found it as a mid-20s adult.
Most of the time, it shows up in silence, in who's allowed to speak and who's quietly pushed aside. And it showed up everywhere in my experience with the Jimmy Neutron fandom and my revival campaign. I wasn't someone who just discovered this show later and decided to hop on the hype train. I was there from the beginning. I started my campaign in 2011 when I was 28. I built a Facebook page with 18,000 followers. I created the petition. I ran the Twitter and the Tumblr. I organized the graphics. I kept things alive when no one else did. For over a decade, I was the one pushing this fandom forward. But when the so-called revival movement actually came, when streams, panels, and other online events started happening, I wasn't invited in. I was pushed out, and that wasn't by accident. I kept thinking, maybe they just forgot. Maybe someone would say my name. Maybe they'd hold up the petition I poured my heart into and say, this is where it all started. But no one did. Not once.
Yeah, but Cryptid, I think you're missing the point. Warhammer is not like some little kid thing. Little kids are not playing Warhammer and diving into the Warhammer lore. We're talking about like grown adults getting invested deeply into like children's shows and like refusing to give it up when it ends, or being super deeply invested in like children's shit at the age of like 30 to 40 years old. You're talking about Warhammer, which is not something little kids get into. Kids don't just like get into Warhammer. That's like something adults do. No, they're not, Cryptid. No. I've never met my entire life a child when I was in high school. I never met a single kid who was like, oh yeah, 40, Warhammer 40K, yeah, I fucking love Warhammer 40K. But now that I'm an adult, I've met like multiple people that I used to be friends with who are like, yeah, I fuck with Warhammer. kids just can't afford the premium. Yeah, because it's not for kids. Warhammer's not for kids. What the fuck? Warhammer's like an extremely depressing and evil like backstory. What? It's not made for children. What do you mean? The whole entire backstory and everything about it is not made for kids. No kid is like getting deeply invested in the 40k Warhammer lore, bruh. Nah, my second cousin would bring his kids with him to the hobby store. Yeah, that's like a one-time instance. Nobody else is doing that. Y'all are acting like that's a normal thing. Kids were into like Star Wars. They weren't into fucking Warhammer. What do you mean? Maybe D&D? I can see like kids being into like basic D&D, not Warhammer 40k, bruh. That's not, that no kids are getting invested in Warhammer 40k. Maybe some high schoolers. I can see like high schoolers getting invested in Warhammer, not like little kids. Cryptid, okay, just because they have 40k kids books doesn't mean anything. This hobby was originally started as look at the lore. What about Warhammer lore makes you think this was originally made for children? Like, what about Warhammer lore makes you think that was for kids? You really think the people who made Warhammer were like, yeah, let's make Warhammer and let's market this to children? Well, yeah, that's like the point. Parents pass it on to their kids and get them invested, but that doesn't mean Warhammer was made for children. Jimmy Neutron was not made for adults. It was made for kids. Like, what? I don't understand. There's like a massive difference between Warhammer and Jimmy Neutron. They are not the same. Like, what? What? Like, one's marketed to children, one is not. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, that's not how that works. I'm not saying like you're a weirdo for getting into it at 12, Cryptid, but I mean like you acting like as if Warhammer's some like marketed for children thing is not true. It was originally made for Christians. Oh yeah, I remember we learned about that when we talked about Warhammer. The lore is insanely gruesome. I sure hope that it's not made for kids. It was made for nerds, but now Game Workshop wants everyone to play it. Well, yeah. Nowadays, it's obviously marketed to pretty much anybody and everybody. That's like usually what... it's even like D&D. Children's shows were made for families, not just kids. That's why there's adult jokes in children's shows, because parents are technically supposed to watch it with their kids. Yeah, but they're still kids' shows. They're still marketed towards like kids. It's still a kid's show. You're aiming to entertain the child more than the parent when you make a kid's show. Like when they made Jimmy Neutron, they wanted to make the kid entertained, not the parent. They're just looking for parental approval. Like, yeah, they might throw in a few jokes here and there, but that doesn't mean it's marketed towards the parent as well. It's just marketed towards the kid. Like, it's still a kid's show. It's just like, I don't know, we're comparing apples to oranges here. Nothing about Warhammer is similar to Jimmy Neutron or like My Little Pony or like any of these like kids shows. Like Warhammer's actually like deep. We're talking about like something that has extremely deep lore, a very vast fan base with a lot of like intricate stuff to it. Like My Little Pony was like little girls wanted to play with their fucking pony toys that they got from Target because they liked My Little Pony. Warhammer is like a whole ass setup where you paint like miniatures or buy big ass like things and fight against people through strict rules and lore. There's like a massive difference between the two. There's so much more that goes into Warhammer than fucking My Little Pony. SpongeBob was not an adult show. Marcus, is Koopa a foid? No, Koopa. I don't think Koopla's a foid. Koopla's a chud, but like in a good way, a good chud. I was speaking more on the autistic dedication. What? SpongeBob started as an adult show? Did it really? Did SpongeBob start as an adult show? No, it says no. SpongeBob's Grandparents was always conceived as a children's show. However, its creator, marine biologist Steven Hillenberg, originally wanted SpongeBob to be an adult. Oh, he wanted it to originally be an adult living independently rather than a child in school. Wait, is he not an adult living independently? He's just going to boating school. He's not going to school. He goes to boating school to learn how to drive. He's still an adult living on his own. That's confusing as hell, bruh. That's confusing as hell. Uh-oh. Mizkif uploaded a video called Emiru Lied Part 1. Holy fuck, dude. This is gonna get interesting. Koopa is my friend, and that's all that matters. What is a chud? Chuds are awesome, Koopa. Chuds are cool. Chuds are cool, bruh. Chuds are cool.
I wasn't asked to speak at the LA Comic Con panel. I wasn't offered a virtual appearance. I wasn't publicly thanked. I wasn't even named. My petition, which I was told would be displayed, it wasn't.
But no, like, my point, Cryptid, is, like, Warhammer is still a popular thing. My point is, like, if Warhammer was dead right now, and it had been dead for 20 years, let's say Warhammer died completely. Like, it just doesn't sell anymore, nobody buys it, and whoever makes Warhammer is, like, just like, yeah, we're done. You know, we're not making it anymore. The lore's done. If you were to sit here and be, like, an avid fan of the Warhammer lore or whatever, the Warhammer stuff, and you were just like 20 years in the making, continuing to just be like super pushy about wanting it to be brought back, I would find that weird. I'd just be like, okay, like it's kind of dead, man. Like you can move on. Clinging on to it is what makes, like, there's nothing wrong with being like, I love reminiscing, but clinging on to it like it needs to be revived is where I just think it's weird. That's what I mean. Like, I grew up on this one game called Fossil Fighters. That game's been dead for years. And do I wish it would come back? Yeah, I wish it would come back. But, I don't know, it's not gonna, so it's whatever. It's like, it's fine. I'll enjoy the 2 games that came out. I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy my nostalgia, and I'll move on.
My contributions, ignored. And after 12 years, I got ghosted. That is what ageism looks like in real time. Not some teenager yelling, okay, boomer. It's the quiet erasure of someone who gave everything because they didn't fit the vibe. Instead of collaboration, I got tone policed. I was told to watch the streams, to wait and see, to be grateful. I wasn't being difficult. I was asking for transparency, for inclusion, for respect. But because I wasn't the fun, bubbly, hyper online fan they wanted, I became inconvenient. That's how it works.
Not. What's weird is Bluey fans. Listen, I think Bluey is a very wholesome show, and I would love to raise my kids on Bluey. But they're dead ass. there's some people, man, grown ass adults who are avid Bluey fans. Like, I don't give a fuck if you watched it and you were like, oh, this is such a wholesome kid show. This is so wholesome, bruh. Right? It is. It's a wholesome kids show. That's it. That is what it is, right? Like, it is. It's super wholesome. And hell, even the show does do a good job of teaching proper lessons to not only just the children, but also the parents involved. The parents learn valuable lessons throughout the entire show as well when it comes to raising children. But the fucking fan base is so weird. Watch Mizkif right now so I don't have to watch it alone. Why would you watch it alone? Don't worry, we got a lot of time.
They just stop answering your messages.
Like young
I could try
Sheldon.
to tell myself it wasn't personal.
They're like
but how
Disney
could it not be?
adults.
I gave them the map, and they walked right past me to the destination. They were happy to benefit from my campaign when it helped the optics, when it showed the fandom was alive. But when it came time to celebrate it, to credit it, they kept my work and erased my name. That's what ageism looks like in fandom spaces. It's not just about numbers. It's about who's allowed to matter. And for a fandom built on nostalgia, that should have been...
Okay.
With me.
They're like Disney adults. I do agree. It is to a degree of like Disney adult degree. Like that's a better explanation is Disney adults. Like it's like I said, there's a massive difference between Disney adults and then like Warhammer or D&D fans, man. There's like a huge difference between the two. One's like super weird. One makes sense. You know? Like I'm not going to find it weird if a 30-year-old man is playing with Warhammer. But if I watch a 30-year-old man go to Disneyland and he's sitting there giggling, he's wearing his Mickey Mouse hat on and he's giggling and he's cutting in the lines, he's pushing kids away and he's like, get out of my way. I want to get on the line. I want to get in the line. I want to get on the ride. Space Mountain, here I come. Yeah, you got problems, bruh. Bluey is psyker scum and should be purged. What? Bluey's wholesome. Bluey mod as fuck. What? So we're anti-age regressors. I mean, I sure hope so. I'm not the biggest fan of age regressing. I'm not the biggest fan of getting my diaper on and goo goo guying. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe call me crazy. Call me crazy. Call me insane. Well, don't get me wrong. Bluey is a great show. I have nothing against Bluey. I just don't like the fans that are like really weird about it. I don't like the fans who are like super fucking weird about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with watching Bluey and being like, this is such a cute, wholesome show. Like, yeah, it is. It's a cute, wholesome show. Don't be one of those fans that's like fucking really weird about everything, bro. Don't be like one of those. You know what I mean? Like, that's just when it starts to get kind of weird. You wouldn't get diapied up? No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good on the diaper, bro. Yo, Captain C, that's cool as shit. GameCube. I fuck with that heavy. GameCube. I fuck with the GameCube, boy. Okay. Mizkif, you better lock in here, all right? You better give me something important.
And today, I would like to go over them. I'm Matthew Renato, the streamer known online as Mizkif. In the court filings, my name is also spelled Mizrandino. This is about Emily Shaw.
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
Thank you for the $10. Quippy.
Purge the unclean. Suffer not the alien to live. https://youtube.be/ibag-0jc0 is equals Zoshurg85 Tede.
Here, let me put this over here.
Known as Emaru, who I was in a relationship with for about 3 years. For 3 years, she was the first person I saw every morning and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me and have my children. Then, about 10 months later, after we broke up, in October of 2025 on a live stream to her audience of millions. She accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse.
Type
I
me up
deny
and
those
watch a little bit.
accusations completely. To be clear about the setup, I am the one who went to court. I sued her for defamation, meaning for making false accusations that damaged me. A court has since ordered me to lay out, one statement at a time, exactly what she said that is false.
Like, bro, why
This
did he start it off by saying she wanted? I can't. Hold on. I gotta lock in here. Why did he start it like that? Hold on. Repeat yourself.
Saw every morning, and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me and have my children.
What are we saying this for?
Then, about
Yeah, imagine your ex dropping this. You're just watching this, and the first thing he says is, she wanted to marry me and have my children. Might as well just get on here. Might as well just get on here and say, no, we're gonna
10
just
months
we're gonna
later,
keep it
after we
clean.
broke up in October of 2025 on a live stream to her audience of millions. She accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. I deny those accusations completely. To be clear about the setup, I am the one who went to court. I sued her for defamation, meaning for making false accusations that damaged me. A court has since ordered me to lay out, one statement at a time, exactly what she said that is false. This is me doing that, with the public court record and her own words placed next to each claim, so you can weigh it for yourself. Here's what's changed. After
My
her
ex, who
October
I've seen every inch of, is accusing me of SA. Yeah. My ex. No. Let's just let's
2025
lock
live
in. Let's
stream,
lock in.
the
Let's not.
accusations
Let's
spread
not do this. Let's
everywhere.
not do this.
And to most people, the story was already settled. I was guilty. But what changed is that in June 2026, a federal judge reviewed her request to throw my entire case out and recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. So here's the accusations that she made on stream. These are in her words as the judge quoted them. On October 2025, near the start of her live stream, by the magistrate judge on the account of the transcript,
She
she
actually
said
loves her. Yeah, this is gonna be one of his things. She said that I took advantage of her, but, and his claim's gonna be something on the lines of like, but Your Honor, she loved it when I raped her. No, don't say that. More kids.
Finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Mizkif has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. Under Texas law, as a magistrate judge in my case wrote, accusing someone of a crime or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct is defamation per se. In plain terms, defamation per se means that falsely accusing someone of a crime is treated by the law as damaging on its face. So, the harm does not have to be proven separately. Those are accusations of crimes. I deny every one of them. And the judge did not leave that standard in the abstract, applying it to her sexual assault accusation in the same opinion. She found that accusation reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below where you can read.
No, Your Honor, it was a type of CNC where I didn't need her to want it. It's a kink. No, Your Honor, you see, she likes it when I take. Marcus, just lock in.
Everything. For the first time I spoke until now, my account has not changed. The same denial, the same story, the same detail. I have never had to take anything back because I have never lied. She has, repeatedly, through this entire process. And I'm going to walk you through the lies in her own filings and her words. The same filing has her calling one live stream spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted in one document, and describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes in another. It has her swearing in a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did. It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory, they are lies, and the records are right here. The first thing that people told about me were that he admitted to everything. I never did, and I never moved off my own story. The first thing most people heard about was not that the accusations itself, it was that I had gone on my own stream and admitted to all of it. This is false. I deny these claims from the beginning, and I've said that in the same thing every day since. Almost no one listened to my side. Before I went live, Emru went live first. She told the world that I sexually assaulted her, abused her, and stalked her, before I had a single word in my defense. I deny those accusations completely. The word that came next, rapist, came from everyone who heard her and ran with it. The verdict was...
Yeah, but what... That's other people's take on the subject. Did she ever actually call you a rapist? I don't know if you could really use this in your case, buddy. This is just what people said about you because of her saying you took advantage of her in that one instance.
Was in before I even said a single word. And when I did go live, I told
The
my
vibes
side...
are atrocious. I was gonna say, man, these are like... This is giving rapist. Sorry, I should be nicer. I should stop. Sorry, Ms. Kiv. She said the allegations before I can't even defend myself. Yeah, you know, that's like how it works, Ms. Kiv. What? There's Hershey Kisses. What? What? Wait, I gotta try these Hershey Kisses. Where did these come from?
Christmas. They got super buried.
It's July, bruh.
It's fine.
What the hell, bruh? Mmm. 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 Yeah, that statement was really awesome. I didn't even realize that until you guys pointed it out. Until Rice Milk pointed it out. She got the allegations out right before I could even defend myself. Yeah, man, that's like how it works. Like, someone makes the accusations, then you make your points. That's kind of like how it's supposed to go.
Word for word to today. She has not. She has done exactly one live stream. And across that single stream, her story does not hold together. It has contradictions that are laid out in the sections that follow, in her own filings and her own words. One account has never changed. The other keeps changing. So why does the false version that I admitted to everything still win?
You know what, Miz? I'll give you this. Let's see. Do you have evidence of her changing her story up in a drastic way that makes it sound like any of the accusations have changed, you know, like majorly?
That's because almost no one watched either stream in full. People pulled small clips from my about 30-minute response, cut away the context, and wrapped their own narrative around it for views and for clips. And the reach was never close to her. So in Emru's filing, her motion calls it spontaneous. Her own transcript has her describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes. In her motion to dismiss, her attorney describes the stream this way in regards to the sexual assault. The live stream was spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted, speaking openly and vulnerably in the moment. In her declaration, she states the filed transcript of the live stream is accurate, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And across that same broadcast, she keeps refuting to how prepared she was. It was not just on a whim, she says. I took a lot of notes. I just end up reading off my own notes. So my attorney puts it in court directly. Shunk should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous, emotional response, when she specifically stated that not only were her comments thoroughly planned out and scripted, that they were in fact reviewed by counsel and advanced to the live stream. So her brief on the stream was spontaneous and unscripted.
Is this really his art? Like, man, my issue with all of this is that he's saying she's lying, and his only evidence of lying is her saying, this is last minute, I didn't get a chance to really write everything down, or whatever. And then later down the line, she said, well, I did kind of write down a lot, but I just went off of my own notes instead of the other notes. That's not even, like, really lying. She did, like, go off of separate notes from the original notes that she made. Technically defamatory. I mean, yeah, she did lie about it, I guess. But I just don't, I don't know. I hope maybe there's more that she lies about.
Has her saying a lawyer reviewed and it read from notes. Both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes 2 different ways. The sexual assault allegations, she called it sexual assault. Here's what she said happened and what I did. She told her audience and later the court that what happened between us on one night was sexual assault, a crime.
Okay,
she
here we go.
made it on the live stream, where she made her own other accusations. Then she went over what she says happens that night. These are her own words, as quoted in my complaint. He started kissing my face and I let him do it. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down my pants. And I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off of me like a cat. Here's what I have to say about that, plainly. I did what any man should do in the situation. She made it clear that she didn't want it, and I stopped. I respected her not consenting. I did the right thing in that situation. And look closely at her own account, because on the thing that matters the most, it agrees with me. The moment she reacted, I stopped. When I screamed, he jumped off of me, like a cat. As her words, not mine.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. Low-key, he is right about that. That is true. That's not sexual assault. Because you guys are in a relationship, right? So, like, if he's making out with you, right? Like, if he's making out with you and you let him make out with you, and he advances it further by putting his hand down your pants, and you, like, you scream, like, as if you don't want it, and he immediately jumps away, like, oh, shit. That's, like, literally the most normal thing you can do. That's, like, the most, like, not common, but that's, like, the most reasonable thing you could do. I will say that's a start. That's definitely a start.
Mine. I did not push past her. I did not ignore her. The instant I understood that she was not okay, I stopped. I did not sexually assault her and deny it completely. Here's word for word from the—
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, so you're right, Cryptid. It was after they broke up, but like I said, and like she did admit, she let him kiss her. Yes, it is after a breakup, but she was okay with the kissing. And all he ended up doing was trying to advance it further. I don't think he's a rapist, and I think the general opinion is that it wasn't assault. The main critique is that he's gone about this all terribly, I thought. Yeah, I mean, his way of going about it afterwards was pretty rough. He started going on, like, random tangents and started bitching about things pretty intensely. Like, he made himself look very, like, not innocent, like, at all. The way he handled it originally was like he started crashing out. Like, he was starting to, like, crash out and shit. And it's like, okay, man, like, instead of crashing out, why don't you get your shit together and kind of explain the story better so, you know, you can prove that you're not a bad person and that you didn't do anything evil.
The transcript filed in this case is what I exactly said on that stream. This was never a confession, and it was denial. And I wrote, I knew the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it soon. Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument after I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month. Then we got back together because we thought we could make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes.
No, so they were dating. This wasn't after they broke up. They got back together to try to make it work, and then they cuddled and kissed, and then it led to this.
Started to kiss. She said that she was okay with it on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. So why does this false version that I admitted to everything still win? I would also like to make it very clear that up until that moment, Emiru and I had been dating for over 3 years. We did break up for about a couple weeks, but we immediately got back together. And through the past last year of our relationship, we were constantly breaking up with each other, and then we would repeatedly have sex and get back together. So this is just one of those moments. To date, there is no evidence of a police report or any other legal action over the incident she alleges happened around October 2024, despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising from any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought against her. The total absence of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of. When she finally did...
Mizkif low-key kind of cooking now. Because my biggest issue with the beginning was mostly just him pointing out, like... Because, I don't know. I know this is for court reasons, so I can't really complain about him detailing things out slowly for court. I obviously understand that this is for court. So he gets a pass regardless, but the only thing I just don't care about is really just the script thing. Because yes, it does work in this legal sense, but in a moral sense, like, in a moral sense, it's like, if Emiru was just like, in the moment, she was like, this is kind of like, I don't like this last minute, my little like notepad, I'm going off of here. I sorry if I don't sound complete. And then later down the line, she says, I did compile like notes and stuff, but I did use my just handwritten notebook instead. It's like, it's not really lying, but it is. Like, it is lying, but like, she did use the notebook that she was claiming she was reading off of. It's not like she was just reading off of a like complete script. It's just that she did make a complete script beforehand. Mizzy winning or not? Low key kind of is. Because like now that's another interesting tidbit that Emiru claimed she was going to file a restraining order, and he said so far it's been like how many months? And she has yet to file a restraining order on him, so she just lies. Like, that's just not... She just didn't file a restraining order on Mizkif. Like, that just isn't a thing. She didn't do that. And the incident doesn't sound like SA to me. Like, nothing about it sounds like SA. It seems like a pretty regular interaction between two partners that are together. So, like, the instant she indicated she didn't want something, he instantly leaves. Sus. Not really. I mean, leaving is weird, you know? I get where you're coming from, because leaving the house is weird. Jumping out from, you know, when she screams and you jump, you take your hand out and you're like, oh my God, what the hell, is normal. Him getting up and just randomly leaving is a tad bit weird to me when you're like dating, because you guys got back together. But the instant she screams, you're just like, leave the house? I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird interaction, but so far, that seems to be the consensus, is that they were together during this, so it's not like any of it is sexual assault. But yeah, the act of leaving the house is a bit strange. That doesn't mean he's winning, and her not following through with it doesn't necessarily make her a liar. Cryptid, what are you talking about? You can't make a claim that you're going to put a restraining order on him on stream and then not actually do it. You have to understand the consequence that you're putting on. You have to understand what you're saying on stream. When you say you're putting a restraining order on Mizkif, to the general public, you making it sound like he's a dangerous person. When you get a restraining order on somebody, that would entail that he's like dangerous or that he might harm you or he might do something to you. But if you don't actually fall through with it, then is he really dangerous? Are you really afraid of this person? Are you really actually like, is this guy scary? You're making it seem like he's this malicious, evil person by filing a restraining order, but when you never file the restraining order, you lied. Like, you're just lying. Not really weird to leave, in my opinion. He has admitted anger issues, and sometimes it's better to disengage from a situation when you can tell your feelings are heightened. That's fair. I don't know. It's like, I forget where the location is where they did this, but if it's his house, you would think he would just stay. That doesn't make her a liar, though. I think you're falling for his bullshit. Just because she didn't go through with it doesn't... Because it's a hassle doesn't mean anything. Do we got gooners in chat or something? What are we doing? You can't make a bold claim on live stream that you're going to file a restraining order and then not do it. If she didn't file the restraining order, she should admit that she's not. She could have failed to realize she couldn't for some reason. Then say that on stream? So if I say I'm going to beat my Schmeat but play Subnautica instead, am I really a liar? Yes. That's what lying is. If I tell my friend I'm gonna go clean the dishes, but then I actually just leave the call so I can hang out with my wife, I lied. That's called lying. I lied to my friend. I'm failing to comprehend what... If you say you're doing one thing and then do something completely different, that's lying. That's what lying is. What? You can't say you're going to do something and then not do it and then say, well, it's not really lying, is it? It's like, well, yeah, that's what lying is. What? She's totally open to changing her mind, but the restraining order does make his case look worse. Since there's no restraining order, it makes him look like the case isn't that severe, as severe is the point. Well, that's the point. I don't think you understand what lying actually is here. Cryptid. Lying is saying... That's lying. Saying you're going to do something and then not doing it and doing something else is lying. That's lying. What are you talking? That's lying. That's textbook lying. That's what lying means. What are you saying? That's what lying is. That's the definition of lying. I don't understand. Is it like an intense lie? No. Are you making some crazy out of like, if you're making, are you making like a crazy lie that's hurtful? No. You lied about what you were going to do after getting off call or something. Okay. I don't care. But like, it's still lying. What do you mean? That's called a lie. That's what a lie is. Like, I don't understand. You can't. This is worse, in my opinion. This is way worse than lying about what you're going to do later in the day. Saying you're going to file a restraining order on a guy that you just accused of, like, of crimes makes him look very bad. That makes him look like he's a very bad person that you need to get away from and that you need to keep him away from you. Lying about that and not telling your audience later down the line that, hey, I actually chose not to do this. That's lying. Lying has an intentional aspect? Oh, brother. If she isn't into... Okay. Sure. Maybe let's give her the benefit. Yeah, how do you guys know that she's scared? Like, you guys are going based off purely off this idea that you think she's scared. Did she say she might or she will? Let's reverse. Let's reverse a little bit and say what she said.
Contrast to the absence of this incident without a single
process of
despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the...
Doesn't sound like a might. Sounds like a will. She was already in the process, apparently, here. Apparently, she's already in the process. She was already in the process of getting a restraining order in not one, but 2 whole states. 20 months later, and she still doesn't have one. Thank you for the 6-7, Sliggins. Thank you for 6-7ing. So, I'm getting confused here. This doesn't sound like a might. This sounds like she was in the process. She was doing it. In 2 states. Thank you for another 6-7. Thank you for the 6-7 jewels. Sounds to me like she was getting that restraining order. Sounds to me like she was doing it. Sounds like a lie. Like, I don't understand. I'm kind of confused, bro. This definitively sounds like just outing it out there. Maybe her request was rejected. Yes, but then make that clear. So because the process might have fallen through, how does she make her a liar, though? How do you know the process fell through? How do you know that? How do you even know? And if it did fall through, why didn't she say that publicly? Thank you for the 6-7. 6-7. How do you know that? And why didn't she make that a public thing? If she's currently in the situation where she's getting a defamation lawsuit from Mizkif, you would think it would be a smart idea to tell your audience that, hey, actually, that restraining order never went through. Why didn't she do that? Why didn't she tell her audience? You guys are genuinely falling for Emiru's framing here. It goes both ways. Again, she's in the middle of getting sued for defamation. You would think it'd be important of her to maybe get on stream and voice that, hey, that restraining order that I talked about, it never went through. They didn't allow it. Why didn't she just mention it? Why did she hold on to the idea that she was going through the process with putting in a restraining order? Which, by the way, makes Mizkif look like a bad person. It really makes him look evil. Saying you're going to file a restraining order on a guy that you just claimed committed crimes against you makes him look really bad. But then 20 months later and there's still no restraining order and no update on said restraining order, looks really bad. That looks like a lie. That looks like you lied. This is a whole bunch of speculation. Move on. Bro, are we dead ass? This is a whole bunch of believe her and don't believe the party that's trying to defend his side. This is all the shit that she opened up about. Thank you for the 6-7. But from all we have now, it makes her look like she lied. Exactly. This argument of like, I don't get it. This argument of like saying she's not lying. You don't understand. What if it just didn't fall through? She's not lying. She's not lying. Okay, then make it clear. Okay. She is a liar. If Mizkif is making this point currently right now, and then randomly all of a sudden she's boots up a stream saying, "Oh yeah, I just forgot to mention that it never fell through," she's a liar. That there's no if, and, or buts. Right now, this is in a current situation where she has lied. He pointed out the lie. She can't just backtrack and say, "Oh yeah, it actually just never went through." How do we know that's even true? Mizkif literally covered up a rape. Awesome stuff that he didn't rape, by the way. Yes, is he a bad person for covering up for a friend's rape? Yeah, I agree. You believe in the guilt by association? You think that he's like also a rapist because his friend raped? Is that what you think? You think he's a rapist because his friend raped and not him? How do we know it's not true? Well, that's what I'm saying. How do we know it's true and how do we know it's not true? What we're going off of right now, currently, is that Emiru never said it never fell through. She said she was in the process of doing it for 2 different states. 20 months later, and Mizkif is saying that that never happened and there is no restraining order. That there is no argument. Cryptid, are you like, this is dumb. You're using another person's SA situation to describe Mizkif's situation. I don't care about his friend's SA. This is about Mizkif's allegations of SA. We're not talking about whatever the fuck Sligu or whatever the fuck his name was. I don't give a fuck about that guy. We're talking about his allegations. She's not lying because she omitted an update? What is there proof that she omitted an update? Yeah, but what if? We could say that about anything. I'm going based off of what we're getting currently. If the situation is that she made the claim that she, in 2 states, is in the process of filing a restraining order on Mizkif, and if the situation is that not once did she ever clarify it never went through or it never happened, and 20 months later, Mizkif is coming out and saying, those never happened, the restraining orders never went through. There is no what ifs. The situation is that she lied. That's what we have. Did she do a recent response? This just came out 6 hours ago.
The alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising...
That logic is goofy. Great. Awesome, Cryptid. Can you find me evidence of Emiru doing exactly what you keep claiming that happened? Can you find me evidence of Emiru doing that or no? Are you just going to sit here and say his friend raped? That means Mizkif is also a rapist. Can you find me evidence of him lying right here? No, that's not how that works. She is still a liar, regardless of whether it went through or not, or if she did the process. If it didn't go through, you should probably make an update saying that it didn't go through. You have led on your audience to believe that this guy is dangerous to the point where you had to file 2 restraining orders on him in 2 different states. Yet when it didn't fall through, you never updated your audience. That is a lie. You should tell your audience.
From any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought against her. The total absence of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of. When she finally did raise it, a full year after the date, she points to, it was not to the police. It was an audience of millions on a live stream. This is the reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault.
You have to take everything he says at face value? What? That's not what I'm saying. He's providing proof. Cryptid. Bro, use your brain. He's providing the proof. I'm not basing it off of random accusations. He's showing me the things she said on her live stream and comparing it to other things she said afterwards, like changing her story, or here where she's saying she filed a restraining order and he said that there is no restraining order. If that's the case, that's the case. I'm not taking this at face value, but do we actually have proof of a restraining order? Do we even have proof of one going through or one being attempted? Do we even have proof of her saying she never went through with it, or it never got passed? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say? He's providing, like, the evidence. I'm just basing it off of what I'm seeing. If later down the line there's evidence now to suggest that he's lying here, then great. That's awesome. He's a douchebag. But right now, from what we have publicly, this is what we have. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I'm basing it off of what is publicly available from what we're seeing.
We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages, laid out in the next two sections, show her coming over, cooking.
Okay, let's see. This is into December 2024. Cryptid, you're deadass just believing you're believing that it never fell through. How do you know it didn't fall through? How do you know? Do you know this information or not? Do you know? How do you know that? How do you know? Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the 10 jewels, the GGs, the GG easy for the 20 jewels. How do you know? You can't just come into the chat and say, it's not proof, it didn't fall through. You don't know that. How do you know that? Are you in fucking Emiru's house right now? Are you dating Emiru? Are you with her currently? Are you living with her? Do you know this information personally? How do you know? You're basing this off of random... You're basing this off of just the idea that that's probably what happened. That's what you're saying. You're thinking like, oh, that's probably what happened. That's the more logical reason. And the reasoning for why this is true is because Mizkif's friend raped somebody, so that has to be proof. Like, what? Yes, Mizkif has lied in the past. This has nothing to do with his friend's rape. This has something to do with his allegations. I'm going to be open, and I'm going to try to be at least charitable to both sides of the coin here. I'm not going to play fucking favorites because I don't like Mizkif as much as Emiru, which I don't. I don't like Mizkif as much as Emiru, but I'm not going to play fucking favorites here. I'm going to go based off of what I see. How do you know the opposite is just true, that nothing happened? Because that's what's currently available. That's currently what is available. Right now, that's true. Right now, what we see is her saying, I'm currently in the process of getting a restraining order on him in 2 different states, which is implying that it's not that she's trying, it's not that it might happen, it's that she's in the process of doing it. She's currently doing it. And 20 months later, there is none. And there's no proof or evidence of her saying it never went through. So right now, what we have is her lying. Okay. Hey, my uncle. Jesus. Hey, my uncle died. I'm just going to stay here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you want me to come over? If you want, yeah, okay. I will head over soon then. Okay, I'm going to bed. Okay. I'm just getting ready. Do you want to sleep together? Yeah, by the way, you have like a save disk. You have like a save with DCS because Cheddar, he doesn't leave. He's a hero. You're basically caught up though. When was this? I guess I don't know when this was. Oh. What? Maybe going to... Oh, my Uncle Jim died. I know. Way to bring it up, Emmy. He was sweet. Hope your family is okay. Yeah, he was very nice, man. Can I call you later, or will you be asleep? I felt bad. I can't read this. Wanted to stream. I did, but it's fine. Yeah, I just went offline for a few minutes ago. Okay, when you get there, can you feed Beppo, and then if her lights, yeah. Can I use the bathroom, or will it keep you up? I want to sleep. Okay, he's just using this as proof to suggest that they were still, like, talking in the talking stage.
Asking to sleep together, calling me babe, messaging me, Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in January 2025, I was the one who walked away, and she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the section below.
I'm assuming the references, the messages are in reference to the fact that he's trying to, because there was a statement she made where she said that they weren't dating, and then there's a statement where she says they got back together. So he's trying to basically point out that, like, hey, in one statement she said we weren't dating, in the next statement she said we got back together. And he's just trying to show proof that they were still talking, they were still, like, together in some way, I guess, is what I'm seeing here. Solid Snake or Lion for attacking in Siege right now? Fucking Solid Snake in Siege? What? Wrong game? Question mark? What? Am I tripping? I think Emery straight up defamed Mizkif. His initial claim from back in 2025 was pretty solid. I never found the plot on this one. Assault, wow, kind of thick language from the lawyers.
Say otherwise. That is a lie. And in the record proves it. In court, she changed what the accusations even were. In public, Emeru called the accusations sexual assault, the crime. But once I sued her, her lawyers argued that her own words were never factually a claim at all, only her protected emotional truth. She said, and I quote, "Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth, not some statement of decisive fact." My attorneys answered that with one line. Emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. And this is not just my side spin on her defense. The magistrate judge...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, man. You can't... Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. This is, Emmy might be cooked, bruh. I feel like that's not an excuse. You can't make a claim on live stream about how he essayed you and then in court say it was just my emotional truth. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You can't just say, well, I was just speaking my emotional truth. It wasn't like it was like an actual statement. Yeah, it was. What? Yeah, that is what that sounds like a statement to me. Uh-oh.
Restating Shunk's own motion in her own words, described it in exactly those terms. She also argues that her statement, considered in its entirety, was an opinion or her protected emotional truth. The judge
I already gave out memberships. You missed out.
Most. Vague feelings about a relationship can be protected opinion. But falsely accusing someone of sexual assault, the judge held...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. This doesn't look good for Emmy at all. That's a really just piss poor, like, that's just a piss poor, like, defense. Saying that it wasn't a statement, it was just an emotional truth. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Because this is at the end of the day, this is a defamation like lawsuit. The point is that you on live stream to thousands of people, and or he is right, to millions, because millions of people knew about this drama, was that this guy sexually assaulted you and abused you and blah 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 blah. You're filing a restraining order, blah 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 blah. You made all of these claims to thousands of people, which did ruin his reputation. I don't know, man. He might win this case. Unless Emmy has like something to suggest something else.
Can only mean one thing, that I committed a crime. She found exactly that about Shunk's accusation. Considering the gist of Shunk's statement, which included allegations of sexual assault, the court finds that it was reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. He plausibly pleads a claim for defamation against Shunk based on her allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual assault. So here's where it stands. She told millions of people I sexually assaulted her. She has never produced a police report. We dated for months after that, the night that she points to. And when I took her to court, her own lawyers argued those words were not a factual accusation, but her feelings, her emotional.
Because that's just this is a defamation lawsuit. That's such a weird thing to say. Because even if it was just an emotional truth, that still doesn't help the case of it being defamation. Because this is about defamation. This isn't about like the point is that she said it on live stream to thousands of people, which spread to millions. Just because she's speaking her emotional truth, I don't think really changes the fact that it defamed him. That's such a weird argument to make.
Truth. The federal magistrate judge recommended that my defamation claim goes forward on exactly that statement, and in her exact words, found it reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. Her filings say we never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity, Shunk and Ms. Rendino did not get back together after the...
You probably thought they could use the opinion defense by doing legal junk and it backfired. That's probably what it is. It just, to me, it doesn't feel like it really softens the blow because, again, this is a defamation lawsuit. And even whether it's... I guess if you say it's emotional truth, you can maybe try to pull the card of like she was in high emotion or something and that it wasn't intentional or something, maybe? If dude, 72 hour, maybe not. I don't know. That one would be devastating. My wife would have to just literally be not in town. She'd have to be like somewhere else. Don't get me wrong, I am still holding judgment because I do think Mizkif, there's more to the story than just the sexual SA allegation. There was more to it than that. The stalking, the abuse, all of that jazz. There's more to it than just that aspect of the relationship. Like, I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. There's more to it than just their their little sexcapade drama part. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to hold out because I don't know about all the other stuff. If he even gets to that, he might. It's long enough to see.
Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards victims. But on her own live stream, she described that same breakup as nothing more than a short period. A short period is a brief break, and then we got back together. So let me be exact about the timeline, because this is where people have gotten confused. According to Emeru and her lawyers, we broke up in October 2024, and they told the court that we never got back together. Every message below is after that. On November 18th, I told Emeru that she can come over, and she said, is it okay if my alarms go off at 10, LOL? I said,
November 18th,
sure.
2024.
On December 16th, I ask if she wants to come over. She tries to call my phone. On December 18th, she makes me salmon for dinner. When I tell her my uncle died, she asks if I want to come over, and she does. On December 21st, she asks to come shower at my place. Can I still come over tonight? Because she wanted to sleep with me. You know how you said my shower was cold? Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again. I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi.
Merry Christmas,
and then
babe.
Merry Christmas, babe.
I was going to try to argue against Mizkif here because just because they're coming over doesn't necessarily suggest that they're like back together or that they're getting back together, but the word babe is pretty... That's not a good look. The word babe is not a good look. What if Mizkif was actually the Zodiac Killer? It's possible. If I PayPal you 100 when I get paid, can you eat hot chip now? I will eat a hot chip. I will suck that hot chip down my gullet.
This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together. Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah. Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe two different relationships. Our next point, she also says
all right,
that
man,
she
you didn't
ended
have
the
to like
relationship.
fucking act like you
But here's
got a
what
big
actually
own.
happened the morning I walked out. We were together on and off for 3 years. A relationship we kept hidden from almost everyone around us. But near the end, we broke up, we got back together more times than I can count. I wanted space, and she wanted to move closer. I told her I wanted her to move out and that I wanted space, and it was a line that never healed. The week of our official breakup in January, we had agreed to finally sit down and each say what we wanted for the future. We slept at her house. On the morning of January 23rd, 2025, she handed me a note, and in it, she wrote that she wanted to marry me.
What does that mean?
That she wanted to build a life and move into an apartment right next to me because she knew how...
Wait, hold up. Mucous membrane? Nah, Marcus membrane. True. Hold up. I gotta fucking piss. No, hell no. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what a bookmark reveal is.
How much?
But I can replace the 150 with eat hot chip if that's what you prefer. If you want me to eat like a fucking hot ass chip, would you guys prefer that? You guys rather me eat like the stupid hot chip shit? That one chip challenge again?
I needed my space. And I looked at it. I looked at her.
Thank you for becoming a baby. A little baby.
Thank you
Beef
for the membership.
shavings? Sure.
Welcome at KitKats.
I'll try a beef shaving. I'll shave some beef with you.
it back to her. I told her, I can't do this anymore, and I'm sorry. And the last thing I heard as I was closing her front door, and she said, don't go. This is who ended it. So in my complaint, I said, he called off the relationship in January 2025. So to be exact, the exact date that our relationship ended was on January 23rd, 2025.
Pimp Chippin'!
I left Austin in early February.
Thank you for
first
the
Japan,
memberships.
and the
Welcome
move
at
to Los
Kit
Angeles
Kats.
came afterwards.
You're right, Kupla. You are correct. What the fuck? It's so big. That's also not the number.
Hello,
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Cats.
Thank you, Cats Flocken, for the memberships. Welcome at Fukustar.
Well, shit.
Hello, princess.
Hold on.
Thank you, Cats Flocken, for the memberships. Welcome at Ghost Rider 04.
Hello, princess.
Thank you, Cats Flocken, for the memberships. Welcome
Here,
at
wait,
Mananriga
let's
6146.
put up a poll.
Hello, princess.
Thank you, Cats Flocken, for the memberships. Welcome at Andrew Burton 8576.
Okay, I got confused. I was hearing things. I am at that stage of the stream where I am starting to hear things, I think. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Thank you for the 6 jewels. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Thank you for the 10 jewels. Jewels. Oh, Melon Man got one. Fukustar, Ghost Rider, Andrew Burton, and Melon Man all got one. Seems like you guys wanted to be Hot Chip instead. I'm not complaining about that. I mean, I am. I don't.
It's so zesty like.
I am and I'm not. I would prefer the Hot Chip, I think. It's gonna suck when I eat it, but I think I can get through it. I can handle it better than I think I can handle it better than the other one.
After 2 trips overseas, the day by day in the timeline is going to be shown. These messages are shown with me and at one point my best friend Extra Emily. So Extra Emily
hell
knew
no!
that I wanted to bring.
Oh, hell no! Never mind. He's cooked. Why were 4 sent out? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. It didn't say who the 5th one is. There is 5. It just didn't say who the 5th was. Like, okay, let me check and see who the fucking 5th was, Dad. There was 5, it just won't say which one was the 5th. Bro's keeping it from you guys. Bro, it says channel has been deleted. Bro deleted it immediately. Why? What the fuck? It says channel's been deleted, bro. Whoever got the membership and like saw the membership and said, "Oh God," and deleted their channel, bro. It's Raven, who I have hidden again. I don't get it. Why did it do that, bruh? Oh, fuck. Wait, the 12-hour one, it shaved off like 5 minutes. It just like took 5 minutes off of the stream for me. I wonder if it did it for stuff that's not allowed to be shown or something. That's possible. Scammed? Possibly. I gifted a deleted channel? Yeah, that's what it said. It said it was the channel's deleted. That's what it told me, but it says there's 5, it says there's 6 new members, which is you and the 5 you donated. So I don't know.
Break up with Emeru for a long time, and these messages are on the exact
Get a load
date
of this,
that
like
I
it being
broke
all
up with
zesty
Emeru
and
on
gay and
January
zesty and shit,
23rd,
bruh.
2025. I messaged her and I said, "Bitch, I did it. I ended it." Emily said, "Shut up. No way. I'm free to call whenever."
Wait, is Emeru's name Emily as well? So many Emilys, bruh. Bitch. Bitch, I did it. Oh, hell no. Miss Kim's zesty as hell, bro. What the fuck? What do you mean? Bitch. It's like that one Key and Peele skit. And I said, bitch. But that's what you said, though. Yeah, I said that to her face, though. That's what he said, though. He said, bitch. I did it. I ended it with Emily. Can we talk after if you're free?
I said, "Are you streaming?" And she said, "Not until Saturday." And then I messaged her and I said, "Okay, I'll call in 5." The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emerald reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily...
Oh, I'm very keen and aware on the fact that Ms. Kiff likes some Asian, okay? We all understand that. We all know.
...had already heard from me that it was over. So this is January 25th, 2025. Extra Emily says, "Okay." And then she says, "She texted me to talk. I'm pretending like you didn't tell me the news. Okay, I'm talking to her on the phone soon." I then said, "Are you streaming tomorrow?" And she said, "No." So if this doesn't prove that Emeru is lying, that who broke up with who, I don't know what does. So now we're gonna move on to the stalking allegations and where I actually was. On February...
He unironically does have yellow fever. He does, yes. He's dated Maya, Nigahiga's cousin, who is Asian. And then he dated Emeru, who is Asian. Emeru, I think, is Wasian, right? Is Emeru Wasian? Hell nah. Chill out on me, bruh. Chill out on me.
Second, 2025, about 10 days after we broke up.
Bro made a diagram.
I flew to Japan. The reason why I flew to Japan is that I knew if I stayed in Austin, that we were just gonna get back together and get in the same loop that we had been in for almost a year. On February 21st, 2025, I came back to Austin and stayed about 3 weeks. This is when my friend Simply had a party, which is the one that she ties to stalking, was on February 23rd, 2 days after I landed, about a month after.
They're both Wasian? Maya's Wasian? Is she? I guess I didn't know that.
Wait, like Maya Higa?
Yeah, Maya Higa. I didn't know she was Wasian. Yeah, he likes he likes westernized Asians. AKA, he likes them when they're mixed, I guess. He's got a thing for the mixed ones. Seems to be the case. I thought Maya was full, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't realize Maya was half. Yeah, you know what, actually, she kind of does look maybe a little half. Maybe.
Woke up. On March 16th, 2025, I flew back to Japan and stayed there for nearly 2 months. On May 12th, 2025, I returned to Austin for about 2.5 weeks. And in May...
Maya is Nigahiga's cousin. Yeah, they're like...
Or sister?
No, they're cousins. They're not siblings. But they are related.
May 29th, 2025, I moved to Los Angeles. Stalking means being near someone and contacting them when they don't want it. For most of the year after we ended it, I was on another continent and then in another state.
Yo, wait, actually, the Higa family kind of fire as hell, bruh. Niga Higa's awesome. And I like Maya. Maya's nice. And she, like, cares about animals and shit. Why are they, like, so chill? Why is that family, like, so chill? That whole family chill as hell, bruh.
I put distance between us deliberately, more than once. And on my own stream, here is what I exactly said about it. That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait possibly to get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have been removed from OTK Discords. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house, one of my close friends. The house was very small and I opened the door. I said, whoops.
See, the stalking stuff is stuff where I guess we'll give it a second to kind of read off what he says here and what maybe he provides what she says here to see the contrast, I guess, because
I want to make it very clear I was not following her. It just happened that I was with someone she knew the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. The specific incident she calls stalking is a party. Here's how she described it on her own stream from the certified transcript.
Yeah, let's
she
hear
files
that.
herself.
Let's hear that side of
I
it.
made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be. There was a party that I attended. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it wouldn't be a big
There was a party that I attended several months after I first went no contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it wouldn't be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space. I'll have my space. You know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right?
deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me. But I thought that was just being paranoid. About 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens, it's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes ooh, and closes the door and leaves. That is the entirety of her stalking allegations. Read in her own words, this is obvious.
Is there more to the story than that? That he's leaving out? Is there more to that story that he left out that we're missing? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. It could be it still can be a he said she said, because it's possible that he's lying about monitoring, like walking with her around the house and like following her. You know what I mean? And it could just be like him saying, I didn't do that, and her saying he did do that, which is like, I don't, we can't really, like, nobody knows what exactly happened. I mean, I would suggest asking somebody who's at the fucking party, but what do I know? Did anybody at the party ever say what happened at that said party, or no? Because it is very possible that he was following her around all night, and then he walks into this room, awkwardly just makes a noise and then just leaves, which is still weird. Like, that's very strange behavior. I guess, I don't know if this is the only instance of quote-unquote stalking. This is kind of a bad claim to make, because it makes it sound like he's consistently coming over to, like, peek on her and check on her, when that's not the case.
Obviously not stalking. She was never cut off. She says that she cut.
This is also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such.
Me off through personal private communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed messages proving that I could still reach her.
I feel like this is really weak on Miz's part. This is kind of weak, in my opinion, on Miz's part. This is where I think this falls really flat, because look at, man, you're like spam messaging her. This is not like a good look. I can, because look, take it this way. Yes, she didn't ban your number. She didn't block your number. But you know what else she's not doing? Responding. And you are messaging her a lot. You are unironically, because, okay, let's look at it this way. Your claim is that you went to Japan so you don't get back together with her. So you don't make it a whole spectacle and get with her again. And then you come back for a party. She claims you're being weird, following her around, kind of. It feels like she's being watched by you. And then, you guys enter the same room. It's awkward. He leaves. And his argument is that for this circumstance, look, she didn't block me. Brother, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pictures of paragraphs that you sent to her where she didn't respond to a single one. Call me crazy, but I can understand why a girl might feel a tad bit uneasy after you have messaged her this many times and not left her alone in messages. I can understand why a girl might feel a tad bit uneasy when you show up at a party one day and you're like kind of being a little followy around her after you've gotten done messaging her copious amounts of times. Or if this is afterwards, oh, you just got done following her around at a party, copious amounts of times. And then now you're fucking messaging her right after said party where apparently you didn't follow her around. And then right after you send her copious amounts of messages filled with paragraphs. I do think this one is not a good look for Ms. Kiff. This one does not look good. With just one more message, she'll definitely respond. Like, listen, I understand that when breakups happen, couples tend to send the big long message. You know what I mean? I understand that happens. Couples tend to send the big long message. It is what it is. I get it. This is not just one big long message. This is the span of multiple days. Look, these are all throughout different times of the month, I think. We got March, I think up here it's March. Let me zoom in on this bad boy. So we got March 20th here. We got April 11th, May 5th. We got January 27th, February. This is the span of months. This guy was doing it every month. He had to whip out a new one every month. Like I said, when a breakup happens, I get it. You got the big message that you drop. You drop the big paragraph. Yeah, that happens. Everybody does it. This, like once a month, he hits her up and says, wait, can we just like communicate? Can we please talk? Can we please talk? I really need to talk to you. I really need to talk to you. Can we please call me? Call me, please. He's dedicated, loyal, steadfast. What more could you ask for? This part of his argument doesn't feel right. I don't think this is going to work for him. Yeah, unless she's deleted her messages, this looks bad. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because again, I don't like the argument that he is like, look, she didn't block me. That means that there is no, like what? Bro. Yes, should she have blocked you? Yeah, sure. She should have blocked you. At this point, I would have blocked you. But like, this is not a good look. This is the span from January, and we have it all the way up to May. 5 months. This is 5 months of messaging paragraphs to this girl. And then you wonder why she might feel a tad bit uncomfortable when she sees you in person. That's just me, though. That's just me.
Choosing not to answer someone while never blocking them, while leaving every channel they could use to reach you wide open, and while showing no sign that you want them.
Plus, another thing that I want to mention with this is that his argument his argument is that they consistently were getting back together, on and off, back together, on and off. And I feel like saying that would suggest that both of you guys are very, you know, clingy. You guys want each other, but then it doesn't work, and then you want each other. It makes it feel like she's, you know, coming back to him. This has been 5 months of her not texting you back. She doesn't clearly want you anymore. It feels like you're the only one who wants her. You're the only one pushing to get back with her, and she does not want to be with you. So part of me is leaning over to the side that you're the one that's getting pushy about keeping the relationship going. It's you that's the one that's doing it. Like, it's, you know, like, I don't know. This is not this to me is not the best look. I don't think this is a good look from Mizkif.
And the stop is not the same as being stalked. She also knew that I was going to be there. In her own words, she was aware that I would be there and chose to attend the same party. Going somewhere you knew the other person would be at is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her.
This is why I wish there was a secondary party that could tell us who, when at the party, what was happening. Because I still don't like Mizkif's argument here. Because she's a grown woman. If she wants to go to the party, she's allowed to go to the party. And if she has this feeling like, it's okay, it's whatever, I'll go, maybe it won't be awkward. And then when she goes to the party, and if you are being a tad bit followy and walking around her and, you know, stepping near her, you know what I mean? You're getting close to her. I can understand where that feeling of like, I'll give it a try turns to, okay, this guy's scaring me. I can understand that. Trying to make the argument that like, oh, apparently your stalker's coming over to the party, you should just not go, is weird. She's allowed to go to said party. 50 people is still a decent amount of people. You don't have to be near her at all. You can just be hanging out with other people. So yeah, I would really like to see this. I would really like to see this from the perspective of another person. I send handwritten declarations of independence to break up with Floyd's. All right, man.
She said that she felt that way and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid. And lastly, I opened the door and I left. Her one concrete moment is that about 30 minutes later, I opened a door.
Again, it could be the case, though. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I don't like the argument of she didn't block me in text messages. That makes him look fucking stupid because, again, you're spam messaging her through the span of 5 fucking months. I can imagine why she might be a tad bit paranoid about you. But I guess to be fair to Mizkif in this circumstance, it is a he said, she said, either, which I would like a third party person to clarify who was at the party to say whose side was correct. Like, was he following her around the party? Was he not? You know, was he just hanging around certain groups of people and he wasn't following her? Or was he just kind of, you know, walking around being creepy and followy? Either way, his argument really falls flat with the messages stuff. That I just don't know why he thought that would work.
All that she was inside
I don't get that.
And said ooh and walked away. Stalkers follow you. They obsess over you. They don't open a door at your friend's party.
Wait, stalkers obsess over you. You were spam messaging her for 5 months. That's not obsession? Is that not obsession? You can't let it go? Every single month you have to repeatedly spam her with a paragraph? That's not obsession? Am I crazy? Your claim, wait, no, this is dumb. Your claim is that you went to Japan to get away from the relationship because you didn't want it to continue being this thing where you guys get back together over and over again and it's back and forth, back and forth. And then you show us the copious amount of messages where you're the one who's refusing to let it die down and she's not responding. She doesn't want it to continue. You do. You're the obsessed one. She's not. This is bad luck, man. Bad luck.
And walk away. This is the entire first-hand account in her own filing. On the strength of it, that she listed stalking among the crimes she accused me of. If I was stalking her, I would be the worst stalker on the planet. I left the country for months immediately after we broke up, flew to Japan twice, and moved.
Okay, I guess if it's in a legal sense, is he stalking her? No, because he's in Japan. But you know what? I'm basing this off of how I feel about this subject. And I'm going to be honest, brother. You were spam messaging her for 5 months. Of course she's going to feel fucking weird when you come over. Like, is it stalking? Like, legal, in a legal sense, no, probably not. I can imagine this doesn't, a judge is going to look at this and say it's not stalking that he showed up at a party that he was invited to. I can imagine that's not going to fly with a judge. But to be honest with you, man, you were spam messaging her for 5 months. She wasn't responding. She was not interested. You were very interested. And you're making claims about how... I don't want to repeat myself here, man. This is dumb.
Moved across the
He's
country
made a
shortly
bad
after I
point here.
returned.
This is not a good point.
That is the behavior of someone pulling as much distance possible between themselves and the other person, not following them. And while she was calling me a stalker in front of millions of people, she was quietly making the rounds through the community, going from person to person, behind my back, spreading a version of events.
No, you know what? In a legal sense as well, you know what? In a legal sense, I can get behind the idea that she can make a case that these messages made her feel uncomfortable. And I feel like that's enough to make this part really not work for him. Because like I said, you're spam messaging her for 5 months and then you show up and go to a party with her. I can see why she's uneasy, why she's scared, why she might feel like you're stalking her. But she could have blocked him, though. I agree she should have, but he's spam messaging her. I can understand why a girl is, like, feeling uncomfortable when your ex is spam messaging you for 5 months straight. And you're clearly not interested. And then he just shows up to a party one day. But like I said, it kind of fully depends on who was doing what. Like, was he following her around or was he not? If he wasn't, then it's like... then there is no stalking. Like, you know, oh wait, here's the... So September 1st, short trip to Austin, Fandy's baby shower. Where was the party at? Why doesn't he have it listed, the party? Is it this one, short trip to Austin, Fandy's baby shower in September 1st?
I had no opportunity to answer. Emeru also claims on her own stream that she filed a restraining order in 2 states. Emeru said, and I quote, "I'm already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California." A restraining order is a public court record. It is not in her motion. It is not in her sworn declaration. It is not in her first reply. She has not produced one or any as of today. Roughly 8 months later, after she announced it, there is still no restraining order or protective order of any kind against me that has appeared in Texas or California. My own attorney has received none, and the people who follow the case closely, watching for any filings of any type, have also found none. And the timing is the whole point. In both states she named, an emergency order is built to be fast because it's meant for people in real danger. In California, a judge can grant a temporary restraining order the same day you apply. with a full hearing set just 21 to 25 days later. In Texas, a judge can grant a temporary ex parte protective order the same day on a finding, a clear and present danger, with a hearing within 14 days.
Yeah, I don't know, man. She's losing on the restraining order, bro. She's losing on this. She's definitely losing on this. If there's literally zero proof of or evidence that she even tried to do like a temporary restraining order or any sort of restraining order done at all, then she's completely lost on this and she just lied. I do think that his argument here falls a little flat because I don't care if, like, here's the thing. I don't like that he tries to claim, or that he's trying to claim, that he wasn't stalking. Meanwhile, she shows clear evidence that this guy is spam messaging her, and his only argument for why it isn't stalking is that she never blocked him. I do agree that maybe in a legal sense, you are supposed to block somebody and they find other ways to message you or something. But I can, from a moral standpoint, if I'm looking at this from a moral standpoint, I can understand why she might feel a tad bit uneasy when the guy who's been spam messaging her and she's not responding shows up at a party. Yes, she knows he's going there, but still shows up at the party and maybe does, like, check her out a little bit, you know, walk near her. You know, we don't know the full story or the extent of who followed who. Like I said, I really wish there was a third party that would just say who fucking did what. I don't know why these people, these 50 people that were at the party, somehow don't fucking voice their opinion on said subject. Cryptid, are you really going to keep debating on this? She lied. It doesn't matter that she'd been advised to not go through with it or stay silent. She should not have said that she's already in the process of getting a restraining order, and there's not even evidence that she attempted one. She lied. End of story. That is a bad look. Lied about restraining order, lied about essay, lied about restraining order, lied about essay, but Mizzy was stalking. I don't know if you can claim it as stalking, but it seems like he was like, it's a matter of like upset. He is obsessed. Like he does clearly have some level of obsession. Like he clearly was still into her. He still wanted her. He still wanted to be with her. He was spam fucking messaging her. I don't know in court if that's constituted as stalking. So I guess, to be fair, she would be considered, it would be considered a lie because he wasn't even in the country. He was in Japan, which, if that's the case, yeah, he's not even there. So it's like one instance of him going to a party is probably not enough to prove that he's stalking. So legally, no, she is not winning on that either. But he is being very strange by spam messaging her, especially since he's the one claiming that he went to he went to Japan so that he wouldn't get with her again, because their dynamic is that they break up and then get back together, break up and then get back together. But in these messages, she shows no interest, not one message, not even one. No interest whatsoever. She's done. And he's just begging. So it's just like, I don't know. That, to me, is weird.
Someone who genuinely needs protection can have a temporary order in hours, not months. She said that she was already in the process in October 2025. 8 months later, there is nothing. She also told her audience that my lawsuit was a bluff, that I couldn't win. In nearly the same breath, she predicted that I would sue her and waved it off in advance as meaningless. She put, and I quote, "I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him, not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit." Interesting. So on camera, she was sure of two things: a restraining order was already on the way, and that my case was baseless. It was a PR stunt that I couldn't win. Neither of those things have held up. There's been no restraining order.
That is kind of a bad, I'm not going to lie, that is kind of a bad look. Saying publicly that he's going to try to sue me as a PR stunt. is kind of a bad look. That's not a good look.
Or protective order that has ever appeared in Texas or California. And the judge...
Because in my opinion, it is pretty reasonable for him to want, especially now that he has proven some decent parts of his own side, that he has every right to want to take this to said court, because this is defamation. This is defamation. You are making extremely large claims about this guy that will and has destroyed his entire reputation. People literally calling him a rapist, my bad. People calling him a rapist. You know, people believing that this guy's like a fucking evil rapist. You know, it's... And then boasting about how, yeah, he's gonna... That's called poisoning the well. Yeah, I don't know. Emmy's kind of cooked here, man. The only thing I think you could maybe make an argument for is, like I said, the stalking case. But even then, legally, in a legal standpoint, I don't think Emmy wins this either. Because there's not enough evidence to suggest that he's out here following her places and going to places and meeting her in random settings or anything. It's just he messaged her a bunch and then he showed up at one party. I don't even think I don't even think you could call that stalking. I just don't even think that could be considered stalking. Do I think that behavior is wrong and weird? Yes. I think the behavior is wrong and weird, but it's not, on a legal standpoint, this isn't stalking.
Reviewed her motion to throw my case out, recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. She told her audience I could not win. The court let me proceed. So here's the part that she leaves out about the party. Simply, whose party it was is one of my closest friends. We lived together for years. And at the time, we were going through our both breakups and dealing with our own problems. When I got back from Japan, he is the one who invited me. I was not there to find her. While Simply was giving me a tour of his house, I opened the door, I saw 4 OTK members sitting there in the corner and closed it. That is the whole opening the door moment that she describes as me stalking her. I want that to sink in, that is what she described as stalking. Moment she describes a tour of my best friend's house is me stalking.
I really wish that the people involved would back the stories up on one side or the other. Is there somebody who backed up the party story? I feel like it would be a massive slam dunk on one other's end if someone just backed up one side of the story. Like if a third party could come out and say, yeah, he was not there to stalk, or yeah, he was being a bit fucking weird with her. Like, if somebody, a third party, somebody, please. Somebody say something. Marcus, is it different when a woman does these things? No. I don't think so. If a woman were to do the same thing, like if this was reversed, if it was Emiru just like spam messaging him, asking him to like, I think if it was the same situation, I think it would still be the exact same thing. If you're talking about all the other stuff, that's a whole nother can of worms.
And my own text from that night prove it in real time. I messaged Extra Emily asking why everyone was upstairs, what the group in the corner was about, and what was going on. I thought that they were making another version of OTK.
Okay. What the fuck? Singing on, going, what is everyone upstairs but me, talking about OTK 2.0? I'm about to go public with shits. Well, Nick said it was just too loud, so we just went upstairs. It wasn't really OTK 2.0. They're just, like, we can just do collabs and be good.
Okay, and I got worried. And Extra Emily just told me to basically not worry at all. That was it. And she somehow labeled that as stalking. In May of 2025, 5 months after we broke up, I sent her a long message by her own account on her own stream. She received it and sat with how to respond until her friends told her it had to be AI. She said, and I quote, I had someone send me a massive apology message and I wasn't sure like what to respond. I showed a couple of friends and they were like, this is literally ChatGPT.
I had someone send me like a massive like apology message and I wasn't sure if I like wanted to respond, so like I showed a couple friends and they were like, Emmy, this is literally ChatGPT. And I was like, oh.
You could
I
put
guess
it back.
I'm not
you could
responding
Put it, you
then.
could put it back into ChatGPT and be like, "Is this?"
Yeah, no, they did, and ChatGPT said it's probably ChatGPT.
This is obviously about me because we were in a relationship the entire time that ChatGPT has existed. This was months before she even went public with an accusation. You do not consider how to respond to the person you say sexually assaulted, abused you, and stalked you. The only thing that stopped her was that her friends decided that my words were too well written to be mine. Think about that. I would like to now talk about the abuse claim that Emeru tried to.
I don't know what that means or matters, I guess. I don't know. Okay.
Hint at on her stream.
Bro just wanted to flex that he can type, I guess. Okay.
Here's the truth. In my own words, I have never hit Emeru. The one physical thing that ever happened was an accident. I had a habit of tossing my phone onto my bed, and one time it bounced off the mattress and caught her in the eye, and it left a bruise. I felt terrible about it. I apologized immediately. I stopped throwing my phone that day, and we moved past it. That is the only time I ever hurt her, and it was not on purpose. What makes that more than just my word is that, at the time, her own account matched it in 2022. When she had the bruise, she did not call it abuse to anyone. She called it an act.
The argument would be that they poisoned the well and act in bad faith every step of the way, silly. I see.
Both publicly and in private. In Emeru's best friend at the time's chat room on August 11, 2022, surrounded by all of Emeru's close friends and even her brother, she said the same thing. When a friend asked her directly whether something had given her the black eye, she answered that it was not intentional and called the whole thing a funny story that she would explain later. Verbatim, did someone knock you out, Emily? Emeru said, not intentionally. I got a black eye a week or two and it's finally almost gone. It's a long story, but funny as fuck. LOL, I'll DM you later. There was never a police report. There is nothing in any record from that time that treats this as an abuse. In calls, text messages, or anything that me and Emeru had. It was not called intentional abuse until 3 years later when Emeru went live. The bruise never changed. The story about it did. I will also have more messages about this as my lawyer lets me show, proving that this was never abuse and Emeru has changed the story of it to fit her narrative to make people think that I am a monster. Emeru has accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. These are all crimes. In the time since, there has been no arrests, no criminal charges, no prosecution.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Emeru's really not winning in the slightest. This is not looking good. Like, this is actually just like bad luck. Because she did say multiple times that this is or not multiple times, but he showed that message saying that's just funny. It's a really funny story. It's funny as fuck. And unless she has evidence of different moments of him hitting her or him doing things physically to her or causing harm to her, if this is the one incident, yeah, I'm going to lean towards believing that it was just the phone hitting the bed and bouncing up. Because I've thrown my phone on the bed before, and that shit bounces. Like, that shit literally can bounce. So it's not out of the question that he could have just thrown his phone on the bed and it went up and hit her in the eye. Which is very possible. And if this is the only incidence of her actually getting any sort of like physical pain or caused by Mizkif, then this does look pretty rough on her end. But if she does have any sort of proof to suggest that there's more than just this incident, I'm all ears. I am all ears.
No police complaints against me have surfaced anywhere in this case. On January 15, 2025, the federal magistrate judge has said to the district judge, the Honorable Robert Pittman, that she would deny defendant Emily Beth Shunk's motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint. The order in which Ms. Rondino is to submit a more definitive statement within 30 days identifying each statement by Shunk he alleges to be defamatory, including the exact quotes from her live stream and how each statement is untrue and how it harms him. So what this essentially means is that Emeru's motion to dismiss did not go through, and that we are continuing the court case. That recommendation still goes to the district judge for a final decision, and that same recommendation is why this record exists. The court told me to spell it out one by one, exactly what she said that I allege is false, and how it harmed me. This is what I'm doing. It is the court letting my case move forward, not a verdict, and I won't describe it as one. To much of the internet, I am a rapist, I am an abuser, and I am a stalker. None of that is true. And that is the version of me posted under every video I make and handed to people who used to watch me, people I worked with, and people who have never met me. It has cost me my reputation that I've worked 10 years for. It has reached my family, it has reached my friends, and has hurt my work directly. Making content, getting sponsors, and using the platform I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I have been called a rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I've been called a rapist to my face in bars and restaurants for most of the last 8 months, and I decided to stay inside because of that. This is a girl named Meg who said, "Imagine being such a prick you got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after showing up uninvited."
No, not FlyQuest! Not FlyQuest! My team!
This is another tweet. LOL, Mizkif got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after getting rejected on the Partyful app. And then someone asked, what is this party? Also, what is the Partyful ALR? Thanks for ahead of time. She said, TLDR, he was rejected from an esports party, showed up anyway, and got kicked out instantly. So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited. I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go. And I have been to hundreds of parties before.
Okay. Yeah, see, let's see. RSVP to FlyQuest X Von Dutch, the funeral. It's raining. Also, are you going to go to the party? Let me double check with my usual friend I go with. Finally, it's raining about goddamn time. Okay, I'm pretty sure I will at least check it and see. My best friend Jake is going and Sean will go. She took the dog, but she left the Xbox. If you two get on the list and want to hang out with me and my friends, join us. She said she wants to go early. It's only 8:12. But when it fills up, we won't keep letting people in the venue. Also, I like all black dress code. Did you give your option to put that you know me? Oh, no. Okay, I just wrote it. Maybe cancel and redo the thing. I just did. I saw people are being added as recent as 20 minutes ago. OMG, what time are you heading there? I'm going to try early. I'm going to try going early. Like, get there around 8:30. Like, people do just walk in somehow. I don't know the magic. Maybe we'll aim to get here around 8:32 before it was a line around the block. OMG, you're right. In the rain, I'm going to get there by 8:30 as well. Our ETA is 8:28. KK, I'm leaving shortly. Probably like 8:35 for me. I'm parking nearby. See you soon. We got in. Oh, nice. K, I'm parking. See you soon. I'm here. I'm here. Where are y'all? Dude, we just left to watch Stranger Things. Wait, I ran into my friend and they said you guys got kicked out. What the fuck? That's fucked up. Why the hell would they do that? I don't like it here. Yeah, I didn't want to say it. Come here. I'm so upset for him. Is he okay? It was so fucked up. I'm over this. They came with security guards. If you want to, you can come watch Stranger Things with us.
For Emeru's allegations with no problem in any way, shape, or form. And I got texted by Alana to go to this party with my friend Jeannie. We show up, we did get wristbands immediately, and we were able to walk in. 15 minutes later was when I was escorted out. I never had a problem getting into the party. I showed my ID just like everyone else and waited in line and was immediately let in, only to be almost immediately let out. This was not a case of someone who was simply disliked. And before I left for Japan, after I broke up with Emeru, I was around creators of every kind. And when I came back, almost no one spoke to me. And while I was in Japan, Emeru went through all of my old friends and everyone that we were friends with and spread lies about me. And instead of going to the police or any legal channel, she went straight to the people who mattered the most in my life and my career. Whether out of bitterness that I was the one who ended it or for some other reason, I cannot say. What I can say is that friends stepped back not for anything I did, but for what she told them while I wasn't in the room. And the harm was done before I even said a single word. People watched Emiru's live stream.
He still got kicked out. Well, yeah, but babe, it's because people have this concept that he is a rapist. That's the point he's trying to make, is that he was allowed to go into the party, like he was able to RSVP, he was able to go, but when people noticed that he was there, he got immediately kicked out because people's mindset is that he's a rapist. It's not gonna lie, it's like proving his point. This is literally proving his defamation point, that he is so it's not just a simple disliking, it's the fact that people genuinely believe this guy's like a rapist who's like harmful to the people around them. Like, she genuinely got the entire like space to believe that this guy is like some fucking evil rapist, when that's probably not the case.
Came almost immediately to every place you can find me and said that I was a rapist and destroyed my name. A false story then took hold that I had admitted to everything when I hadn't. When I spoke, I denied everything, and you can see it on my YouTube channel. And the filed transcript proves it. But people who had already made up their mind repeated the false version anyway. Her words were chosen with care, precise enough to be legally actionable, vague enough to let an audience picture the worst. She never had to say rapist. She said sexual assault. And to the millions of people that she said that to, people now call me rapist to my face. That is the harm. It is ongoing. It is every day. And that is why this record exists. Before the breakup, I was not an outcast, as many of you think. I was the center of this community. This is the opposite of the story that people now tell about me. In the year before the breakup, 2024, my house was constantly having people there. I had 4 or 5 creators staying at my house almost every single night. I had Extra Emily, who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting something, streaming with others, and collaborating with people across the entire Twitch scene. In the year that people try to paint that I was a nobody, I had over 100 collaborations with other creators, and I helped lead OnlyFans, the hardcore World of Warcraft guild that had over 300,000 active people checking in on it every single day, that Sodapoppin and I ran together, which brought more than 300 creators into the same guild. And that was just a single month. In October 2024, 3 months before our breakup, I collaborated with Fuslie, Pokimane, the Botez sisters, T10 Nat, Hassan, and Extra Emily. I had a boys' night with NMP, E-Rob, and my friend Dave. I went to go see all of the Game of Thrones collection before they went on auction, and I even hung out with Jason, Max, and Ron that year. I also collaborated with people like Mari, Julia, and Danny. Yes, people try to call me an outcast, but I was outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was, these messages are between me and my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Fuslie. This was November 2nd, 2024, just 2 months before me and Emiru had broken up. I was in LA and I wanted to meet up with her, but she responded, "I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK Game Day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, cause you'll love it here. Oh lol, wait, that's great. What was your apartment complex called?" On November 4th, 2024, she then tells me her apartment number. This was someone that I once called one of my closest friends, Fuslie, wanting me to—
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, unless Emiru has some level of evidence that I'm missing or stuff that we don't know about that suggests that he is way worse than what has been said, this is not only bad on Emiru's part, I feel. This not only is like really bad for Emiru, but this is really bad for like, I feel like all of the just in general Twitch audience. Because the only thing here that I think is remotely like not good is the fact that he was being very like clingy while doing his Japan trip, which I think is weird, but nothing more happened past that point. This is just not a good look. Like, this is just really bad.
I moved to LA as I was telling her 2 months before I broke up with Emaru that I wanted to move to LA and get out of Austin, Texas. Because I knew at the time that I wanted to end it with Emaru and move on. At the time, Fuslie was one of my best friends in the scene. Her and I would talk all the time about our problems, our issues. We would play games together. I was hanging out with her on stream constantly for about 3 or 4 years straight. And whenever we had an issue, we'd call each other. Whenever I was in LA, she was the first person I'd call. Fuslie, whose real name is Leslie, I met her 4 years ago when I went on a girl named Katamia's stream for her subathon. And it turned into some of the most fun I ever had streaming. We became close fast. We played games together all the time. We talked constantly about content, our lives, our relationships, and sponsors. When I was anywhere near LA, she was the first person I called. And just 2 months before my relationship ended, she wanted me to move into her own building in LA. Right there with her, November 2024 text will show that the unit under Valkyrae's is available.
Okay, Leslie, you ditched me. What do you mean I ditched you? You want to see the unit under Rays? When are you here until again? We can try to see it today. 5:55 is my flight. But fuck, I like hanging here. I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK games. Okay. Okay, that is cursed. Yeah, I know. Excited to hang tomorrow. Okay, I go bed. I'm old granny. Or I'm old grandma.
And come to LA whenever. I'll love it here. That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. I was very close to all of these people in LA, just like I was to everyone in Austin. But I wanted to move to LA, and I knew I wanted to break up with Emaru. This next part that I'm going to show will show you what has happened to my reputation ever since Emaru's accusations. On June 18th, 2025.
I don't know. I still feel like this one falls flat when you say you wanted to break up with Emaru when you broke up with her and then you're the one spam messaging her instead of the opposite way around. That's the part that I just don't understand. Like, you were the one spam messaging her after the breakup. So saying that you were the one that wanted it to end seems a tad bit silly when she didn't even reciprocate any messages that you sent her. You spam messaged her for 5 months. And then you're saying that you're the one who broke it off and that you wanted to be away from her. But it seems to me like she wanted to be away from you. That's the part I'm getting confused about. That's the part I'm finding a hard time understanding.
After texting me how excited that she was for me to come over, Fuslie came to my house to hang out. She cut my hair and I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuslie had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me. And Cutie told her her feelings and then told her to reach out to Emaru. Cutie is a dumbass and sent that message to an account that she
Cutie is a dumbass. Truth nuke. Truth nuke.
thought was Emaru, but it wasn't. It was MEOK, who then gave it to me after Emaru made her allegations, showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emaru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day one of me moving to LA, that friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex under her friend Valkyrae, was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point, was now gone because of what she was told in a private message she was never supposed to have. A message from someone who was not even involved, repeating claims about me that were never true.
That is also another bad look, in my opinion. Maybe, I don't know if that matters in this circumstance, but having other people telling it, essentially having it pass around like it's gossip is not a good look. Having QT Cinderella going around asking other people on how they should feel about, or like asking other people their opinions on Miz and giving them insight on stuff is not a good look. It kind of like, it would suggest that Emaru is, instead of taking this seriously and being responsible, she is like gossiping with her friends about her bad breakup with her boyfriend. And then the friends are going around saying like, oh, Miz is actually a bad guy, blah, blah, blah. Instead of Emaru being the one going to other people saying, hey, can we talk? And then it being like, he did this to me. Because if this were to be like serious, like if she truly was a victim of like sexual assault, abuse, and all that stuff, you're not going to go to your friend QT Cinderella, tell her the details, and then QT is going to go around and spread the news like wildfire. You're going to want to tell people on your own accord, and or you're going to want to tell them on stream. Like, you're going to want to do this in a more responsible and or like kind of a, like I said, if this was, there's many ways that this could have gone. If it was serious, if it was like a really serious issue of abuse and sexual assault, she probably should have gone to the police immediately, but she didn't. And if that's not the case, which I can kind of understand, some circumstances people don't feel like they have enough evidence to suggest somebody is this or that, so they don't want to go to the police because it's not going to do anything. So sure, I get it. Then plan it out properly on stream so you can voice it out to everybody, all your friends, all at once on stream. Or you could just do it with everybody in like a private setting and tell everybody and just kind of do it. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't like gossip with your girlies about why your ex-boyfriend actually sexually assaulted you. It doesn't, that's just seems so unserious. Like, that seems extremely unserious.
And making her doubt a real friendship.
Like I said, I really do think this needs to, we need to see Emaru's side though, at least, or something. To say, because again, we don't know the full context. There could be stuff that Mizkif is, could be stuff that Mizkif is leaving out.
Accusations I was never even given the chance to answer. About a month later, after she hasn't responded to me, I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends, and she was there. And Fuslie walked up to me that night and began crying on my shoulder. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to Emaru. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me, and I would ask her to tell me what was said, but she would say no more. I tried to reach out to Fuslie afterwards multiple times, and she never responded. On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party, and after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did, she said, "You're okay, Miz." I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake, the politics are fake, so much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out. But here I am, and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded. And on March 4th, to my friend Fuslie, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out and you can see that she lied." So you have one day where she's at my house having fun, the next day Cutie Cinderella messages her, and then she never talks to me again. This is what was constantly happening to me for about a year until Emaru came out through allegations. I was not an outcast. I was friends with every creator. I slowly became an outcast over that year as Emaru's lies were spread amongst the community, and nobody told me what was really going on. For almost a year now, I have been forced to live inside a bubble that isn't mine, and it doesn't feel real. I have been wrongfully punished and treated and seen as a man that I am not. I've been labeled a rapist, an abuser, and a stalker. 3 words I have never been. Wrongfully attached to my name and my reputation and my community for the entire world to treat me as such.
Gamma,
it took
what's
more than
your
my name.
take on this?
It took my reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person.
I'm assuming you're
wish
somebody
any
who
of
has
this
paid close
would happen to
attention
me
to this drama.
Among my worst enemies.
And
there
his
were nights
crash
it
out
would have
stuff
been
as
easier
well.
to just disappear, to be quiet, to let the loudest version of the story become the only one. but it didn't disappear, and I'm not going to. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I will address these allegations. I spoke the same way she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in a way with a clear head, with preparation, in every document.
This is apparently just part 1.
And every quote sourced. I spoke the same day she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in this way. This is only the beginning, and I'm going to go through all of this because I know she won't, because it will prove her lies. Because the truth doesn't ask me to shout, it only asks me to stay, to stand here with these documents, with the dates, with their own words, and not look away. I'm standing up for myself, I'm standing up for people who stood by me, and I'm going to keep standing for as long as it takes. This has been...
That's what I'm thinking. Hi, Remy. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think Mizkif was right in his arguments in regards to defamation. I don't believe he's a stalker, but he's probably a toxic individual in his relationships. Yeah, because again, when I look at the messages that he sent to Emeru after he allegedly, apparently, you know, again, I just don't know. I feel like he's definitely not a good partner and he didn't treat her right. But at the same time, I do think he possibly had some abuse tendencies and manipulative tendencies. That's beyond a doubt. But ultimately, in terms of defamation, I think he got defamed. Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of the side I'm leaning here. Because I do think that he's definitely been defamed. I don't think he's like some sexual assaulting, you know, I don't think he's like a rapist stalker. But I do think he's a shit boyfriend. I do think he's like a shitty partner who probably didn't treat her the best. That's what I think I'm leaning towards. I don't think he treated her very well, but I do think Emmy, I think the way she handled her side of things is strange because it does feel like she kind of, I don't want to say maliciously because maybe that's not the case. Maybe she wasn't trying to maliciously like smear the guy, but I don't know.
The worst year of my life. I wouldn't wish this on a single soul.
Fuck.
Not on anyone. No matter what they've done to me. All I have ever wanted is for the truth to be heard. And for justice, real justice, to find its way to the surface. To my community and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone watching this in her own words.
I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
Dog. That could be a stretch though, but that's weird. That is a really weird thing to say. That is like a really weird thing to say. That they wiped your shit, that they wiped what? Everything in your computer? That's really weird. I don't know, man. It's like I said, I need to see maybe see some digging here to see if maybe he did more than just like the things he's claimed in this, cuz like for example, if his abusive tendencies was simply just the phone incident and there was nothing more than just the phone incident, then is he physically abusive? No. If there's evidence to suggest that he was like emotionally abusive to her and he never mentions it here, then that would be good. A good start. Because at the end of the day, I've come to this obvious conclusion. I don't think he's some sexual assaulter or a rapist. He's not. Do I think he's a stalker? No. But I do feel like, especially reading those messages that he left her when in Japan, that there is some underlying issue. It's not like he's just some, you know, sad, you know, ex-boyfriend who's sending one long paragraph, you know, after the breakup, and after that it kind of goes on. He sent multiple paragraphs through the span of 5 months. I just don't know how to, I don't know. That part to me rubs me the wrong way. Especially when he tries to make the claim that he's the one that broke the relationship off, yet she's the one that's not interested in staying in it, and he's the one that's clearly spamming her saying, can we talk, can we talk, can we talk? I think it's very much dependent on how he treated her in the relationship. And if he treated her poorly, then I do think, yes, you win the defamation lawsuit. You did it, you know, good job. But I do think it's reasonable for people to believe that you were a shitty boyfriend and you didn't treat her right. But after a lot of watching this, I do think Emmy is pretty scummy. I do think I don't think she's just gonna, I don't think she should be let off scot-free, like as if she's just some innocent person. She very clearly muddied a little bit of, she's muddying a few things. She's poisoning the well. It's very clear that she's not being fully truthful, fully honest. She defamed this guy, and it feels a tad bit malicious. Maybe there's a chance that it wasn't malicious and she's just an idiot. What's emotional abuse? Emotional abuse would be someone that like emotionally manipulation, like manipulating somebody. Like there's like physical, which is hitting, verbal, which is like calling somebody certain things, and then emotional would be more like in a manipulation situation where you're like manipulating somebody that you're in a relationship with. But I don't know. I think it depends. I think this whole thing kind of really depends on how the relationship went. Because I'm not going to lie, if the relationship was not as toxic as it is made out to be, then I think this is generally a terrible look, not only for Emeru, but for this entire friend group. Because what is the friend group gonna say? You know what? Like, this is what I mean is, like, if the relationship, if there's no evidence to suggest that he was a shitty boyfriend and it was just that one instance of him sending a bunch of messages and maybe he was just desperate at the time, what are these friends in Emeru supposed to say to this? So all these friends just basically what? All her girlies came together to be like, yes, girl, we're gonna get him, without thinking a single thought of like how this could affect Mizkif, or is she telling the truth, just fully believing her? Like, are they just full on believing her without any sort of like proof from his other end of the coin? Like, it's not looking very good, in my opinion, to Emeru's side right now. The only thing that I think matters is if she can just suggest, or at least prove, or if somebody around can prove that he was a terrible partner and he did treat her poorly. Like, he was being a shitty boyfriend. If he was being a shitty boyfriend and there's proof of that, then it's like, okay, you win your defamation suit, but you were a fucking dog shit boyfriend and you treated her like shit, dude. I don't like you. But if it really is like this guy just got fucking like fucked over majorly, this is not good. Gotta move on, Joel. Let's see. Let me look at what does Morale have to say.
Showed up anyway and got kicked out instantly. So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited. I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go. And I have been to hundreds of parties before Emeru's allegations with no problem in any way, shape, or form.
Wait, what? Why isn't it? Why is it not up to date?
And saying like, hey, you need to make us money. You need to make games. Stop fucking around. I think the good outweighs the bad. I think there is going to be some instances of
they're talking about the
bad.
Xbox
Everybody
stuff?
that's been fired, all the developers who
I
have been
think
sold,
my take on the
or
Xbox
IPs that
stuff,
have been sold or
bruh,
whatever. But it seems like generally
I think it's
speaking,
a good idea.
this is a good thing.
I think it's a good idea. Listen, and I'll even say this: I'm a State of Decay fan. Undead Labs got let go. It hurts.
I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally uninformed.
Xbox needed to do this.
I've seen people like saying that this is bad, but it's like
they needed to do this.
I don't know, man. Bethesda is acting as if it is like this grand developer.
To create, we must destroy. I mean, literally. Listen, the Xbox stuff, as much as people, because I get it, people don't like layoffs and stuff. People don't like it when companies do massive layoffs and let people go. But let's be brutally honest for a second. Xbox is not profitable in the slightest. They have been the worst console out of any of the consoles that are out currently. They're not winning. They're just losing. What do you think the right course of action is to do? To just keep doing the same shit you've been doing? Something has to happen. And that something is you got to just lay off the devs, or not the devs, but you need to lay off workers. You need to just make it smaller and start and build from the bottom up. Find new, like, get rid of some of these much older dev teams and find new ones that will make fresh games and that will, help Xbox genuinely push out more and just get more games out there so people can enjoy Xbox. Do it for the love, don't do it for the hype. They're supporting Undead Labs through the release of State of Decay 3 still. Exactly, that is true. They are doing that. They're giving State of Decay 3 the option to release it through Xbox Game Pass, I believe. They're giving State of Decay the freedom to want to do it on there or not. They don't have to. But Xbox is doing the right thing. It as much as I understand not liking the idea that 3,000 people are being laid off. Again, it's either lay off 3,000 people now and try to fix the company and try to build Xbox back up, or wait a few years and have everybody get fired because Xbox is a failing console and it's completely dead. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. People don't like layoffs, but it's not a bad idea. It's the best idea you have. And with the current state of PlayStation now completely switching from physical to just purely digital, if I'm Xbox, I'm taking this opportunity and I'm running with it. Do this, lay people off. I think what Xbox should do is double down on physical copies. If they double down on physical copies, you are already in the right direction. You're already in a massive correct direction to actually make Xbox win. So I don't know. I agree. I think this is like the smartest decision Xbox can make. It's the best thing for them.
They did not were just, it was like impossible to get permission. So they weren't doing anything. So ultimately, it is Xbox's fault. It is Microsoft's fault for laying the groundwork for this overly complex ecosystem where nobody can do anything and everything takes like fucking 5 years to get permission and all this shit. However, Xbox spent a fuck ton of money on all of these developers and nothing's happened.
Yeah, nothing's
no games
happened.
have been made. Nothing's gone on. So it sucks that people were fired, but ultimately this seems like a restructuring that had to happen in order to benefit the greater good, right?
If it's all digital, might as well just play PC instead. I know. I listen, dude, tell me about it. I think Sony's genuinely fucking stupid. I don't understand what their decision making is through this. I don't get it. You are a console. The point of consoles, by the way, for most people is for the physical fucking copies. Most people, when they play on console, want physical copies. But Sony's like, no, we're just going to go digital. Like, you can't be that fucking stupid. Like, bro, PC wins. They are the digital. We come here for digital copies of games. We go to Steam because Steam is more reliable. I'm not going to the PlayStation Store over Steam. I'm picking Steam. Like, bro, Steam has always been reliable. Everybody is picking Steam over PlayStation. They're picking that over the PlayStation Store. Your job as a console is to provide options for physical copies so that people can enjoy games, like the physical copies of the games. That's why people still do consoles to this day. It's for the physical copies. At that point, if we all just go digital, then what's the point of consoles? Because yes, consoles are cheaper than PCs, but if we make everything digital, might as well just save up for the PC. Might as well just do that. You can get a gaming laptop for damn near the same price as a PlayStation. Like, it's just not worth it anymore. It's just not worth it. So PlayStation genuinely just dug themselves into a grave for no reason. They literally did it for no reason. I don't know why they did that. It was the dumbest fucking thing to do. It was so stupid. PlayStation's genuinely fucking actually, like, Sony's genuinely retarded. Like, I don't understand their thought process. It's so stupid. Like, I don't know. Microsoft can corner the PC market before Steam does. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. Listen, I love Xbox. I grew up as an Xbox guy. I'm a big Xbox lover, so, and I'm here to say, man, Steam is the best. Steam is great. I'm not gonna lie, man. Steam is great. Steam, in my opinion, I don't know if maybe you guys have different experiences with Steam. I've never had issues with Steam. Steam is great. Valve is wonderful. I hope they don't get a big head, you know, because they're clearly on top so hard, but Steam is wonderful. They're doing everything right. It's perfect. It's perfect. If I'm going to get things digitally through Steam, or not through Steam, but if I'm going to get things digitally, I'm going to do it through Steam because they take good care of you. That's the point. If I'm going to get digital games, I want it to be through a service that is going to take care of you and make you feel like these games are still yours. And that's what Steam does. Steam is really good at taking care of us. I love Steam. Like, I love it. The Steam launcher is kind of ass, though. A little bit, yeah. A little bit, but it's the thought that counts, all right? It's the thought that
counts. That's a joke for, like, all of the consoles. It's like PS5 has no games, whatever. It's just because nobody's making games. There is no AAA releases on consoles right now.
Yeah, literally nobody's making games, which I don't know why. I genuinely do not get why these companies are not making games.
Why is it taking so long for them to make Halo games?
Laziness.
Stop doing this live service bullshit and just put fucking games out. Do a Halo game like every 3 years. Do like 1 year of like live service shit.
Well, see that.
Do like 2 years of development.
This is why I'm saying I think the layoffs are important. It's basically flush the system out, sign better like dev teams that will make video games and make new and much more like just new exclusives. Xbox needs to find some dev teams that'll make exclusives instead of clinging on to the Halo. Instead of clinging on to Halo, clinging on to Gears of War, they need to find some dev teams that'll make some bangers. And then, you know, everybody's going to be like, they're going to flock to that shit because they're going to be like, oh my God, fuck yes, new Xbox exclusive, yeah. Like, that's what Xbox needs to do. That's how you win. That's how you win. So, believe it or not, but the way you win the console wars is as simple as make exclusives that are fun. Just make some fucking exclusive games that people like. For the most part, people literally don't give a fucking... They don't care about the specs of the console. Unless you're really, really fucking deep into that shit. Unless you really care. There's a reason why Switch is more popular than Xbox and PlayStation. It's because Switch just pumps out games. They pump out exclusives. Does Nintendo suck? Yes, Nintendo is fucking horrendous. I genuinely don't like Nintendo. But they do pump out games. They make games. And they're not even bad games. They make great games. We got games and more games. You got games over here, games over here, games over here. The fucking Switch specs are not better than a PlayStation or an Xbox or even a PC, but that doesn't fucking matter because they have games and people want to play games, so they buy the games on their console because they want because people love playing games. It's really simple, actually.
Yes, people try to call me an
Oh,
outcast.
now we can get back to
but I was
Miskiff.
outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was,
We can
these
get back to the
messages
round.
are between me
Round
and
tent.
my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Foozly. This was
They
November
have
2nd,
games.
2024.
Would you rather
Just
have
2 months
unlimited
before me
bacon,
and Emery
but
had
no
broken up.
games, or
I was in
games,
LA,
unlimited games,
and
but
I
no
wanted to meet
games?
up with her, but she responded, "I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK Game Day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks."
You know what? I'm pissed, bro. We haven't had we literally haven't had like an exclusive console game as good as what it used to be back. You know, like back then we used to get things like Halo and games like, you know, we'd get games like what the fuck, Last of Us, Until Dawn, you know, all these games on these consoles that were so good, exclusive games too. Like I'm not going to sit and list all the games, but you get what I'm saying. We were getting so many exclusives, and nowadays it's like thin air. There's not a single exclusive game that ever comes out on these consoles. Nothing. So fucking dumb. I gotta piss. Okay. Damn it, it only says 4 hours. I'm what, 8 hours away?
And then June 19th is when Cutie Cinderella
Juneteenth?
sent the message.
Juneteenth? Aw.
What's up? Foosly asked
Wait,
me
it
what I
is
thought about Miz
Juneteenth.
today, and I told her my feelings, and she asked what happened with you two, and I told her to reach out to you. Aw?
Message shown before you that Foozly had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me, and Cutie told her her feelings and then told her to reach out to Emeru. Cutie is a dumbass and sent that message to an account that she thought was Emeru, but it wasn't. It was Emmy-OK, who then gave it to me after Emeru made her allegations, showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emeru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Foozly sitting in my house and excited to be there.
I want to
and
see everyone's
Cutie
perspective
privately
on this
briefing her
subject.
on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Foozly stopped talking to me entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day one of me moving to LA, that friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex under her friend Valkyrie, was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point, was now gone.
When was the
because
last
of
Boomer
what she
game you
was
heard of in
told
the last 10
in a private
years?
message
There hasn't even been any
she was
more
never
Candy
supposed to
Crushes.
have.
What's up with
A
that?
message from someone who was not even involved, repeating claims about me that were never true, and making her doubt a real friendship
Boomer game.
over accusations.
Trying to think of genuine
I was
Boomer
never even
games.
given the chance to answer. About a month later,
You know
after
what?
she hasn't responded
Why is
to
he
me,
circling his little mic? He's like doing a little thing. He's like tickling his like chest. I think Uncharted is Unk game now. I think Uncharted is low-key kind of like Unk game. You know?
I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends, and she was there. And Fuslie walked up to me that night and began crying on
Oh,
my
RuneScape
shoulder.
is
When I
Unk.
asked
That's Boomer as hell.
What? Dude, Void Rage? Fucked up.
her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to Emeru. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me.
RuneScape is
I
like
asked her to tell me what was said. but
dying
she
on
would say no more.
deathbed
I tried to reach out to Fuslie
game.
afterwards multiple times, and she never responded. On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party. And after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did, she said, "You're okay, Miz."
Dude, no. Now, you know what, Bacon? I'm not going to lie. Yeah, low-key, because, like, Doom remakes, they've gotten old. They're older now. They're old games. That's kind of crazy to think about. That's low-key kind of crazy to think about. But no, RuneScape really is that old of a game, bro. Like, people who played RuneScape, I know this sounds, like, evil, but, like, lots of people who played RuneScape growing, like, back in the day are literally, like, passing away. It does have a huge community, but that game is old. That is an old game. It's insane when the game is so old that people are passing away. You know, they're at the stage where like they were the guys who were first playing it, and now they're all kind of, you know, moving on to the next life kind of thing. You know, they're dying. They're dying. Like, that's kind of crazy. That's an old ass game right there.
I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake, the politics are fake, so much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out, but here I am and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded. And on March 4th, to my friend Fuslie, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out," and you can see that she lied. So you have one day where she's at my house having fun, the next day Cutie Cinderella messages her, and
This
then
is
she never talks.
embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. But, you know, look at it from his perspective. He was dating a girl. He broke up with her. And it seems like she just falsely alleged sexual assault to all of this guy's personal friends, even one of this guy's best friends. And then they all just cut him off at once, right? He's probably going through it, you know?
Yeah.
I can understand why he would be upset. I can understand why, you know, he'd make like a desperate-esque cry for help like that. This isn't going to convince anyone. Convince anyone of what?
To me again. This is what was constantly happening to me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I really do think people are just
He's already
porn-brained.
proven that the sexual assault wasn't sexual assault and that Emeru lied about it. So yeah, if she's going around to people trying to say that people, like, he was sexually assaulting her, then yeah, that's like a provable lie. She was trying to like ruin his life socially by going to his close friends and alleging like life-ruining shit to them, which caused them to not want to hang around him. It seems like that's real. It seems I don't even know what needs to be, you know, convinced there.
For about a year until Emeru came out through.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm literally not gonna lie. I think people are just porn-brained. I think people are gooner-brained. They see Emeru, who's like a conventionally attractive Asian girl, and they're just like immediately going for defense. Cause like, I don't like necessarily see what Mizkif did that warrants people calling him a rapist and or calling him like a stalker. Because he's proven relatively that he isn't some rapist stalker who needs to have a restraining order put on him because he's so dangerous. Like, I don't know, man. I really do think I'm starting to feel like it's just like Gooner brain. Like, he's just cooked. Like, Mizkif is just cooked. There's too many people who are so, like, I'm gonna defend my queen. End of story. There's too many people who would rather defend their queen than genuinely you know what I mean? Genuinely yeah, I don't know, man. It's sad. It's kind of sad. Like, I don't think this video is going to be perceived well at all. And I think the reason is, like I said, it's because it sucks, but it's because she's a conventionally attractive woman. Women will defend her because women defend women, and then men will defend her because they are gooners. And that'll most likely outweigh the amount of people who will actually look at this situation and who will outweigh the people who will look at the situation with logic and reasoning and come to like a general like consensus. Like I guess my point is more so, my point is that I don't think Miz is some innocent goofball who deserves to have everything given back. I'm sure he wasn't a good boyfriend. I'm sure he was a dick. Like, I'm sure he was not a very nice partner. I'm sure he had his moments where he had some issues. But, like, the problem is that he doesn't deserve rape allegations. He doesn't deserve to be considered a rapist. He doesn't deserve to be considered, like, these extremities. And he had his career basically ruined because of it, which I do feel sympathy for. I do feel pretty bad for that, because the guy did lose literally every single friend he had. And he is right. He was not an outcast. Mizkif at one point was one of the biggest streamers in Twitch, like on Twitch. This guy ran Twitch for like a large chunk of time. When OTK originally started, he was one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. He was friends with literally everybody. And then now he's like outcasted by everybody because of an allegation that isn't necessarily true. It is what it is, Marcus. It always is. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but that's the reality. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I can say that, you know, I hope he wins his case, I guess. You know, I hope you win your case. I hope you get what you know, the justice you need, and hopefully that's enough to kind of live with going forward. That's kind of it. That's really all you can say, I guess, to this whole thing. Like that one comment. Why would anyone defend any streamer without a mountain of proof is beyond me. They all suck. That's literally why Twitch streamers can make up any dude, Twitch streamers could quite literally make up any accusations they want, and for the most part, as long as their friends back them, it's brutal for the person getting accused. It's genuinely brutal. I don't like the streaming community on Twitch specifically. The streaming community on Twitch is basically first come, first serve. If you have allegations against somebody, you better get them out quick, because if you tell your friends about the allegations immediately, they jump ship to defend you, and that's all it is. They aren't your friends. Those people on Twitch are not good people, in my opinion. They are not their friends. They all look at each other as opportunities for content. They only look at each other as good and bad publicity. They do not look at each other as actual friends. Like, that's what Twitch has become. It is a cesspool of just close-knit communities that defend each other regardless of anything, so long as the person isn't like being accused of something evil. Like, if someone gets accused, like Mexicans, Mizkif. I don't know why I said Mexicans. Mizkif, if you get accused of rape, or not rape, but sexual assault, you're cooked. You're genuinely cooked. For the most part. Most people on Twitch, like, genuinely, in my opinion, don't give a damn about evidence. Most people on Twitch do not give a fuck about evidence. It's in my opinion, it's extremely sad. But it is what it is. That's the space you're in. Don't date in these communities. That's a good rule of thumb. Just don't date people within your own, like, Twitch community. Date normal people that aren't Twitch streamers. That's what I think. Like, it's annoying. It's because it's like a prime example of what I'm trying to point out here is that it is Mizkif's ending statement where he points out Fuseli with, like, wanted to, you know, talk to him. She cried. She was crying, you know, trying to get some comfort from him, and basically just told him they cannot be friends anymore. It's clear as day that, again, it is a situation of, if I try to defend you, I will lose all of my friends. I cannot defend you. That's what it sounds like. It very much sounds like it's basically like it's either I keep my reputation and cut you off, or I defend you and lose a lot of my friends and reputation. That's what Twitch is. You can't defend people whether you think it's a good idea, if you think they're in the innocent, if you think they're innocent or not. If someone gets accused, it's either you defend the side that that's making the accusations, or you lose your reputation. You get to pick one of the two coins, bruh. It's just kind of sad. But I don't know. I guess it is what it is on Twitch. Just don't stream on Twitch. That's what I think. Okay, we did get donated for this. What is this? This video is previously got taken down by a very salty company in Australia. We used all of our creativity to make some clever alterations. Jesus. Chat, bear with me here, man. I've been streaming for 16 hours.
What is your will, my lords? There is a growing furry infestation on the planet Oceana. A death world. This seems like a fitting task for your penance. I will cleanse them from existence. Brother Azron. Be careful. This strain seems particularly foreign.
What the fuck is this? Oh, hell no!
This episode is called Know Thine Enemy.
Filthy degenerates detected.
They look gross.
What if I told you they're magic vegetables that can make people do whatever you like?
No, they can't.
Freeze! Eat your vegetables.
Hey, that's actually pretty good.
See?
I'm
That's why we
scared of
never
what's
judge
gonna
a book
come.
by its
I'm
cover.
scared of what's gonna happen here, man. What is he gonna do to them? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, fuck.
That's my waifu!
What? What? Dude, the furries are here. This has to be illegal. This is fucked. No, they got him.
Grab the
the mystical broccoli. With that, we can make the Reddy family do anything.
What? What?
I've always dreamt we'd struggle, Snuggle.
No! No!
What is going on? Let's make Reddy and Dingo some siblings.
Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no!
Eat your vegetables. Pop.
No!
Pop, 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 pop. Gang pop. It's okay. It's okay.
What did I
Daddy's
just
got
watch?
You. Daddy's got you. Rubber. No, it's okay. This fella obviously made a mistake. He was clearly looking for these, big teddies who explode strawberry jam. And
What
put
did
a
I
stop
just
to their
watch? This is like Eve. Oh! Oh!
Vaseline in tissue smuggling operation.
Oh.
You know what, girls? I'd say you learned a valuable
That's
lesson.
not
too.
okay.
He did?
Yeah, it's just like when you wouldn't eat your veggies
That's
ready.
not
This
okay.
bloke came in here and tried to kill us based solely on how we looked, before getting to know who we were on the inside.
That's
But I
true.
think he's
That's
learned
just
now
like what
to-
people do to
say
black
it with
people.
me, girls. To never judge a book by its cover.
True. Valuable lesson learned, bruh.
It is true. To my shame, I acted rashly. Had I properly researched your true nature, I'd have realized you're not furries. But in fact, all sentient cat mutants in clear possession of latent psychic abilities.
Wow, really?
Thank you for the lesson.
Oh.
Want to watch something that has absolutely nothing to do with Warhammer?
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Welcome to Delta
I'm scared of this one,
Tech.
bro.
I'm a tech YouTuber, and I'm here to show you things you can't afford.
I'm here to show you
This is the
things you
head
can't
by Boston
afford.
Dynamics. The idea here is you can replace your own limbs with technology because technology is strong and the flesh is weak. It's got Bluetooth 5.2 and a Snapdragon 480 Plus. Next up is the emotional regulation chip from Lockheed Martin. I was kind of skeptical about this one at first, but then I found out it was made for soldiers who needed to kill Iraqi children without remorse.
Okay, man.
My weak, squishy eyes with these optical implants from Red Cinema.
Good to know I
cameras,
can't afford
just
these.
as the machine.
Oh, I can't play it. It's giving me a warning that I can't play it. Unfortunate. Oh no, I got rid of the fish. God damn it, I gotta pull up the fish again. I gotta pull up the fucking fish. Ah! Give me a second, chat. Let me make sure I got the fish here. It literally is gonna kill me if I play this video. I'm waiting until the detection thing goes away, until the thing on the side goes away that says, "Heads up, we've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you play and to continue." So I'm gonna wait until that thing goes away. Okay, there we go. Here, let's check these out. Let's see. Here, I'll check these out. Don't worry.
Patrick? Did you bring enough for the whole class?
Season.
evil.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
Okay, but we're stopping this time.
But I'm hungry now.
I'm sick of YouTube in a way.
in my
Me
car.
too.
Hey, you child locked me.
Marcus seeing things because of sleep deprived? No, it did say that. It said that on my screen. Trust, bro, please.
Get off me. No.
Low key though, free food though.
You got a little, Here, let me get that.
Like low key, that's free food though. If you do that, you guys should do that IRL. It's like low key free food.
Welcome to Meerkat Manor.
Describe it! You're really not missing
It's right behind you, Marcus. You're not gonna trick me. It's not even dark out yet.
Are you on lookout duty?
Nothing.
I mean, no.
You boys better be doing your homework in there.
Minimize!
All right, what's going on in here? Oh,
So A squared plus B squared equals C
W,
squared?
bruh. W
That's
swap.
right. Oh, hey Mom. Hey Mrs. Timon.
are my little scholars hungry for ants on a log?
Yeah.
Grow your tail 3 times longer? Yeah, man. Oh.
Those are not
Single mongoose near you?
triangles.
Yeah, those are not. Those are not triangles. You are right.
Faith,
That is
Faith,
true.
No, you're not listening. Name one time.
Shopping for a new car?
Name another time.
Man, fuck.
Yeah? Well, you never appreciated me. Fine. You know what? I don't need this.
Almost done. Hey, while you have her on the phone, how do you spell Virginia again?
Babe, is there any way you could give me a second chance? I made a huge mistake.
Virgin. Just put the A at the end, bruh. Why'd he leave at the virgin, bruh? Why'd he leave at the virgin? Oh, man. Rip brother. Rip bro. Okay. Dude, I'm kind of amazed seeing the time be 3:30 and I'm still, like, not close to done. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough, like, stretch. But I can do this. I can do this. I'm almost at the 7-hour mark, where it's just only 7 hours left. Once we hit the 6-hour mark, we'll be 3/4 done with the stream.
And the director of the Volleyball Academy Club.
Let's see what Himpleton has to provide with us.
I know he still has that gun.
He's in that room.
Hello, my name's Himpleton. And before we get into anything, I want to be upfront about what this video is and what this video is not. This isn't a video about Gideon's entire career. It also isn't a video going through every bad thing that he's done. What this video is an attempt to show how Gideon has slowly become a liability in the eyes of the law. Time and time again, he's risked jeopardizing investigations, putting other people in harm's way, and leaning harder and harder into
Why are we out here
harassment.
gooning, bro?
And he's done all of it to keep his videos interesting.
Alright, get off the property. You guys can be arrested for trespassing. Okay, we'll leave the property, but like, I'm just trying to figure out, do you have anything better to do?
Gideon has been known in the past few years as one of the main figures in
That
the
line
predator
is
poaching
crazy
scene
work.
alongside
Do you guys
figures
have
such
anything
as
better to
Speeder
do?
Gene,
Yeah, like
Alex
their
Rosen,
job.
and Oma. Since Gideon often goes out of his way to try to find predators and compile evidence in a way that would not count as entrapment, the internet has praised him
Listen,
for his
man,
efforts
he's not
in
gonna
predator
quit.
catching. This is commendable.
I'll be honest. Gideon posted his video saying he's going to quit. He's not going to quit. This guy is literally not going to quit. He's going to claim he's going to quit. And then, like I said, we could bet on the over-under. We could put some money on that shit. Over-under, a week? Sure, I'll give him a week, maybe. He might give it up for about a week, and I guarantee you he's gonna get right back on the saddle and start a stream up again, bro. I guarantee you. Not his stream, but the video he made doesn't seem genuine at all. It doesn't seem like he genuinely cares about doing the right thing. He acts like as if he's doing the right thing or that he's, you know, helping the community. And yes, I do think that, sure, maybe owning up to the idea that he was being a bit of a Karen and that he is, you know, he's a different beast when he's streaming or whatever is true, I guess. But I don't know. It's not like him making videos about predator poaching is any better or any different.
He's even gotten many arrests and convictions of predators.
We got convictions. We got court updates. We got potential.
Is he a different
plea
animal
deals.
but
We
the
got
same beast?
everything in this video.
This
What
is
does
a
that
video
mean,
on
Kobe
Kitty
Bryant?
Allen's team's ability to find these predators and the methods they use to gather evidence. This is a video about what happens when the sting itself goes south, which for Gideon happens more often than you'd like to think.
Is that a typical type of interaction that you tend to have with a
Dude,
local
this is the
agency?
exact video I was looking for. I'm actually glad Himpleton's covering this part that I wanted to cover, which is the overarching, like, predator poaching aspect. Because that video we watched, his arrest, obviously, was genuinely, like, it was pathetic. It's him bitching about shit that he doesn't know what he's talking about. But, again, after saying he's gonna fucking quit, blah, blah, I'm gonna quit. He's still claiming he's gonna do his predator catcher shit. And even those are not good. He just lets pedophiles get away scot-free. He likes to cling on the idea that he's gotten, like, maybe one or two guys actually arrested. Oh, what happened to Mrau? Let's see. What the fuck is Mrau up to? Hello?
Yeah.
Used to steal my parents' money and donate to you. Talk about the server and eat mushroom stew.
This guy has a thing for mushroom stew. This guy has a thing for mushroom stew in
What?
his lyrics.
Never planned that one day I'd be banned by you. In another time, I would be your friend. We would run the server and then play until the end. In another time, I would not get banned. So I don't.
So cool. I'll make some cake. This one's also heat.
That was kind of fire, actually. He's never heard this one? You guys haven't heard this one?
The sweet, sweet treat, all I need is sugar cane. I'll make some cake.
I'll make some. Oh. Oh yeah.
Do the no block beat? Oh yeah.
That zombie fell on me, just out of
Why
nowhere,
is he doing
no one
this?
telling me.
Bro, Rise Mrau just randomly reacting to Minecraft parodies.
Stumble off until he can't see me. Put a torch up now.
Who told him to do this?
Oh yeah.
Who's the people who told this guy to do this?
I don't have time to waste it away, so wait. What to craft, what to make. Think I'll make some cake. My health goes
Did he get donated to react to
I
this, or
recently
he's just
watched Screw
doing
the
it on
Nether.
his own
Dude,
accord?
Screw the Nether is fucking awesome. Okay?
Oh, dude. Wait, this one's fire.
It's deep underground, past the bedrock, but don't dig straight down.
Oh, shit.
You don't regret that, but now you feel brave. Equipped with your spade to roam in these caves. Not looking for gold, this does purple.
I should play Peak with Mrau, is what I should do. But that's if he's gonna play today. If he has stuff to cover, I can't bother him.
This is all the prep that I go through.
Did anyone ever play Nicktoons Racing on Game Boy Advance? That sounds so specific, but so... That sounds like something I've heard of before. Seems like regular Meow behavior. It kind of does.
Oh, the neighbors aren't right. Delicious, we eat bacon all night.
Yeah, this shit is fire, bro. This shit is fire. But hold on, all right? Let's get back to our content here.
So I would say about 70% of our interactions with law enforcement end in an arrest on scene. But then you have those times where, you know, they might want to do some further research later and stuff. So that's obviously understandable. But then you have the times where the police officers completely just discredit everything that we're doing and they don't even care to even make a report about it. Dallas County.
You see, Gideon doesn't do this work for free. In order for Gideon to really be able to work on pred catches all day and all night, all across the country, he needs to be paid a hefty sum. This means Gideon is incentivized to do two things: not speak to cops before the sting, and ideally get an arrest, and at the very least, a confrontation on the camera. To contrast Gideon, another person in the space like
Two things that you shouldn't do,
I
by
used
the way.
AI to catch a predator on Discord. I made a fake female alt on Discord and used it to go predator fishing. And once I got one on the hook, he sent a selfie, which I ran through advanced facial recognition software to identify exactly who he is. And while the predator chats with who he thinks is a younger girl on the internet, I gather all of his personal details to report to the police. And before doing that, I called their personal phone number, posing as a confused caller, before revealing I know exactly who they are and confront them.
Gideon tries to go across the country in order to convict preds who are willing to solicit minors for acts. In traditional predator catching stings, the cops would be involved far before the sting actually takes place. So the cops and investigators can see what options are on the table. The cops could either invoke the fact that they have probable cause to arrest the individual, or they can move forward with setting up sting operations to further implicate the predator for attempting to meet up with the minor. Gideon and many other people online skip this step, mostly because it's more costly to work with cops across multiple jurisdictions. And if you're a bit more cynical, most police probably want to do the stings themselves without a YouTuber on the scene. At the very least, there is a conceivable chance of the police telling the YouTuber to stay out of the rest of the project.
Albany police on Friday arrested 34-year-old Charles Malik, a registered sex offender, on an outstanding warrant. It was during a fake online meetup orchestrated by YouTube creator Gideon and his team posing as a minor. Police say the fake meetup was news to them.
They showed up unannounced and sprung this on us. That's one of the concerns that we have had in the past when we've assisted with other groups.
Police say these types of stings may have good intentions, but can also pose a risk to the public.
First thing is public safety. And so in this particular situation, we don't know who we're interacting with, and we don't know what that confrontation is going to look like.
On Thursday, Kaiser police, tipped off by Gideon, made two arrests: 29-year-old Kyle Andrew Monroy of Kaiser and 41-year-old Christopher James Lloyd of Portland.
The Albany Police Department and area agencies, we do our own stings, and those stings are also very productive, but they're controlled to minimize risk to the public and certainly not put anyone in jeopardy that's unnecessary.
In fact, Inside Edition in 2023 did a report on Gideon's friend Skeet Hansen, who he routinely collaborates with, citing some of the same problems listed above. At the time, Skeet stated that...
I don't want to like not say anything, but like it's like I'm learning shit, you know what I mean? So it's just like I can't really make a point or anything here or say anything because I feel like I'm just kind of learning here, things here. I don't want to like sit and state the obvious.
Do you think you're doing a public service?
It's sort of 50-50, you know, we're of course trying to make entertaining content, but ultimately we want these individuals to see justice as well, if possible.
Some people have called you a video vigilante. Is that fair?
I don't really care to be called a vigilante. I think, you know, a vigilante is someone sort of, you know, like Batman. I'm just out here making, you know, entertaining content for people to watch on YouTube, and I don't associate with, I don't associate myself with the term vigilante.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Call me crazy. I think this is like complete and utter bullshit. I think these guys really like the attention they get from these videos. I think they genuinely feel like powerful when they make these videos. I guarantee you him saying this makes him feel like he thinks he's humble and that he's nonchalant. Look at me. I'm just a nice guy doing the right thing for the community and for my audience members. Look at me. I'm just such a good guy.
This is vigilantism, and private citizens taking law enforcement into their own hands is a problem for our society.
Adam Scott Want is a professor of public policy at John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Under no circumstances should private citizens be doing these online sting operations on their own. The risk far outweighs any benefits.
He says he's done approximately 50 of these stings,
He showed up to our sting house to meet who he thought was a 14-year-old girl.
but acknowledges only these 3 have resulted in arrests.
It's good to note here, too, that Skeet only achieved 3 arrests out of the 50 stings that he did. And it's even worse for Ware when considering the fact that at the time, it was not even confirmed if those 3 arrests had gotten convictions. So, to recap, the problem with Gideon's EDP Watch series is not the investigative
See, not
work,
that's the problem.
nor
Not even arrests. 3 arrested, and we don't even have confirmation if there is a actual conviction. So they could have just been taken away because the police force just took them away, and then they end up getting scot-free. This shit is just so pathetic. Like, it's why I said, like, he probably feels good about being called a vigilante in that chair. He probably sits there and acts like, oh, no, me, vigilante? No, I'm here to entertain. I'm here to entertain, and I'm not here to do anything more than just entertain. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so dumb. Because it's not, they know what they're doing. They know that they're doing this for content, for views, for money, for fame. They like the attention they get from everybody that acts like they're a hero.
is it the fact
Like,
that it's doomed
they
to
like
get no
feeling like
convictions.
the hero.
The problem is that Gideon has been repeatedly told by experts in the field and police departments themselves that police are more equipped to handle sting operations either in tandem or apart from investigators. However, a lot of what we've spoken about so far is about procedure. So let's jump into some of Gideon's botched stings and why they went wrong. On July 4th, 2024, Gideon, in collaboration with Roblox YouTuber and Predator catcher Schlepp, posted, "Pred catch turns into police chase and standoff." I'll let Gideon explain the situation he's in.
The guy that we're catching today, he is not from Minito, Illinois. He is all the way from Chicago. He's driving 3 hours to meet what he thinks is our 10-year-old decoy from Roblox. This dude's an absolute freak. He's talking about getting her pregnant. He's talking about how he's ready to be a father, all this disgusting stuff. We're going to be collaborating with
Ready to be a okay, that's crazy work. Ready to be a father. Whoa, man. Like, see, this is the problem I have with this stuff, though, is like, I don't like these guys, right, are pedophiles. These guys are genuinely pedophiles. These guys are actually bad people. And the reality is like, you're watching these videos and you're going like, oh man, these guys fucking suck. Yes, let's catch them. But then you realize that they end up walking scot-free. Like, they end up getting into these little stings with these YouTubers where, yeah, sure, they get publicly humiliated. But they walk away scot-free. Who cares? Realistically, right? They're degenerates. Most pedophiles are degenerates. Do you really think any of these people genuinely have friends in real life that are meaningful enough to them to keep? Like, if this were to realistically happen to them, this doesn't affect their lives for the most part. If anything, I would argue that it actually makes it worse. Because a pedophile, right? A pedophile, like I said, typically doesn't have like a lot of friends in their life. They typically don't have a lot of people in their life. They're usually degenerates who don't, interact with human beings typically. But if they do, let's just say they do or they don't, it doesn't really matter. If this sting operation is to happen and it fails, they'll lose even more friends. You know what that also could mean? This person who's apparently a pedophile can't get they're not getting any help. They have no friends, no support systems around them because people are stopping their being their friends. So what do you think they do? They result to just doing the exact same shit that got them into the mess in the first place. They start, probably doing the exact same thing they were doing before. Jerking off to CSAM, jerking off to CP, meeting people online, you know what I mean? Going online to meet new people, to make new friends, quote unquote. it's going to lead to, in my opinion, probably even more and even worse things, because you are not only are you publicly humiliating this individual, which is most likely going to ruin that individual's life. It's like, listen, don't get me wrong. Pedophiles don't deserve to have great lives. I don't like pedophiles. But if they're not getting arrested, what the fuck did this even do? To be fair, I wouldn't be friends with a pedo. Well, no, I know. I'm saying I wouldn't be friends with a pedo either. But it didn't result in it didn't result in an arrest. So ultimately, you just helped this guy dig deeper into his own issues. You just made his life a tad bit worse. And typically, when people struggle with these types of issues, right? Do you think the problem is that, do you think, ruining their life, taking away support systems, taking away friends is going to automatically make them rethink being a pedophile, and now all of a sudden they're going to just do better? No, they just lost everything. They're going to drown their sorrows in more fucking degenerate shit. That's usually what I would imagine is going to happen if you do this type of stuff. It's not like all of a sudden someone's just going to be like, maybe I should stop being a pedophile. Where's that going to get them? Their face is out there. People know they're a pedophile. Even if they did try to get better, even if they did try to go out and do better, who's going to be their friend? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? It's not going to happen. So they're going to result to just doing more shit, probably interacting with more minors, probably continuing to associate with people online and more minors, instead of just getting them arrested in the first time you did the sting. Instead of just doing the right thing, which is getting them arrested the first time, so that this whole situation doesn't matter. They just get put behind bars. That's what matters. You know what I mean? That's what matters, is just getting them put behind bars, which is what they deserve. But the reality of these situations is that these people just do this so they can get these guys to admit on camera, yeah, I wanna fuck a kid. So they can basically be like, you're a disgusting freak. And then look at the camera and say, guys, we got him. We got the pedophile. And not actually do anything about it. It's stupid.
Man, but I am so sick of this freak, man. This dude is absolutely disgusting. And the fact that he's driving 3 hours to pick up the decoy to bring her back to his house just shows his evil scheme, and we're going to be sure to foil it.
After explaining the logs and how this predator was caught, Gideon hides out in the gas station convenience store where he lures the predator to.
Yo, my man, listen, I just want to talk. You want to? Hey, I'm right here, man. You're scaring everybody here. Listen, I don't think you're a bad dude, man. Call 911. Listen, man, I don't want to have to get the police involved. Serious?
After explaining the logs and how this predator was caught, Gideon hides out in the gas station convenience store where he lured the predator to in order to confront him. While ideally, the cops would have been contacted before the sting, Gideon should have, at this point, taken a picture of the predator's license plate and sent the evidence through the police. Instead, Gideon directly
goes on a
fucking
police chase
running so he can go on a car chase against the predator. There's no reasonable excuse for the plates not to have been snapped.
Here, get in the car. Get the car ready.
Just listen to me real quick, bud. It's totally in your favor.
If the goal isn't convictions or awareness or education on what to do in these cases or how to prevent them, then it's only for content. I mean, that's what this is. I mean, look at Gideon's doing a high-speed chase against this fucking guy. Are you serious? This guy gets on his videos and claims that he's doing this for the betterment of society, to benefit them and to help them. To help society, to help the children. Think of the children. Meanwhile, he's going on a high-speed chase against a fucking pedo. Just capture the fucking license plate. Send it to the police. You just said call 911. Okay, smart. Call 911, get the plates, have the police stop him, right? But no, he opts for the car chase because you want to know why? It's content. Content. It's dumb. It's dumb. If he actually cared, it's as simple as you would work with the police. This guy gets on his streams or videos talking about how he cares so much about helping people and doing this type of stuff. And then these people complain about the fact that they need to make money to be able to do these sting operations. When you could believe it or not, if you really cared about children and if you really cared about stopping pedophiles, why the fuck don't you just get a job in this space? Why not get a job in this space? Work for these types of people who catch predators. That's a job. That's a thing people do. You don't have to make content out of it. You could just do it as a job and get paid to do it. Then you don't have to worry about getting up and making content out of it. You just get paid to catch predators. Awesome stuff, right? Like, it's so blatantly obvious that they're just doing it for this purpose. No different than those social experiments. It's just a new genre to use an excuse for public shock media, methinks. It is. It's for literal public shock. And on top of that, like I said, it's like I said, where I think these guys like Gideon, Skeeter Gene, Alex Rosen, I think they like the attention they get out of it. I think they enjoy being called vigilantes. I think they like to act like, oh, I don't like being called a vigilante. What? No, don't call me a vigilante. I'm not a superhero, man. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy making content, trying to entertain my fans. No, they love that shit. They love that you call them vigilantes. They think they're heroes. They think they're saving the day. They genuinely think that they're like fucking better than thou. I mean, you see it with his little arrest video that he had earlier that we watched. He genuinely thinks he knows law more than the police officers. He sits and literally goes up to the police officer and says, "Do you have anything better to do with your life?" Like as if he isn't just sitting in a fucking McDonald's parking lot waiting for a swatter to leave so he can harass him. Like, so what he's doing isn't, nothing worthless shit. But the police officer doing his job is the one doing nothing. Like, oh, okay, cool.
Your favor, man. I promise you, man.
No, Liam, he just said.
I know, man. Look, I get it, man.
Yo, PP, get in the car.
We're not here to hurt you. We're not here to get in trouble. Bro, hey, it'll be easier on you.
Notice Gideon tells Predator Poacher Illinois to get into the car, and Predator Poacher's Illinois is talking to the Pred. That is because PP Illinois as well
wouldn't be a multimillionaire with his own schedule and freedom to do whatever if he got a job doing it. True. Sorry, I forgot to factor that in. True.
For a good minute is next to the Predator's car. At any point, he could have taken a photo of the license plate and sent it to the police, which would have been the responsible thing to do in this situation. And yet, that doesn't happen. Car chases are extremely dangerous, not only for what is clearly an unstable person in distress, but potentially innocent civilians around him if that distress translates to his driving. Not to mention that both Pred Poachers Illinois and Gideon did nothing to de-escalate the situation in the gas station.
Like, see, I do think there is a way to do this in the responsible manner. Like, for example, like I said, kind of like what that video showed earlier where it was the guy saying, like, I got this guy's information and I got, proof and evidence and I sent it to the police. He did add the caveat of, first, I did this and this and this, and I don't think you should do that. If you want to get the information first without contacting police, and you want to kind of get the evidence you need to kind of book this guy and get this guy in trouble, be my guest. Go ahead. Give it to the police. Contact the police first before you make any rash decisions, and say, I have X, Y, and Z. I have all this, evidence to suggest that this guy right here is a pedophile who's attempting to meet up with a minor. What's the best course of action? And you could probably still run some sort of, not even just a sting, but even make content out of it. You can find ways to make content about calling out somebody being a pedophile, exposing somebody for being a pedophile, without having to go down this meet them in person sting operation where you get to do this whole content scheme. There's plenty of situations where you can just get the information you need, pass it to the police, and then make a video basically saying, this guy's a fucking pedophile. We found this, and that, and detail it in a video that's entertaining for your audience to be able to make money off of it in terms of entertainment, and still educate your audience on the subject. It's not, I'm not saying it's not hard, because it is hard, obviously. I get it. It does take work and effort, but so does this. So does driving out to different states and going to different places to do these fucking stings. Like, I don't know. It's just so weird. It's like I said, I really do think it's just content and power tripping. Phone and driving. True, Fox. Gamma's out here driving on his, texting on his phone.
Can we just talk, man? Listen, we're not police. We're not police. Here, get in the car. Get the car ready.
We're not here to get in trouble. Bro, hey, it'll be easier on you.
Notice that the Predators...
It's like those fucking... What's that one guy that Gamma pointed out that one time? It's like those YouTubers who make those catching pedophiles in Discord server videos where they openly admit that they to get their evidence, they downloaded genuine CSAM onto their computer as like a... Like, I got the evidence, and it's like, bro, you have CSAM on your PC. Like, why didn't you just contact the police? Like, your job is, it's like, great. You just found somebody doing something evil. Now fucking contact the police. Don't download the CSAM onto your computer. Are you fucking stupid?
Starts running while Gideon and PP Illinois bring up calling
You can teach people what to do in these cases. There are cyber crimes happening that not many people know what to do with or their rights because these videos make it look like it has to be dramatic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And a lot of the time, these cases do get fucked because people don't handle these things properly. If you're literally like not content wise, if you're somebody who just randomly is, let's say, surfing around Discord or surfing around in different spaces, and all of a sudden you notice something's up, and you notice somebody's like, "Wait a minute, is this guy a fucking pedophile? Is this guy, you know, contacting a minor?" Like, these types of videos where they actually, you know, show you the proper process could be a great way for some of these people to figure out how to actually handle this process so they can get the information to the police and then things get handled. But instead, it turns into like I just found a pedophile. Let me make a fucking video so I can make a quick buck. It's just like, fuck, dude.
Agitating him even further.
Wait, he doxing cops.
On January 7th, 2025, Gideon, in collaboration with OMA, set up a sting to catch a predator in a theater they rented out for a day.
Who's doing that? Chris, he's a lover boy, man. You know, he's obviously a fan of Playboy Cardi. We got a trailer specifically made for him, and Chris wants to do some very inappropriate,
nonchalant things for a dreadhead.
Exactly, very nonchalant. He also sent pictures of another woman with hickeys, saying, "That's what I'm gonna do when I see you, queen." So, you know, he's definitely a vampire. Not only did this man not pay for his own movie theater tickets, but he also asked the decoy to Uber him over here.
When the cops get called, Gideon is taken to the side.
Here's my issue. Like, is this a YouTube show? Like,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we catch online predators. Yes.
So you
I think the doxing cops point is a bit weak. They're public servants, etc., etc.
And trap this dude.
No, sir.
I guess it depends on how we see it
I can show you right
happening.
now. We have multiple arrests with Fort Bend County, and this is not illegal at all. We have multiple arrests and everything.
While the cops clearly do seem confused here, there is technically no reason why they need to arrest the predator at this point in time. In fact, according to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the police have no obligation to arrest the criminal at that moment or after having probable cause for arrest. Another police officer then approaches Gideon and...
Like I said, I could show you all the evidence. Wasn't entrapment because he never asked to leave, and so we do this all the time. So.
Like, see, this is the other problem. They do this sting shit, and then a police officer shows up, and they're just like, well, here, I can just hand you the evidence. It's like, dog. These papers should have been in their office, you know, yesterday. At least bare minimum yesterday, man. These papers should have been on their desk by, like, you can't just hand a police officer on scene some papers that show something like that and expect them to just take the guy in cuffs. That's not exactly how it works. You know what I mean? They need to dig. They need to look into stuff. They can't just, like, take your... You're expecting a police officer to take these, like, these papers that you printed out with images of text messages and probably other stuff, and you're expecting them to just be like, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll go in there and grab him. Like, fuck, I just hit the mic. Fuck, I just hit the mic stand.
There's nothing illegal about this. We also have multiple arrests. I can show you one person right here.
So my question to you is this: are you working with the local agency to let them know what's going on, or you just?
There's very specific ways of doing things.
Well, like I said,
if you're not with the law enforcement agency, you can't just pose as a 14-year-old girl.
Right. You have multiple arrests is because you called ahead, like you said.
No, we do what we're doing with y'all. We do the same with them. I mean, if you want to see the evidence, I can more than gladly show you guys.
It's not the evidence, it's how you obtain the evidence.
Explains, again, that the main problem with the sting was the lack of communication to the police prior to the catch. Later on, the Pred admits to having illegal substances on him, and he is taken in by the police. While normally, a video like this would end with the predator being arrested and the evidence being sent to the police, earlier, the first officer had stated,
in other words, like, if we were to follow up with anything with this gentleman, it's gonna get thrown out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do right now. Just to cover all our bases. I'm gonna call the on-call district attorney.
Okay.
So in their
But yeah, that is also a good point to make as well, that Gideon knows that 90% of counties are going to put him through weeks of hangups, if not outright put a stop to his investigation once reported. Well, what do you mean? Like, they know it's him kind of thing? Because I feel like in most cases, most places, like, if you have viable evidence that you can, hand over to the police without tainting anything or going, doing any stupid sting shit, like stupid stuff, obviously, they'll take it, But I think the point that officers usually make when it comes to this stuff is you can't just hand them evidence that you got over a span of time of trying to hunt this guy down because they didn't work on the evidence with you, at least. Like, they didn't even at least work on it with you. It was just, you did it. This evidence, it's like I've said in the past, like, I think I said this earlier when I said, like, you can't just pose as a 14-year-old girl, act like as if this guy's going to meet a minor, because one, there is no real 14-year-old girl, and two, it's you doing it, so they can't just take some random citizen's, like, little stupid, sting operation at face value. They can't take the sting operation at complete face value because no law enforcement is involved in actually doing this. So how are they supposed to know this is, not sabotaged? How are they supposed to know that this is not tainted? How are they supposed to know that this is not, you know what I mean? It automatically taints this shit. You know what I mean? It automatically fucks it. It completely fucks it. Like, how are they supposed to know? You know what I mean? That's why you're supposed to, I don't know. It's why you're supposed to contact them.
Police called the district attorney to see if there was any jurisdictional problems.
He's going to lose out on the content. They're trying to find meet locations live, trying to predetermine the county, and speaking to local officials on the fly would be near impossible. That's fair. Then at that point, he should not do it. Or, like I said, you can do it in the more responsible manner, which in my opinion, if you're catching these guys online, keep it online and don't meet these people in person. Do the right thing, which is if you can find evidence of somebody being a pedophile, pass it to the police online, and basically just, if you want to make your video about the said person at hand, and, don't, follow it with, legal precaution. Like I said, make a video. You make a video all you want. If you pass it all to the police and they're handling the situation, go ahead. Make a video detailing what you don't say what you found, aka show what you found, obviously, but detail what you're able to find, detail, all this stuff and what you did to find it, and make a enjoyable, entertaining piece on a certain person that you found out. I feel like there's a way to do it without, not getting the pedophile arrested.
since many of the messages in the original investigation were not sent in the same city. While Gideon is correct that a crime had been committed in Missouri City, Texas, the cops themselves were not looped into the nature of the investigation, leading to these communication problems. What we are most likely seeing here is their confusion on whether or not they would be liable in collecting the evidence at this spot and engaging outside of their jurisdiction.
They were getting mad at me. They were like, this is an illegal operation, blah, 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 blah. You guys never worked with us. I was like, we literally have arrests in this county I could show you. They wouldn't let me show them the county stuff. And then he goes to call the DA without even me showing him the evidence. You never call the DA without having the evidence first, because they're not gonna have anything to go off.
Did they call him anyway?
So he called them anyway. So if this doesn't get picked up,
Like genuine mush for brain, bro.
Because they didn't let the DA know first.
In response
This
to
has to be genuine
Gideon
mush
links
for
back up
brain,
with his
bro. This actually has to be genuine, like, mush in his head. How do you not understand what the guy's saying? How do you not understand what they're trying to explain to you? They can't just take, you know, it's like taking a bribe. You're expecting these police officers to essentially take a bribe. You're expecting these random officers out of office, you know, out of their office, out of their, you know, police station, to randomly take information from random citizens about a pedophile and just take it and work with it. It's not how that works. You're expecting these officers to go against their job to help you. That's not how that works. If you want help, go to the police station. Go into the police station and literally ask, who can I talk to about this subject? That's a great start.
Crew, and explains he thinks the predator will not be arrested for their solicitation of a minor because the cops have called the DA on whether or not their evidence would be admissible in court. However, if you rewind the tape...
in other words, like, if we were to follow up with anything with this gentleman, it's going to get thrown out. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do right now. Just to cover all our bases. I'm going to call the on-call district attorney and fill him in on all this, because we had no clue that you was operating in our city, which, you know, kind of is like...
So, because there's a jurisdiction problem.
The immediate reason for this was figuring out the jurisdictional problem and whether or not they can receive the evidence. Additionally, there isn't a reason why Gideon should think that the DA would tell the cops in the city simply not to take the evidence. Gideon himself said that he's made multiple arrests in this district under the same DA.
We have arrests here in Fort Bend as well. Like, this is one arrest we got. This was Richard over in Fort Bend County on my solicitation. This is Benjamin Wynn we had got. So,
and that's just from y'all?
So him getting into an argument with the cops is completely unnecessary. In fact, later on, the cop says,
just because he's not getting arrested today doesn't mean he's not going to get arrested next week.
It's true. We're putting in the work to get at least a warrant filed for him. So that's what we're working with.
So the cop is clearly open
See, this is what I mean. That's not what he wants to hear. Like, bro, that's not what Gideon wants to hear, bro. They go up to him and tell him the honest truth, which is, listen, man, he's not getting arrested today, but, you know, now that we know the information, we can work on it and get him arrested, you know, going forward. We can get the information that we need to get him arrested going forward. And Gideon's sitting there like, he's like, he looks all pouty. He's just like, so not today. Not today. No content. No content.
The evidence. However, the reason why Gideon sounds like he's not thrilled about the cops calling the DA is because the DA doesn't seem to be a big fan of Gideon.
This is what they told me, because when I explained who it was and what they were doing, the first thing he said was, oh shit. He didn't say, oh, good job. He said, oh shit.
And this brings us back to the beginning, because the major criticism offered by the cops and the DA is the authorization of the sting operation and communication prior. In fact, the cops openly say at the end of the video that they will look at the evidence and possibly arrest the predator for wrongdoing.
Whatever evidence or whatever that you guys have, if you can prepare it for us, we'll get it taken care of.
Just not on that day.
Just because he's not getting arrested today doesn't mean he's not going to get arrested.
Well, that's what I was. I don't like pausing too much, but like, again, this is what I mean. They think it's like they're treating it like as if they could just hand them a piece of paper that says like, this guy pedophile, and they'll just be like, good enough. Good enough for me. Like, dog, it's a process. Gideon, you've apparently been doing this for quite some time, and you've gotten multiple people arrested. According to you, you've got multiple people arrested. You should probably know the process by now. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, it's just so
Later
weird.
on, Gideon claims that this cop may have told the DA that he had committed entrapment.
Before, when you hopped on the call with the DA, you didn't have anything about the chat log. I don't even know what you told the DA. The only thing you could have told them is what you told me. Hey, we got an illegal operation here going on. This is probably entrapment. You didn't have any of the information to inform the DA so that they can make a better decision on how to handle it.
Something that the police officer and his partner both deny.
Exactly. I told him exactly what you told me.
And after all of this, Gideon, instead of waiting patiently for the cops to review his evidence...
I was gonna say, is entrapment the word I'm looking for when I explain the whole idea that cars both... I think that's what the word I'm kind of looking for. I think that's the word I was kind of looking for. That's just two Gideons talking to each other in different outfits, and you can't convince me otherwise. No, that really is. I think entrapment's the word I'm kind of looking for. when I'm talking about the fact that they when I say like not talking to the police could result in something like this, right? I don't know, man. I'm tripping.
Starts spreading the police officer's information and telling his audience to call his lieutenant officer. He later says that he wasn't upset with the cops not arresting him on scene, but that the cops
I am a
didn't
little
do their
surprised
due
that this
diligence.
doesn't get you into I am very surprised that this type of shit doesn't get you into legal trouble, because I feel like isn't there can't you get arrested for basically interfering with police investigation? Isn't there laws against interfering with police investigations? I feel like this type of shit should fall into that category, but I guess it doesn't because it's not an investigation yet until they hand it to him. Maybe is what I'm thinking.
Police not to arrest them on scene, so I'm not mad about that. What I am upset about is Sergeant Howard did not do his due diligence during this case,
which could have been totally prevented if they just called in with the cops before the sting.
Vital point of all of that is you didn't contact us. We have to be in conjunction with you in order for this to go through.
They were clearly confused the whole time. This is not something that cops deal with on a regular basis, so they're not going to...
Yeah, I'll be honest, these cops didn't even do anything wrong. The way the cops explained it seems pretty self-explanatory. They're just saying, hey, you got to work with us first. We'll work... all they're saying is, hey, we'll get it done. We'll figure out how to get this guy arrested, but, like, you got to work with us next time and talk to us, and then we can work something out to see if we can try to, you know, get these people caught, and we can have a proper sting operation. Like,
be able to
it's
give
pretty
their best
self-explanatory.
responses at all times. Anyways, as suspected, this led to a lot of harassment and phone calls to the Missouri City Police Department, and you can still find comments on photos of the officer saying he's an awful human being and that he sucks up to predators. But this isn't the only case where Gideon started brigading people on his millions viewed videos.
You know what? I'll go ahead and say that I think the doxing cops, maybe doxing is a bit strong because they are public servants, but this is a problem, right? These officers didn't exactly sign up to be part of the said videos. They're just in the videos because they have to be there. And if situations like this happen like this, it does lead to, like, for example, you know, it can lead to for example, people like Gideon fans going into this guy's personal, like, now that they know his name and his possibly information, now they're going over to his Facebook, his Instagram, whatever it is, and leaving horrible comments about how he's a terrible cop who defends pedophiles, when that's just simply not the case. So I don't know if I would go as far as to say, you know, doxing, because it's not like he's giving out his, like, home address, because he's a public servant. Like, that too far, Jonah Guzman. True, like, they are public servants, so that's fair, but I think Gideon's job should not be to expose these people's names as much as possible to prevent community members of his own from, you know, making crude and shitty comments under people like this is like personal, you know, their personal accounts on different platforms. Snarking cops. Yeah, snarking cops. Awesome stuff. Horrible police officer seen Gideon video, and in my thoughts, he did not do anything to stop a predator. Brian Middleton, please do a better job with the officer. Really unbelievable. Can't stop a predator.
And it actually gets worse. On August 13th, 2025, Gideon released the video, Volleyball Coach Gets Exposed at His Job, where he catches...
Today, we're in Indianapolis, Indiana, and we got a very disgusting guy. But the thing that makes him even more disgusting is his profession. Today, we're going to be pulling up...
So wait, wouldn't you rather... So wouldn't you rather Himpleton call it defaming and not calling it doxing? Because I kind of agree with Rice Milk here with the idea that it's not... I wouldn't exactly necessarily say he doxed the guy. He didn't, like... go out of his way and say like this guy's here's all his personal information, blah blah blah. He basically gave out his name, which is he's a public servant, that, you know, that's available. Like, that is part of his job. It is available. I think it's more so the fact that he doesn't once in the video probably I maybe I'm wrong, maybe I didn't see this in his video. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if people have seen the video or not, but I'm just going off a whim. I'm assuming that that is literally defamation. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say is, like, if you're pulling up their, you know, their information to essentially say they didn't help me, they didn't do this, and maybe not like, for example, he should be clarifying in these videos, please do not send hate to these said cops. They're just trying to do their jobs, blah, 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 blah. You get the point. But instead, I'm assuming he doesn't do that. I'm assuming Gideon doesn't do that. He just says, cop didn't help me. Why didn't he not help me? And then, you know, obviously gullible Gideon fans will literally just be like, I'm going to send hate comments to this guy. Ruin his, and make him look bad under comments under all his post. His personal post. I would call that more defamation than I would call that doxing or defaming. Defaming is probably the better word to use, I think, in this situation.
Levi Garrett is a 30-year-old gay man, and, you know, hey, do as thou wilt. But the thing is I will not let you do what you wilt when it comes to the children.
This one is the one that I think is interesting, because from my recollection of this situation, he is in the principal's office, and the principal literally is like, hey, can you fucking turn the camera off? And they're just, like, refusing to, like, cooperate with said principal, who's just like, listen, man, like, I want to handle this properly. And they're just, like, refusing to handle this properly.
Is a boys
walk into a fucking school full of kids
to attracted to. That is actually the age range he coaches.
To confront this guy.
Hi, Jimbo. That he might not get an arrest in this city.
The chances of him getting arrested just goes... So I feel like with a confrontation at his job, with him being around kids, I'm going to put the ball in the court of the Indianapolis Police Department.
He confronted the predator at his workplace, and this causes his boss to have a back and forth with Gideon. Ultimately, the manager discusses what he will do moving forward, and what he wants Gideon to do at this point as an uninvolved party in this crime.
First off, I want you to know, I do appreciate you bringing this up to us.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I understand you got a business to run and everything. I mean, I wasn't going to even get you involved.
You have my word on this, right?
Okay.
I'm going to handle this.
Okay.
I'm asking, if you guys can do what you got to do.
Yeah. Okay.
We're asking you to keep the academy out of this.
Okay. I'm not here to put the academy's name out here or anything.
This destroys business, and this doesn't come up on background check.
I understand that, and you have nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying you don't want to be on the wrong side of this. And what I would mean by that is, like,
I'm not defending it.
Yeah, and I can see that. You know what I mean? And, you know, that's the whole reason, Levi, why I asked if maybe you wanted to just step outside and talk about this. You know what you did is wrong, right?
Don't look at me.
I was told to stand here like a fly on the wall.
Well,
so
I think the first thing we should...
This entire time?
I'm not recording no more now. He left.
Your mic?
My mic?
The mic is recording, by the way. He's just lying. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Gideon seems like the type to trust in the righteous vengeance of his child army. Someone said Himpleton looks like he's at the train station. He does look like he's at the train station, bro.
At this point, remember that Gideon said that he was not looking to involve the Academy into the situation. This will be important later. Gideon then has a conversation with the Preds as they wait for cops to come by. When they do, the cops approach the two and they say,
"Whatever happened here doesn't seem right, but I have to enforce the laws that I'm allowed to enforce."
Does Marion, Indiana follow different rule sets than Indianapolis when it comes to the law?
Yeah.
So there's different laws in the same state. Well, here, I want to tell you, today's your lucky day. You can as many 15-year-old boys as you want, man. Go back in there and you have a whole buffet in there, man. Hey, Officer Keith, would you like to see some probable cause evidence?
No, I can't take a look at it.
Oh, you can't take a look?
I'm not going to.
Oh, you're not going to. Since you can't look at any of the evidence, I'm going to just read
Gideon.
it. The decoy says you might...
Again, you can't just hand this guy a fucking piece of paper with evidence and expect this guy to just whip out the handcuffs and say, "Hey, you're coming with me, pal." Like, holy fuck. This guy does not use his brain. This guy does not use his brain.
Mine, I'm kind of young. No, I don't mind. And he picks, and he said, cool, because I'm 15. And then right after he learned the age, you know, he sent the picture of him in a thong, admitted on camera that this was him. Oh, this is him getting by a dildo. This is his butthole right here. Even if you can't do anything, I totally understand that, but it's just the optics of it, you know.
Gideon is really willing to show the butthole of the Predator to randoms for some reason. It's completely unhinged. But again, we'll get back to that. What needs to be said is that it does seem like cops have probable cause to arrest this guy, but the DA has suspended this action, and while the cops themselves aren't obligated to arrest the Predator, it does seem pretty stupid not to. Eventually, the Predator goes back into the Academy, and the owner of the property comes out.
Okay, we'll let all the parents know what's going on then. Yeah.
No, you can't be here, period.
No, okay, yeah. We're gonna get off your property. I'm gonna just wait right over there, and then when these parents walk out.
This whole parking?
So that building right there is yours?
This whole lot. The whole thing, top to bottom.
Oh. Are you gonna inform the parents what's going on?
I'm gonna handle the situation.
At this point, both the cops and the owner escort Gideon off the property. Audit the Audit, a person much more familiar with the laws around this situation, backs up this claim with some qualification.
The officer claims that Gideon was committing an arrestable offense by refusing to leave the neighboring parking lot after the director of the volleyball club asked him to do so. Under Section 35-43-2-2 of the Indiana Code, the state's criminal trespass statute, it is a Class A misdemeanor for an individual to knowingly or intentionally refuse to leave the real property of another after having been asked to leave by the other individual or their agent or a law enforcement officer acting on their behalf. Accordingly, if the volleyball club truly did lease the entire parking lot, Gideon could be charged with trespassing if he refused to leave.
Gideon then starts screaming at the parents.
Parent, know what the you guys are doing. You're a worse piece of shit than him. Mom, I just want to let you know that one of the coaches, he was talking to a 15-year-old boy sexually online.
Yeah,
and
see,
we
this is
reported him
the
to
fucking,
police,
this is the
and now
crash
they're
out
banning us from the
behavior that
property.
All of this is happening
brings
within
out.
minutes of the Predator going back into the Academy. Gideon assumes this to mean that the Predator's not going to be fired, even though there's no indication that that will be the case at all. And there seemed to be some indication from the manager earlier that he was looking at firing him. Gideon starts talking to some of the parents driving.
Well, it's because he wants results
Oh, yeah.
immediately. It's because this guy thinks that because he's done this, he expects results immediately. Do I think the police should have probably taken better? Like, do I think the police at hand should have been more responsive and agreed to help him with this circumstance? Yes, I do. I think the police should have been a lot more helpful with Gideon in this circumstance after, you know, showing evidence that this guy really is, like, you know, a fucking pedophile. They should have done the right thing. Even let's say, for example, they don't want to take chances by taking any of this evidence and doing anything crazy. Let's say they don't want to take chances or risks. They don't want to go crazy. They don't want to take chances. That's fine. But at least let Gideon know, hey, can you at least drop this off at our, you know, department? Let us handle this. We'll take care of it. Like, they should have done something like that. The fact that the officers themselves are just sitting there like, we're not going to take any of this, just get off the property, like as if the guy standing behind him isn't actually like a fucking pedophile. But again, it's like now he's walking back into the building saying like, wow, you're just going to let him walk back and you're just going to let him work here, huh? It's like, Gideon, like, what do you want me to say, man? Like, the guy's probably going to arrest him. Now that he knows of this information, I highly doubt he's going to keep him in this fucking building. The fuck? I'm sure the school wants to be known for having a predator, a caught predator, still in their school.
Yes, ma'am.
Like,
Like
what?
EVP watch. This is what the man looks like. His name. You probably seen him.
Well, he did leave.
Oh, he drove off.
He drove off.
Okay.
But I think they fired him.
Here, this is literally every message that I'll give that to you if you want to. You can show the other parents, cause yes, ma'am. He said that to a 15-year-old boy. Thank you so much.
You don't hear that enough, but you are doing God's work.
I don't know why Gideon shows this mother a picture of the predator's butthole, but despite it seeming like the pred was fired,
Oh, and then
Gideon still
and what do you
involved the
and what do you know? The mother goes, "You're doing God's work." I'm sure you don't hear this enough. It's hook, line, and sinker. This guy just wants fucking attention.
Academy for basically no reason. Anyways, in the middle of this video, Gideon basically doxes the owner of the business, despite him agreeing they had nothing to do with the crime that occurred online.
The crazy thing about it is the overseer and the director of the Volleyball Academy Club, and he was already caught up to speed on what was all going on, but he wasn't too happy that the parents were about to come outside and see this whole fiasco. So as the director and protector of children, he had to clean up the mess before the parents came out.
I'm gonna need you to remove yourself from the property.
At the end of the video,
Yeah,
he
okay,
also
man, that's
encourages
not
his
good.
followers to call the local prosecutor's office.
Saying the guy's fucking name, which this guy's not an officer. This guy just works for the school's volleyball team or whatever. That's fucking stupid. Gideon's an idiot.
So that the case can be opened. As expected, this led to a lot of online bashing of the police. Eventually, the prosecutor responded by saying,
A spokesperson for the Marion County Prosecutor's Office responded, saying, quote, "We want law enforcement to investigate potential crimes of abuse, and we want to prosecute them." Adding, the Marion County Child Advocacy Center has always worked closely with law enforcement to consult, thoroughly review, and strengthen any case brought forward. The rise of civilian vigilante groups targeting online child predators is putting Indiana prosecutors in a tricky spot, allowing each prosecutor to decide.
We have a task force, the Indiana Crimes Against Children Task Force, who do this full time, and they're much more effective than vigilantes are.
A year later, Gideon reflected on this case, stating,
IMPD warns that vigilante sting operations can hinder prosecution of child predators. You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny that he's showing this right here? Is that this same police station that he's showing that is saying that can hinder prosecution of child predators, we got a prosecution in that area. All the police stations say the same thing, like, hey, don't do this, vigilantes don't do this. But this specific one that he's showing, they not only arrested the
Yes,
dude,
Gideon.
but convicted.
Yes, Gideon. You're so much more intelligent than the people who, I don't know, work in this department and know exactly what they need to do. Yes, you're better than them at this, and they're not. They're stupid. You're intelligent. That's how this works. Like, holy fuck, man.
This was the volleyball coach that we had caught. This was in Indianapolis. So his proof text saying that I'm worse than Hulo, whatever, is, oh my God, this is crazy.
And this is basically Gideon's MO. He knows every police department hates stings done without prior communication, and that they want to work with him on these stings. But
You got
Gideon
prosecution
excuses
does
it
not mean it was a conviction. Good boy, Gideon. Here's a cookie. Guys, they don't understand. We got prosecution. We got a prosecution. Wow, good job, man. You got one prosecution. Good job. Yeah. Woo! It's just so dumb, bro. It's so stupid. Just spamming buzzwords and Moral Frog. I know. It's just like, dude, I'm sure you know so much more than the guys who literally do this as their job. Like I said this already. If you care so much about the kids, if you care so much about catching predators, why don't you fucking work for these task force? You can get a job in this. That's a thing. I mean, it's not like there's nobody working for these task force. Every state and almost every county has these types of task forces for children protection. Why not just go to school for it? Why not get a job in here, man? You care so much about these kids. Why not get a job? Why not get a job in this space? Then you don't have to make videos every day about it. You can just go out and help kids every single day. You can go out and actually protect children. Since you're so passionate about catching these predators, why don't you go fucking do it? Why don't you go do it and get a job in this space so you can be a fucking predator catcher and save the day? Like, what? Gideon should work a field. He could lose the weight.
By saying that he's gotten convictions. However, this is basically a non sequitur, because cops aren't against his investigative work. They're against him circumventing the involvement of the police in the sting operation. So far, Gideon has escalated situations to a point where innocent parties could have been hurt, and he has also harassed many different police departments. Now, let's see him directly waste police department
Makes you wonder why he hasn't applied to
while
be a cop.
putting innocent parties in harm's way.
I just hate that he likes to act in his videos like as if he is helping the community. He always likes to say that I want to help the community, better the community. I want to do predator catching so I can help the community and support our, support our officers. Remember, you can criticize him and still support him. You don't have to ride his meat to tell him to take his shit more serious and not act like a douche. Criticism of Gideon is not support of pedos.